incline, now go incline. Now incline, not a camera correct. Single camera வச்சிருக்கேன். சொல்லுங்க சார். இல்லை நான் அடிச்ச நம்பர் பிஸியாக இருந்தது. ஆனால் வரலண்ணா இப்போ. நானும் ஜானி குட்டி சித்தி மூணு பேர் இருப்போம். சித்தி
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a request for all of you to please be seated. We're going to start in the next 60 seconds. Our honorable chief guest is already in the house, and we would like to not delay him any further. I hope everyone's settling in, and as requested, I do hope that all of your phones are on silent. As we start this August 6th debate, it is my proud privilege to welcome our beloved dignitaries onto the stage. I request our beloved President of United Economic Forum, founder Coastal Energy and Coal Oil, Mr. Aman Buhari, to invite our honorable chief guest, Dr. Pavilion sir, Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services, Governor of Tamil Nadu. Sir, may I present you our honorable chief guest on stage, please. I also request our fellow dignitaries to join them on stage. Padma Shri Madda Rafiq Ahmed Sahib, Chairman Farida Group. Dr. Rina Shah for the meeting in Sheikh Dawood, Deputy President ASEAN Chamber of Commerce and Industry, MD and CEO Green Packet Berhad. Our convener of United Economic Forum Trade Summit 2025, Mr. Muhammad Ali, Chairman and Managing Director, South India Shareholders Private Limited, President, Secretariat, Chennai. Our Ambassador to the UEF Trade Summit 2025, Mr. Habib Babu S. Habib, CMD, RWE Group, and President, Kadai, Tamil Nadu. Our Director General, UEF Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Sahil Sir, Managing Director, Keynote Advisory India Private Limited. Dr. K.M. Abul Hasan, Managing Director and CEO, City Hospital. I request the dignitaries to kindly grace the stage. Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries, for being kind enough to grace the stage. And thus, we start today's keynote. May I request our tree, Bismillah. First of all, my name is Dr. Tausif Ahmadi. I am a proud member of United Economic Forum. It is my privilege to invite you to United Economic Forum's Trade Summit 2025 with the theme of 4 trillion for the planet. Aspire, inspire, and impact. We've come a long way from our first trade summit in 2017, whose theme was Meet, Interact, and Prosper. UEF and its members have indeed prospered. We've had billion-dollar success stories like Twin Tiles and many more that we would like to talk about over the next 2 days. And they were born at this very summit. The scale today is grander and the vision even more so. Building on our beloved Speak documents ideal goal for 2030, which is a $1 trillion economy for our state, our vision is a $4 trillion economy by 2047. We aspire to reach that goal. And on this stage, the end of today would be to inspire all of you and ourselves to action, impact making steps towards achieving the lofty ideal of open government. Thank you. We always begin today's proceedings with invoking the blessings of the Almighty.
All praise belongs to you. We thank you for the innumerable favors that you have bestowed upon us, and for allowing us to come together for this momentous summit, despite all of the challenges. Our Lord, we raise our hands and ask you, by your generosity, to increase us evermore in your blessings. You taught us that the most beloved to you are those who bring benefit to people. Hence, we ask you to accept from us and make this summit beneficial for our society, our state, our nation, and the world. And through your grace, make us steadfast in our efforts and make us unrelenting catalysts of change and hope. We ask you to open doors for our leaders, our professionals, and entrepreneurs. Inspire us with wisdom and guidance in everything we do. We ask you, O Almighty, to bestow on us and our loved ones well-being and joy in this life and the hereafter. Whatever challenge we face in the economy, grant us the means, the resilience, and strength to bring about better things ahead.
May the Almighty grant that prayer and make this meeting and this congregation a success. The other divine entity that we love is our beloved motherland. Motherland has given us identity, it has given us prosperity. We love this beloved motherland and we would like to start our day with 100 times. start the
Address of the day. And to deliver this, I'm going to invite a gentleman who is a super strong pillar of the United Economic Forum, but also an inspiring member of the medical community. He's the managing director and CEO of City Hospital Erode. He's a leading laparoscopic and pediatric surgeon who established the hospital with his wife, radiologist Dr. Sabira. A pioneer in advanced laparoscopic procedures and neonatal emergency surgeries, he also founded the Tertiary Child Trauma Care Center in 2003. Academically, he holds MBBS, MS General Surgery, and MCH Pediatric Surgery, and has served as the Indian Medical Association's chair-bearer for over 35 years in numerous leadership roles, including State President 2024 and currently National Chairman of the Indian Medical Association Hospital Board of India. He contributes to youth empowerment, medical education, and healthcare policy across national and international platforms. He founded Imayam Cancer Home, offering palliative care to over 1,250 patients, and led major public health initiatives such as free COVID care hospitals, helplines, and malnutrition eradication programs. His work has earned multiple honors, including Best Doctor Awards and COVID Warrior Awards. It is my proud privilege as a fellow member of the fraternity to invite Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan, Managing Director and CEO, City Hospital, to deliver the welcome address. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Taushif. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Vanakkam. Good morning to all of you. We had seen a wonderful inauguration of this summit. All the efforts put in by the organizing committee become visible, perceptible, and all of you must recognize this. I wish all of you to give a thunderous, positive applause for our organizing committee. Thank you very much. It is with immense pride, profound respect, and deep personal pleasure that I stand before you on behalf of the organizing committee of TS 2025 to extend a truly heartfelt and formal welcome to this momentous occasion. We welcome all the distinguished dignitaries, our visionary invited speakers, and all delegates and participants. The synergy we feel in this room is palpable. We are deeply gratified to host a collective of such eminent leaders, titans, whose individual contributions span the helix of industry, governance, technology, and global enterprise. We are honored first to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Palnivel Tyagarajan, Honorable Minister of IT and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, whose principled and reform-oriented leadership has propelled Tamil Nadu's digital governance and technology ecosystem to greater heights. Please give a round of applause for our chief guest, Dr. PTR. It is a special privilege to welcome Padma Shri Mecca Rafiq Ahmad Saab, Chairman, Farida Group, a living legend in the industry. As the distinguished industrialist and Chairman of Farida Group, he is one of India's foremost leader manufacturing and export organizations. We welcome you, sir. We are profoundly privileged to welcome Mr. Krishnan IAS, who will be joining us online very soon. Mr. Krishnan IAS is the Secretary and Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, a senior administrative leader who stands at the very confluence of policy and progress. We welcome him to the summit. We extend a warm and global welcome to Mr. Datuk Veera Saul bin Sheikh Dawood. He is the Deputy President of ASEAN Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ACCI, and MD CEO of Green Patak Parihad We welcome you, sir. So, we also welcome our hero of the summit, Kathanayakan, our Ahmad Buhari Saab, who is the captain of our ship of UEF. You know, he sailed the ship through tsunamis, through bad weather, through high tides, and also leading till today with lots of enthusiasm and leadership. We also welcome one of our fellow director, Mr. Sadiq Sadak, Managing Director of Inno Advisory Private Limited, and also Director General of UEF Chamber of Commerce. We welcome you, sir. And also welcome Mr. Muhammad Ali, convener of our UEF, and who has been engineering all these measures when the time we started this program by principle from the time he has been working. We welcome you, Mr. Muhammad Ali. We have been hearing all the numbers, 40 and 40. It is not a celebration of numbers. This summit is an essential step towards turning that aspiration of 4 trillion TN into a measurable, attainable reality, right? You can ask me, what is the roadmap for attaining this 4 trillion, 4 TN, 4 TN? That is our theme of this. If you see the theme of this trade summit, aspire, inspire, impact. Aspire, what do you mean? We envision a balanced economic landscape where each of Tamil Nadu's 4 regions, west, east, north and south, evolves as each $1 trillion cluster. Our president called me and said, Doctor, you are in charge of 1 trillion for the west zone. As you are from Coimbatore region, you take care of this 1 trillion. Like that, we have formed a group for achieving this 1 trillion. Inspire. What do you mean inspire? We are inspired by the Honorable Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's vision of $1 trillion by 2030 and is aligned with the national mission of Viksit Bharat 2047. We are proud to play a catalytic role in strengthening collaborations across government, industry, academia, and global partners. And what are we going to impact? The third theme of a conference. We have got a multi-pronged strategy. We are going to establish ECR Center, 45 educational institutions. What are these ECR Center? Entrepreneurship, startup, innovation, incubation, and accelerator centers. We are aiming to start 4,500 new startups with the structures of innovation, mentorship, and market access. We are also aiming to create opportunities for jobs of 450,000 before 2047. Finally, we are going to build a cumulative business value from our community of $67.5 billion directly contributed by our community and also associated institutions. My dear friends, finally, I would like to conclude saying that this summit should be a platform not only for ideas, but for actions. Not only for aspiration, but for measurable progress. Not only for collaboration, but for shared prosperity. So with these 5 words, I take this opportunity once again welcome all of you to this wonderful trade summit and wish all of you a very great, useful, and perceptible, beneficial time for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring welcome address and also for taking on the responsibility of, was it 1 trillion or 1 billion? 1 trillion, all right, sir. Maybe I'll take it for Hyderabad. All right. So from one inspiration from my fraternity to one inspiration from my hometown. I'm a small town boy coming from the leather belt of Tamil Nadu, Ambur and Vanyambari. But we've had some amazing leading lights, and it's my proud privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Makka Rafiq Ahmed. He's a Padma Shri awardee 2011, recognized for outstanding achievements in trade and commerce, currently holds several prominent positions. He serves as president of the All India Skin and Hide Tanners and Merchants Association, leading national innovation and sustainable practices in the leather industry. As president of the Ambur Economic Development Organization, he drives industrial and economic development in Ambur, and as president of the Ambur Muslim Educational Society, he promotes quality education and community welfare, and president of the Tamil Nadu Hajj Service Society, overseeing pilgrimage arrangements and welfare for Tamil Nadu pilgrims. Earlier, Mr. Rafiq Ahmed contributed significantly to trade and commerce through several distinguished roles. He served 2 terms as president of the Federation of Indian Export Organizations, promoting Indian exports under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. As chairman of the Council for Leather Exports, New Delhi, he served 4 terms and led India's leather export growth. He chaired the Tamil Nadu State Council of FICCI from 2003 to 2015, advancing trade, policy advocacy, industrial growth. He also served as the director of ECGC Limited, strengthening export credit insurance systems, and as a member of the Board of Trade, Government of India, enhancing national export competitiveness. Additionally, he was past president of Anjuman-e-Himayat for over 10 years, supporting welfare initiatives for orphans and the underprivileged. And yes, it is an incredible privilege for us to have Padma Shri Makka Rafiq Ahmed Sahib, Chairman Farida Group, as a guest of honor. Request you to address the gathering, sir. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. My Honorable Minister, my respected Ahmed Buhari, leader of UEF, honored guests, industry peers, faculty members, and dear students. Good morning. Let me begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to my Mr. Buhari, who is like my son, as he and my sons are close friends in the college here and in the US, for inviting me to address this important timely seminar. The best organized seminar I have come across recently. And the exhibition which is you have seen now, this morning I visited partially. It really amazed me because my job is to visit exhibitions for my product around the world. I see how they are exhibited, but what I saw today was outstanding contribution, the show of what you are doing, and that shows, yes, we can do it. That is the determination with which it is showing, yes, we can do it. We can also they can do it. Platforms like this are essential to understand how Tamil Nadu became India's second largest state economy and how we can sustain this momentum. We are truly fortunate to be born in Tamil Nadu, a land with deep cultural roots, a long history of trade and craftsmanship, and proud tradition to coexistence among all communities. The social stability has played a silent but powerful role in economic growth. I would like to say about the leather industry, a historic economic pillar. The leather industry is inseparable from Tamil Nadu's industrial history. Nearly a century ago, when export options were limited, leather was among the very few commodities exported from the state. It created early exposure to international quality standards, compliance, foreign exchange earnings. My company, as a Farida Group, as we call that company, our Farida Group journey spans to 65 years. We started with tanned leather and gradually evaluated into global footwear and manufacturing company. Over 6 decades, we aligned ourselves with changing fashion trends, technology upgrade, and global buyer expectations. Today, we employ more than 20,000 people, the majority of being women. And our factories operate at world-class standard, supported by progressive technology and skilled manpower. The leather and footwear industry provides maximum employment in our Vellore, Ranipet, and Tirupattur district, making it a key driver of rural industrialization. One major challenge in the rural place where we are, semi-urban area, has been attracting high qualified technicians and managers. We, Farida, as a company, adopted different strategy. We selected intelligent, street-smart youth with limited academic background. We trained them extensively in quality system, machine operations, planning and inventory control, and production management. Many of them were groomed into merchandisers, confidentially dealing with foreign buyers and global brands. That is the way we felt that there are lot numbers of people who have not done the good qualification in school. They cannot go into the blue-collar job, but they are left alone. That has to be taken care. Today, we have thousands, not only 100, but thousands of them employed in our place in a very dignified, in a very good manner. And in fact, some of more than 2 dozen of our type of these boys are working in abroad, in China, in Bangladesh, in Indonesia, and many countries. We were able to send them there. In practice, they outperformed expectations, often learning faster than academically qualified professionals. This is a new thinking which we thought we can able to give employment to all the people in Ambur wherever is possible. Recently, we entered a joint venture with a Taiwanese company, big Taiwanese company, to manufacture the American brand called New Balance, sports shoes. New Balance is today the second largest market share in the world in the sports shoe projects. This project demanded advanced technology, strict compliance, high sustainability, and high productive benchmark. When we were making our production scaling up in the per minute basis, in Taiwan, they were making it in per second basis. When we learned that they are doing it in per second, not per minute. And that was what we learned while taking over this joint venture. While partner initially preferred high qualified technicians, we proposed our local talent training model. With their consent, 20 young boys were sent to Hanoi in Vietnam for 2 months training in their factory. We also sent a local cook from Ambur accompany them to ensure comfort and focus on them so that they can have a good food, not to be good. The result, record time achievement. Today they came back 6 months back. What they achieved, they were supposed to target the New Balance, very, very strict, very high $1 billion, more than $1 billion company wanted. In 9 months, we were able to achieve in 5 months the target, the production target, with these people. International level standard, quality standard, and complete partner satisfaction we have achieved. I would like to say today, to the closing message, I think Tamil Nadu strength lies not only in policies or infrastructure, but in its people. It is important. Our people are the important. We are the people. And when industry trusts local talent and invests in training, global excellence becomes achievable, even from rural areas. I also say we cannot take it as a leather industry. What is this old tanning industry, polluting industry, all the bad names which you had it in the earlier days, but that is not so today. Leather industry nurtures chemical industry, electronic industry. Today, in the modern shoe making, electronic plays a big role. Robotics plays a big role. Polymer science has become very, very important in the leather industry, leather and shoe industry. Engineering skill is very important. Design, and more so in the world today, expects sustainability, what we can able to do it. All these things comes within the leather industry. And that is why this is going to be an answer to the world, and India will rule the leather in the next 5 to 7 years. We see that India will achieve #1 position, beating Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, and other countries. I am very hopeful that these interventions like UEF is doing by Ahmad Buhari will give impetus, will give challenges to the young entrepreneurs to shine in the future. You will give them inspiration. I thank once again for inviting me, Ahmad Buhari. Thank you.
As always, it is an inspiration to hear you, sir, and you are indeed a valuable member of our community and a leading light that we all look up to. Thank you, sir. UEF is supported not only by national leaders, but by global leaders. And we have one such international guest of honor with us today. Datuk Veera Shahul Hamid bin Sheikh Dawood is the Deputy President of ASEAN, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the MD and CEO of Green Packet Berhad. He's an accomplished leader with over 30 years of experience across entrepreneurial, public, and corporate sectors. He currently serves as Managing Director and Group CEO of Green Packet Berhad, steering its transformation into an innovation-driven, purpose-led organization. Formerly the Chief Executive of HRD Corp, he spearheaded nationwide talent development initiatives, digital transformation, governance strengthening, and substantial growth in assets under management. He also contributes regionally as the Deputy President of the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and academically as an adjunct professor at University Malaya. He's pursuing a doctorate in business administration and holds an MBA from the University of Gloucestershire. Renowned for building high-trust cross-sector partnerships, he champions inclusivity, collaboration, and impact-driven leadership. It is my proud privilege to welcome Datuk Veera Shahul Hamid bin Sheikh Dawood to deliver our International Guest of Honor address. Sir, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. A very good morning to all the dignitaries who are gathered here this morning for the United Economic Forum 2025. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for the great introduction. First and foremost, I want to say a special thanks to our brother, always a family, Brother Ahmad Buhari, for giving me the opportunity to come and speak today and to be part of UEF. I also want to convey my special thanks from the ASEAN Chamber of Commerce, also from the Malaysia Indian Muslim Chamber of Commerce, for always making sure that inclusivity is taken care, and this UEF is just not only for people in Tamil Nadu, it has also been extended outside Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir, and I'm sure that you will continue to do this in the near future as well. I just want to recall my memory of attending a UEF, if I'm not mistaken, 10 years ago, and Malaysia had the largest delegate for UEF when it was in 2015. And I cannot believe in 10 years' time, UEF have grown so big, but that shouldn't be a surprise when anything that is associated with Ahmad Buhari, nothing comes small. It's always bigger, bolder, and better in the near future. And please give a big round of applause for driving this. Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Palnivel Tyagarajan, sir, thank you so much once again. It is always a pleasure to catch up with you. I had the opportunity of visiting Honorable Minister in his good office when my Minister, Dato Sri Saravanan, Human Resource Minister, we had a courtesy visit. This is the kind of minister that every state wanted to have, with a strong wife, very positive man, always been welcoming international people to come and do things with in Tamil Nadu. I just had a 1-minute chat with the Honorable Minister just now, because I'm not only the Deputy President of ASEAN Chamber of Commerce, I head one of the largest fintech company in Malaysia. We are the largest fintech company driving the payment gateway and e-wallet services in Malaysia. I just had a quick chat and I said, the Minister, sir, most probably we'll be considering Trichy or Coimbatore to house our development office in 2026 in Tamil Nadu. The immediate response from the minister was, why not you consider Madurai? This is the kind of minister that every state would like to have, and very friendly and easy approachable. Certainly, sir, with your welcome, I think we will consider Madurai to house our development. Ladies and gentlemen, I think UEF is one of the platforms that everybody globally look out for today. And we can see only Ahmad Buhari has this kind of guts and drive that can take nothing in billions, only in trillions these days. When I came in yesterday, I was seeing the setup and I saw 4TN for 4TN. It took some time for me to understand what does it mean 4TN for 4TN. Then this morning I got the answer for it, 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu. So I think Ahmad Bhai, 4 trillion is very challenging, but you have taken the task, you have taken the challenge. But I just wanted to offer that ASEAN is a 700 million population, and ASEAN is one of the 5th largest. If you put ASEAN as one single country, this is the 5th largest economy in the world, with an annual growth of 5% every year. I'm certain that UEF collaborating things together with ASEAN in the near future, that we could do wonderful things, as ASEAN is the powerhouse of manufacturing and services. And we are certainly able to bring in larger services, larger manufacturing opportunities to Tamil Nadu under the platform of United Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is a 34 million population, and we are one of the largest, we are one of the friendliest nation in ASEAN when it comes to foreign investment. Malaysia had the pride and the privilege of hosting one of the largest data centers in the country. In fact, in the year 2024-2025, Malaysia housed many largest data centers, and it has become the powerhouse of data center, Malaysia. So I'm certain not only ASEAN, Malaysia can collaborate in a larger platform with United Economic Forum in many aspects, especially in the banking sector, the service industry, manufacturing industry. And Malaysia is well known for manufacturing. You know, a lot of many microchips, solutions are being built in Malaysia. We are certainly happy to collaborate that in United Economic Forum as well. And ASEAN, MIMCON, Malaysian Indian Muslim Chamber of Commerce, which has close to 44 sectors of members with almost 200 members in Malaysian Indian Muslim Chamber of Commerce, is also privileged to be a part of UEF partner, and we will continue to work together with UEF. Last but not least, and I'm also happy to welcome some of the Malaysian delegates who are here. Haji Rafi Hanif, the leading banker in the country, a man well known, respected for Islamic and Sharia banker, is here. Thank you, Rafi by being here. And also my brother Hamdan, and the Secretary General of MIMCON, Malaysian Indian Muslim Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Dylan, is here as well. So once again, Buhari Bhai, thank you so much for having us. We will continue. I had given the privilege, invited Buhari Bhai to do UEF next time in Malaysia, so you can bring in more opportunities through ASEAN Gateway to Tamil Nadu. Once again, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much. Yeah.
A tall leader indeed. Sir, thank you so much for being kind enough to offer UEF the bridge towards ASEAN and more. Thank you. Pleasure, sir. Yes, our beloved honorable chief guest is on the clock and has many more important gatherings to attend. So without any further ado, I would request sir to kindly felicitate our guests of honor and do the honor, sir. First and foremost, Padma Shri Makka Rafiq Ahmed Sahib, Chairman Farida Group. Sir, could you kindly do the honors and felicitate our beloved guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please, for these honored dignitaries. It's our privilege to indeed have them here with us today. They are very, very tall leaders of our community and strong supporters of our growth. Thank you. Datuk Veera Shahul Hamid bin Sheikh Dawood, Deputy President ASEAN, Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sir, I request you to felicitate our international guest of honor. I now request our beloved President, UEF, Mr. Ahmed Buhari, sir, to kindly honor our honorable chief guest, felicitate him with a token of appreciation. Our beloved chief guest, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I request all our dignitaries to please be seated. Thank you. Now comes the moment we've been waiting for. I missed this opportunity recently at the World Resuscitation Congress to be able to hear from our honorable chief guest. I missed that thanks to the fiasco that was happening with our travel over the last week, so I couldn't attend. But now it's my proud privilege to be here and be able to listen. Let me quickly introduce our honorable chief guest to you before I invite him to the dais. Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan is the current Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services in the Government of Tamil Nadu. He previously served as the Minister for Finance and Human Resources Management. As Finance Minister, he represented Tamil Nadu in the GST Council and served on its group of ministers for system reforms and gaming regulation. Elected as an MLA from Madurai Central in 2016 and re-elected in 2021, he has contributed to various legislative committees, including the Public Accounts Committee. He also served as the founding secretary of the DMK's IT wing, leading the party's digital initiatives before stepping down in 2022 to focus on ministerial duties. Before politics, he had a successful global career in investment banking with Lehman Brothers and Standard Chartered Bank, holding senior roles in financial markets. His professional background also includes experience in academia, agriculture, consulting, and manufacturing. He holds a BTech from NIT Trichy, an MS and PhD from the State University of New York, and an MBA from MIT Sloan. A fourth-generation member of the Dravidian movement, he follows in the political footsteps of his father and grandfather, both prominent leaders in Tamil Nadu's political history. A much-loved, erudite speaker, always on the money, giving rare insights which are valuable gems. Sir, it is a privilege for us to hear you speak. We welcome our honorable chief guest to deliver the address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I hope I will have enough to add of insight after listening to such wonderful speeches already this morning. But let me start by greeting my good friend, President of the UEF, Thiru Ahmed Buhari, the guest of honor, Padma Shri Mecca Rafiq Ahmed, the Chairman, Farida Group, the international guest of honor, Datuk Veera Shaul Dawood, who has also given us an insightful address, the officers of the UEF, including Dr. K.M. Abul Hassan, Managing Director and CEO of City Hospital, who gave us the welcome address, and we are yet to hear from Mr. Sajid Satak, Managing Director, Inno Advisory, and the Director General of UEF. And last but not least, my former colleague in the Finance Ministry of Tamil Nadu, the current Union Secretary for the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Thiru S. Krishnan, and of course, the many dignitaries on and off the dais. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address you at this very creatively and boldly titled 4TN 4TN. I must start by saying that there's a little bit of history to this. Ahmed Buhari and I go back some time, and he had come to see me a few years ago. Then we started with my engagement at the UEF last year. And I must point out that the scale was probably a third or a fourth of this. So already he has scaled the convention, the conference up by 4x or so in 1 year. And if I go back, I'm sure many years it's even higher. So it's not surprising that his ambitions go up by multiples every year. When we had this conversation, he said, do you think it's realistic? Can we get to 4 trillion, starting at somewhere around 400 billion at this point? And of course, the math is the math, right? Mathematically, as I'm sure has been mentioned many times, what is required is all else equal, because when you set goals in dollars, you also have to worry about foreign exchange rates, relative inflation, global patterns out of your control. But all else equal, it's a growth rate, real growth rate of about 9% a year. Now that's an enviable target. It's not an easily achievable target, but it is very clearly a doable target. And if we just take two instances, which is in the last year, Tamil Nadu has grown at 11.19% real growth. More importantly, if you go back to 2006 to 11, when we had a DMK government, despite the global financial crisis, the compound annual growth rate for those 5 years was slightly north of 10%. So mathematically speaking, 9% is easily achievable. Now, of course, ministers like me normally should come and tell you all the great things that the government is doing, particularly because it's closer to election. But since I know that other colleagues of mine have already come and spoken here, I'll assume that they have already briefed you about many of these initiatives. And what I'd like to do instead is talk a little bit about what makes us unique, what the opportunity set is in front of us, and what is it that we need to do better than we have been doing if we really want to achieve a compound growth rate of 9% a year for the next 20 years. At least my thoughts on that. What makes us unique, I think many have touched upon, including Padma Shri Mecca Rafiq Ahmed, We are a society that is relatively equitable, that has relatively high inclusion, that has relative harmony, and that focuses on education as a measure of progress, and therefore has achieved unparalleled rates, at least for any large state, in terms of both average education levels, which is slightly above high school now, as well as gross enrollment in tertiary education, which is right now about 50%, which is far, far higher than the national average. But what I think is more important than all of that is that we have these kinds of organizations and events that not only do we encourage and ask them to flourish, but we take cues from them. They lead sometimes. And I think we need thinkers like that to really drive outcomes, because my experience is that governments are good at some things, but governments are also not very good at some other things, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But if you look at it from the broader perspective, I think many of you may have seen a recent article in The Economist magazine, which talked about which is India's best state or something like that, which is India's mightiest state. And it compared, in proximate example, it compared the state of Gujarat and the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, I must confess publicly something I haven't said before, which is that I was interviewed for that article, and I had the unique distinction of being interviewed twice for the same article. Once when the reporter landed in Chennai, and then once 10 days later, after the reporter had done their work over 10 days. And in the gap, I saw the evolution of the understanding of what is it that makes TN unique, and all these variables I've said. And because of that, I think the article, which otherwise would have been a relatively shallow article that talked about 11.19% one particular year, actually ended up being a much more thoughtful, deep article talking about the decades of advantage, not 1 year, not one government, but the decades of advantage that we have built as a state, as a community, by having the values that we have had, by having the social justice movement, by having freedom of religion truly in practice, and by having the social harmony and equitable access that we have all championed. And so the article concluded by saying that while Gujarat has built much better infrastructure, much more energy generation, much more industrial investment, and I would add, directed by the government of India, in fact, Tamil Nadu's greatest strength was that we have built human capital, and that human capital can adapt to whatever the situation requires. And that is certainly a competitive advantage. I say that in the context of two other things. If you look back to the organization of the states in 1952, after independence, after becoming a republic and running the first elections, actually the South, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, were among the poorest in India. You fast forward now 75 years, and we are certainly among the richest, with the best human development, the best social development, the best educational outcomes, etc., etc. And what that has been really driven by is that whenever the inflection points came, whether it was the 1990 reforms and liberalization, whether it was the acceleration of globalization starting after 2000, 2005, 2008, whether it is now the shift to an AI-driven and a breaking of the hyper-globalization era, in every aspect, having the right people with the right skills and the right approach really is the single competitive defining advantage. In that sense, we are today at a very interesting inflection point. Probably the world order determined since 1945, a US-centric, dollar-denominated, increasing global organizations, starting with the UN, going through the WTO, the kind of one platform global transfer of capital, transfer of services through the internet, all of that seems to be reaching the end of its natural life cycle. We are in an increasingly fractured world. Trade agreements are breaking down, trade barriers are being put up. The WTO's once supreme diktat power no longer seems to hold. And we are now in an era, and these eras tend to last 30, 40, 50 years. They're not blips on time, 2 or 3 years. We are in an era of deglobalization. We must remember that globalization is not secular, it's not asymptotic, it doesn't always increase. If you look at the history of civilization, the era of the great Roman Empire was one of great globalization. Then there was fragmentation. The era of colonialism was one of great globalization. Then with independence and different self-governance, there was fragmentation. The era of post-war and post-Bretton Woods and post-UN was an era of increasing globalization, particularly post-WTO. But we are now in an era of fragmentation. We are starting to see many more bilateral trade agreements, many more regional trade agreements, many Western economies deathly afraid of China because China has taken their intellectual capital and tooled up in a way that China is such an economic superpower, including in things like AI, where an open source DeepSeek can do at a fraction of the cost what a much higher funded closed technology like OpenAI cannot do. And so in this era, we need to really think about what is it that we should focus on that gets us to the 9% real CAGR that will take us to 4 trillion. And my own view is that in politics and in governance, all too often we follow this adage, don't let the great be the enemy of the good. Very often we do things that are incremental, that are in keeping with the status quo, in kicking the can down the road. Big problems are not addressed, like debt ratios, so forth. And sooner or later, they become crises, and only then they start getting addressed. It is the nature of politics, it is the nature of bureaucracy, that incremental change in status quo is the default. But I think in this era, when we have 2 or 3 great advantages, we have phenomenal advantages. The prime example is that Tamil Nadu's manufactured electronics goods export has gone up more than 700% in less than 4 years. Now, as brilliant as we say we are, or we'd like to think we are, surely there are global trends that are driving the shift away from China that we are benefiting from. But this is just the beginning. This is not a 1-year trend, this is not a 3-year trend, this is not a 5-year trend. This is going to be a 2-decade trend, much like the rise of China was a 3-decade trend. So what we need to think about is there is going to be huge global opportunity that arises from the end of an era that was 1990 to 2020, let's say 23 era, COVID, from 1990 to COVID. And now we have a new era where the world is looking for great alternatives in great scale, and we need to benefit from it. The second is that the demographics of the world have reached a very clear inflection point. At this point, roughly 1 in 6 human beings alive is of Indian origin. That's a remarkable number. Just think about in the history of civilization when the last time that was. If you take out the aging populations of the West, of China, where the population has been decreasing, the gross population has been decreasing 2 to 3 million a year for the last few years because of the decades of one-child policy. Then you say that of the working age population, roughly 1 in 5 people is Indian, of Indian origin somewhere in the world. Now you take out those parts of Africa where there are high birth rates, but they don't have access to basic nutrition or basic education, and therefore the likelihood that they will become productive members of society in any globally competitive or regionally competitive or free trade within any kind of small block or large block is very low. Therefore, of the realistic workforce of the world for the next 20 years, for the next generation, roughly 25% is going to be Indian. And in that, Tamil Nadu is going to have hugely outsized proportion of the skilled workforce. These are the two biggest variables in our favor. They are macro trends that we cannot engineer, we cannot take credit for, but as they say in the markets, timing is everything. In this juncture, when we are with this huge resource of young people and when the world is coming our way, we have to be with foresight, we have to be visionary, we have to be disruptive, we have to think long term. And that is the only way we can get to see 2 or 3 decades of 9% real growth and get to 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu. And what that will require, I think, in my humble view, first is to profoundly rethink the nature of education and the delivery of education in an era, in an age where machines will be able to do a lot of things, white-collar jobs, a lot of clerical things, a lot of mundane things, a lot of programming things that used to be done by human beings. I've said it in many places, I'll repeat it here. We need to refocus our educational approach on what is it that makes humans unique. What is it that humans are uniquely good to do in an era where machines can do almost anything. And I often give the analogy that in the next 20 years, the world of technology, AI, software is going to become what has happened in the last 20 years in manufacturing. I used to be a consultant in the manufacturing sector in the United States, let's say late 80s to early 2000s. We saw automation coming. We knew it was going to happen. We saw jobs go down. We saw wages go down. But the effect today, 2025, if I look over a 40-year period, in an assembly line where there used to be 100 human beings working, on average, there are less than 10 people now. In some cases, there are 0. 100% is automated. In some cases, the factory doesn't even need to have the light on because the robots are working on infrared sensing and they don't need electricity to have the vision work. That's how dramatic the change has been in automation in manufacturing. We will see something like that in something like that time frame. It will take 30, 40 years. So our job is to first equip our greatest resource, which is our human talent, for that era increasingly over the next generation or two. Second, we need bold ideas. We need to start doing things that are not incremental, that are not focused on the next election, that are not focused on kicking the can down the road, but really have the courage to think long term and do profound change, because there is no great difference in outcome with incremental change. You want fantastically different outcomes, you need to do many, many things very, very differently. That's the simple equilibrium of nature. And in that sense, I would say that conferences, conclaves like the UEF, visionaries who come here and who inspire us and who inform us are essential. As I say, there are some things the government does well, there are some things that it doesn't do particularly well. Long-term vision, profound change is usually not in the nature of electoral politics. Electoral politics is very much an incremental, gradual approach. Therefore, I think this we are so happy to see grow in scale every year. And I know that as important as the UEF is, what gives me great joy, one of the reasons I have to rush immediately from here is that I'm next speaking as the inaugural chief guest at a joint association meeting of the Rajasthani Association of Tamil Nadu the Maheshwari Association, and the Jain Association. And they are all actually, if you look historically, not native to Tamil Nadu, but they find the Tamil Nadu environment so conducive and so valuable that they have all made this their base, and they contribute to our economy. That is the beauty of Tamil Nadu. We welcome all people of all faiths, of all backgrounds, and we all want to live harmoniously together. And as I repeat the thoughts of some of my earlier speakers, that plus our human capital will be the basis if we can seize the day, if we can make profound change, if we can focus on reimagining the education of our youth, then I genuinely believe that we are well within reach of 4TN in 2047. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. As always, very erudite, pearls of wisdom coming through. And thank you for telling us from your experience in the US, where automation was there, people are afraid of jobs. But automation has contributed to prosperity. So may automation continue to contribute to the prosperity of the people. May our people contribute to the economy of Tamil Nadu. And may Tamil Nadu's economy contribute to the national stage as well as the global stage. Thank you. Sir, before we allow you to leave, if I can say that. But before we let you go on and do the other duties that you have been asked to, we request you to do one small favor for us. We would like to request you to unveil the launch of our startup pavilion of the Crescent Innovation and Incubation Council. I request the CIIC team to please join us on stage for the unveiling of the startup pavilion. I believe the chairman is here of the CIIC, as well as his team. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this moment. Augmentation, innovation, prosperity, and a $4 trillion economy. This is where brilliant young minds get their space to make that dream a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as our honorable chief guest has to leave for his other obligations. A bigger round of applause, please. We're not hearing enough. I request the other dignitaries. Right, we have another special address coming up. This is from an esteemed member of our community who has reached great heights. He's none other than advocate and former Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Salman Khurshid Sahib. So we have a video message that we would like to play from Mr. Salman Khurshid.
Good morning, good day to everyone. Assalamu alaikum. This is a great privilege to be able to send a message to the meeting of the UEF, established in 1979 by our very beloved, late lamented Dr. B.S. Abdul Rahman Sahab, who was indeed a person who could be described only as a compassionate visionary. And for his progeny to continue along that path, but add the remarkable element of harnessing technology, harnessing commercial wisdom to work for the community, and particularly those who are disadvantaged and vulnerable, and yet at the same time reach the cutting edge of performance is something that calls for great admiration and applause. And allow me to do so today. I believe the UEF's vision to bring together inspirational and a formidable contribution for the development of our state, the nation, and of course beyond. And in this context, I understand 4 international summits with over 10,000 delegates have been held, and now this particular summit at which, sadly, I cannot be present because of preoccupations in Delhi. I was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, it couldn't happen. But I promise that on another occasion, I shall certainly make sure that I partake of this wonderful, wonderful experience. Meanwhile, the dream that you have of strengthening India's economy, and towards that, strengthening the economy of Tamil Nadu, the state to which you all belong, or many of you belong, is a remarkable commitment. In line of supporting the Tamil Nadu 1 trillion economy, which would be a major contribution to Viksit Bharat, is something that I commend you, and I congratulate you for having come together on this remarkable enterprise. Good luck to all of you, and hope that you bring success to yourself, to the state, and to the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Also, we have supporters coming in from everywhere, but we have one special supporter who's been kind enough to grace the occasion. We have our sitting member of the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly for Velachery, Chennai, Thiru JMH Asan Maulana, with us here today. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. He, of course, serves as MLA for Velachery, has held leadership positions in the youth political bodies, including President of the Tamil Nadu Youth Congress, and he's also associated with roles such as Chief Whip, and is active within the Congress Party's organizational structures, a second-generation young leader, and we are thankful to have him here. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and gracing the occasion. Thank you. Well, now it's time to hear from our beloved Director General of the UEF. With over 3 decades of international entrepreneurial experience, our Director General has been active in a spectrum of roles in the built environment sector, from fund management to real estate development, from infrastructure to renewable energy, actively engaged in driving innovation and technology with a strong emphasis on smart infrastructure and urban sustainability. Mr. Sajid Sadak is passionate about bridging academia, industry, and technology for positive societal and environmental impact. And I can personally say that anybody who needs his advice or support or help, he's always available and approachable. So I welcome Mr. Sajid Sadak, Managing Director, Inno Advisory India Private Limited, and Director General, UEF Chamber of Commerce, to deliver the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Joseph. Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi barakatuh. Honorable dignitaries, respected speakers, distinguished guests, and my dear friends. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. It has been an inspiring first session of the seminar today, and I'm honored to deliver the vote of thanks for it. ஊக்கமுடை நெஞ்சம் உழவும் இடமெல்லாம் ஊற்றென்று எழும் உற்சாகம். Translated, where there is a spirited mind, every space becomes a spring of possibilities. This morning we witnessed that. Acknowledging our speakers, we began with a warm welcome from our board member, dear Dr. Abul Hassan, whose words reminded us that every successful enterprise is ultimately rooted in compassion and community service. We are privileged to have among us today Dr. Pavilion Honorary Minister for IT and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu. His clarity, his data-driven thinking, and his vision for Tamil Nadu's economic future elevate every conversation he enters. His message this morning reminded us that Tamil Nadu is not just growing, it's leading. We are deeply honored by the presence of Padma Shri Janab Mekka Rafiq Ahmed Sahib, a distinguished industry leader whose journey continues to inspire entrepreneurs across the state as well as across the whole of India. His remarks reaffirm that the values and visions we must walk hand in hand in business. Our international guest of honor, Datuk Veera Shahul Hamid bin Sheikh Dawood, brought a global perspective rooted in decades of enterprise across continents. His presence today symbolizes the lasting bridge between Malaysia and Tamil Nadu, where he has his ancestral roots. He too has been a keen supporter of UEF since more than a decade. His presence here reminds us that partnerships, not just transactions, they are shared journeys. A moment of gratitude to all our distinguished guests. Thank you for gracing us at this summit with your wisdom, your time, your commitment to strengthening our economic ecosystem. I also thank the other members of the dais who are present with us today. This session reinforced three powerful messages. Tamil Nadu stands on the threshold of an unprecedented economic opportunity. UEF is committed to being a bridge between industry and innovation, between global partners and local potential. Entrepreneurship is no longer just a career path. It is the engine that will shape the future of our community and our nation. And as the saying goes, the future is not something we enter, it is something we create. And today, each of our speakers reminded us of the responsibility and the excitement of being co-creators of the future. நாம் சேர்ந்து உருவாக்கும் வாய்ப்புகள் தான் நாளைய தலைமுறைக்கு நாம் விடும் பெருமுதலீடு. As we move into the next session of the summit, let us carry forward the energy, clarity, and purpose that was ignited this morning. On behalf of United Economic Forum and UEF Chamber of Commerce, I once again thank each one of you here for being part of this very important session. May the summit spark new collaborations, bold ideas, and lasting impact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now, it's time for a quick break, and we'll make it very quick. We started a little slow for the day, because we wanted to wait for all of you to be here, and then we can get all of you to listen to all the fantastic dignitaries and the delegates, the speakers who have come here with us today. But we'll still give you that 10-minute break now. It's not a 15-minute break anymore. There's a 10-minute break, networking, tea, coffee, whatever you feel like. But in 10 minutes, we would love all of you to please come back, be here. So we have some more speakers, some exceptional leaders who will be talking from their experience. Thank you. 10 minutes, only 10 minutes.
போடுவாங்க. அந்த சங்கு வளையல் 90% இந்தியாவில் இருக்கிற மார்க்கெட் ஷேர் வச்சிருக்கிறது இந்த 300 இஸ்லாமிய குடும்பங்கள். அவங்க ஜிஎஸ்டி விலக்கு கொடுக்கணும்னு சொல்லி கேட்டாங்க. எனக்கு அப்போதான் அவங்க சொன்ன வார்த்தை ரொம்ப அர்த்தமாச்சு. அப்போ நான் தமிழ் வளர்ச்சியும் பார்க்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருந்தேன். சங்கு அரிக்கிறது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. எனக்கு நான் சின்ன வயசுல பார்த்த திருவிளையாடல் படங்க வந்தது. அந்த திருவிளையாடல் படத்துல சிவபெருமானை பார்த்து நக்கீரன் கேட்பாராம், சங்கரிப்பது எங்கள் குலம், சங்கரனார் கேது குலம் அப்படின்னு பேசுவார். சங்கரிப்பதுன்னு நான் கூட அது ஸ்பெல்லிங் மிஸ்டேக் நினைச்சேன். அறுக்கிறதுக்கு போல அரிக்கிறதுங்கிறாங்கன்னு. அது ஆக்சுவலா அரிக்கிறதுன்றது எலக்ட்ராலிசிஸ் ப்ராசஸ். எலக்ட்ராலிசிஸ் ப்ராசஸ் அதன் மூலமாக வளையல் செய்கிற தொழில்நுட்பம் இந்த இஸ்லாமிய சமுதாயம், தமிழ் இஸ்லாமிய சமுதாயம் 2.5 வருஷமா அதை ப்ரிசர்வ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இதை நான் அன்னைக்கு சொன்னேன். இது ஏன் சொன்னேன்னா, தமிழ்நாட்டில் இந்த மாதிரி தனித்துவமிக்க துறைகள், சிறு சிறு துறைகள், அது கரூரில் பண்ணுற கொசுவலையா இருக்கட்டும், இல்லை எங்க சிவகாசியில் பண்ற தீப்பெட்டியா இருக்கட்டும், இது எல்லாமே the institutional memory is frozen in the minds of few communities, and those communities have built the industry clusters. தொழில் கொத்து இந்த வார்த்தையே தொழிலுக்கு தந்தது, இந்தியாவுக்கு தந்தது தமிழ்நாடு. தமிழ்நாட்டில் இன்னைக்கு பெரிய பெரிய இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ் நிறைய பேசுறோம். ஸ்ரீபெரும்புதூர், வரகுடம், இந்த சென்டர் அந்த சென்டர்னு சொல்றோம். ஆனா இதற்கு ஆதாரமாக இருப்பது பன்னெடுங்காலமாக நமது பண்பாட்டில் உறைந்து நின்று இன்னைக்கு இஸ்லாமிய சமுதாயம் போன்ற பல சமுதாயங்கள், தமிழ் சமுதாயங்கள் இதை உள்வாங்கி தலைமுறை தலைமுறையா கடத்தி, அரசாங்கத்துடைய சப்போர்ட்டே இல்லைன்னா கூட இது என்னுடைய பண்பாட்டின் வெளிப்பாடு என்று சொல்லி அதை உடம்பு பிடியா பிடிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க பாருங்க. அது ஆம்பூரா இருக்கட்டும், ராணிப்பேட்டா இருக்கட்டும், ராமநாதபுரமா இருக்கட்டும், சிவகாசியா இருக்கட்டும், விருதுநகரா இருக்கட்டும், இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் கிளஸ்டர்ஸ் எவ்வளவு முக்கியன்றத முதல்ல எடுத்து சொன்னவர் ஆர் வெங்கட்ராமன். தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய தொழிலமைச்சராக இருந்தவர் 1950களில். அவர் தான் தொழிற்பேட்டை என்ற கான்செப்டை இந்தியாவுக்கு தந்தவர். தொழிற்சாலைகள் எல்லாம் ஒரு காமன் ஃபெசிலிட்டி சென்டர் கிரியேட் பண்ணி அந்த தொழிற்பேட்டைகளை அமைக்க முடியும் என்பது உலகத்துக்கு காட்டியவர் ஆர் வெங்கட்ராமன். அவர் தான் ஆரம்பிச்சது அம்பத்தூர் தொழிற்பேட்டை. ஆசியாவிலே பெரிய தொழிற்பேட்டை என்பது அம்பத்தூர் தொழிற்பேட்டை. இந்த கட்டமைப்புகள் அப்பப்ப உருவாக்கப்பட்டதனால் இந்த தொழில் பண்பாடு என்பது மதம் கடந்து, ஜாதி கடந்து, பல சமூக கட்டமைப்புகளால் உள்வாங்கப்பட்டு தமிழ் சமுதாயத்தின் ஆணி வேராக இருப்பது நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு. அதனாலதான் இன்னைக்கு $1 trillion அப்படின்னு புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா அவர்கள் விஷன் 2023 சொன்னாங்க. 2023 $1 trillion எக்கானமியாக உருவெடுக்கும் என்று சொன்னதை இன்னைக்கு UEF அமைப்பிலிருந்து நீங்க கொடுத்த பாலிசி நோட்ல சொல்லியிருக்கீங்க. 2047 சுதந்திரம் பெற்று 100 ஆண்டுகள் கடக்கும் பொழுது $4 trillion முடியும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு கான்செப்ட் நோட் கொடுத்திருக்கிறீங்க. இதற்கு உந்து சக்தியாக இருக்கக்கூடிய சமுதாயங்கள்ல முதல் சமுதாயமாக இஸ்லாமிய சமுதாயம் இருக்கும்னு அதுல நோட் கொடுத்திருக்கிறாங்க. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். எனக்கு 2017 நாங்க பேசினப்ப அப்போ ஒரு 10 தொழில் முனைவோர்கள் தான் MOU போட்டாங்க. அன்னைக்கு ஞாபகம் எனக்கு சிங்கப்பூர்லேருந்து வந்த உங்க நண்பர் பத்ருதீன் நினைக்கிறேன், தீன் வந்திருக்காரான்னு தெரியல. அவர் அன்னைக்கு 3000 கோடிக்கு ஒரு பவர் பிளான்ட்டுக்கு போட்டு போனாரு. அது மாதிரி 10 பேர் தான் அந்த இதில் MOU போட்டாங்க. ஆனால் கிட்டத்தட்ட 20,000 தேதிக்கு 2017 அமைக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு விஷயம். ஏன்னா அப்போதான் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், குளோபல் இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் மீட்ன்ற கான்செப்டை புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா அவர்கள் உள்வாங்கி அதில் நாங்கள் 2 குளோபல் இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் மீட் நடத்தியிருந்தோம். ஒவ்வொரு முறையும் 1 லட்சம் கோடி கொண்டு வர்றதுக்கு ஒரு மாடல் போட்டு செயல்பட்டு இருந்தோம். இந்த அரசாங்கமும் அதை எடுத்து மேலே கொண்டு போகிறாங்க. தமிழ்நாட்டில் திராவிட கட்சிகள் திரும்பி வந்தாலும் கூட தொழில்துறையை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஒருத்தர் செஞ்சது இன்னொருத்தர் மேலே கொண்டு சென்றிருக்கலாக தவிர கீழே கொண்டு போல. அது ஒரு மிக மிக முக்கியமான அம்சம், மறந்துடாதீங்க. 50 ஆண்டுகளாக சங்கிலி தொடர் போல ஒரு பாலிசி கண்டினியூட்டி, ஒரு கொள்கை தொடர்ச்சி இருக்கிறது நம்முடைய தொழில் வளர்ச்சியுடைய ஒரு ஆதார சக்தி. அதனால தான் இன்னைக்கு ரிப்போர்ட் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, 16% வளர்ச்சி இன்னைக்கு நம்ம ஜிடிபி, நாமினல் ஜிடிபின்னு சொல்லக்கூடியது. நான் உடனே புகாரி சார்ட்ட சொன்னேன், இந்த மாதிரி என்னங்க அவங்க இந்த வருஷம் 16%ங்கிறாங்க, நீங்கள் உங்கள் பாலிசி நோட்டில் 9+4 13% போட்டிருக்கீங்களே அப்படின்னு கேட்டேன். அவர் சொன்னார் 13% போட்டு நம்ம கியூமுலேட் பண்ணோம்னா $4 ட்ரில்லியன் வருது அப்படின்னாங்க. ஆக்சுவலாக நம்ம இன்னைக்கு தேதிக்கு 16%. அதுவும் கூட ஜிடிபி பெர் கேபிட்டால நம்ம 5லிருந்து 4வது இடத்திற்கு உயர்ந்திருக்கிறோம். ஓகே, அது பெரிய விஷயம். ஏன்னா நம்ம நம்பர் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் பாப்புலேஷன் எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா கண்ணாமண்ணன் வளர்ந்துருக்கு. ஏன்னா ஒரு இந்திய வளர்ச்சியை விட நம்முடைய பாப்புலேஷன் க்ரோத் வந்து அதிகமாக திறந்திருக்கு. நிலப்பரப்பு விரியலை அதே 4%. இந்தியாவில் 4% நம்ம ஜனத்தொகை, இந்தியாவில் 4% நம்மளுடைய நிலப்பரப்பு, இந்தியாவில் 6% நம்ம ஜனத்தொகை, இந்தியாவில் ஜிடிபியில் 10% நமது பங்களிப்பு. நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய பங்களிப்பு இந்தியாவில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 10% ஜிடிபியில். இது வந்து சங்கிலி தொடர் அருந்து விடாமல் எந்த அரசாங்கம் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்தாலும் தொழில்துறையின் முன்னேற்றத்தில் உறுதியாக இருக்கணுன்றதுனால தான் 10 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு விஷன் டாக்குமெண்ட் கிரியேட் ஆச்சு. அதில் 1,50,000 கோடி நமக்கு முதலீடு வர வேண்டும். எது தனியார் துறையிலேருந்து வரணும், எது நம்ம பொதுத்துறையிலேருந்து வர வேண்டும், இதெல்லாம் கன்சீவ் பண்ணி 10 வருஷம் ஒவ்வொரு வருஷம் மானிட்டர் பண்ணி அந்த 2023 அந்த 1 ட்ரில்லியன் எல்லா முயற்சிகளும் எடுக்கப்பட்டன. அதே போல் இப்போ இவங்க ஒரு பாலிசி நோட் போட்டிருக்கிறாங்க, இப்போ ஒரு விஷன் டாக்குமெண்ட் கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி வந்து அமைப்புகள் கட்சி கடந்த சமுதாய முன்னேற்றத்துக்கு வேரூன்றக்கூடிய, அந்த சமுதாய முன்னேற்றத்தை கடந்து தமிழக முன்னேற்றத்திற்காக உறுதி செய்யக்கூடிய அந்த UEF போன்ற அமைப்புகள் பல தொழில் முனைவோர்களை வெளிச்சம் போட்டு காட்டணும். நான் ஒரே ஒரு குறைன்னு நான் பார்க்கறது தமிழகத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும், அது என்னன்றதை சொல்லிடுறேன். இன்னைக்கு நிறுவனங்கள் நிதி திரட்டுவது என்பது மிகப்பெரிய மாற்றத்தை சந்திக்கிறது. நான் முதல்ல வெஞ்சர் கேபிட்டல் எடுத்தப்போ 2000 ஒரு 10 கோடி கம்பெனியாக இருந்த மாஃபா நிறுவனம், அன்னைக்கு நாங்கள் வந்து $2 பில்லியன், அன்னைக்கு தேதிக்கு 8.5 கோடி. அந்த 8.5 கோடியை நாங்கள் வெஞ்சர் கேபிட்டலாக எடுத்தோம். என்னுடைய மதிப்பில் அன்னைக்கு இருந்த கேபிட்டலில் வந்து கேபிட்டலைசேஷனில் மதிப்பில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 4% கொடுத்தேன். என்னுடைய நிறுவனத்திலிருந்து 8.5 கோடி கிடைச்சது எனக்கு. யாருக்குமே அது புரியலை அந்த டயத்தில். இது எப்படி நடக்கும்? 10 கோடி கம்பெனி, 1/2 கோடி பிஏடி ப்ராஃபிட்டு, அதுக்கு எப்படி 8.5 கோடி ஒருத்தர் கொடுத்து 4% ஷேர் மட்டும் எடுப்பார் இப்படின்றது ஒரு ஆச்சரியமாக பார்க்கப்பட்டது. ஆனால் அன்னைக்கு இருந்த CK பிரகலாத் அவர்கள் அதை ரொம்ப தெளிவாக எடுத்து சொன்னார். அதை சொன்னவர் தமிழர், ஆனால் அதை கேட்டு செயல்பட்டது எல்லாமே வந்து வட இந்தியர்கள், குறிப்பாக வந்து வெஸ்ட்டில் இருந்து வரக்கூடிய தொழில் முனைவோர்கள் தான் அதை வந்து மிகப்பெரிய அளவில் புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டாங்க. ஓகே, இப்போ ஒரு ஏஞ்சல் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்டாக இருக்கட்டும், வெஞ்சர் கேபிட்டலாக இருக்கட்டும், ப்ரைவேட் ஈக்விட்டியாக இருக்கட்டும், இதனுடைய கன்சம்ஷன் தமிழகத்தில் மிக குறைவு. இன்னைக்கு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய விஷயம் பற்றி நிறைய பேசியிருப்பாங்க. காலையிலையும் என் நண்பர் PTR அதை பற்றி பெருசாக பேசியிருப்பார்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நல்ல முயற்சிகள் எடுக்கப்படுகின்றன. ஆனால் நம்ம வந்து 5வது இடத்துல இருக்கிறோம். நம்ம மாநிலங்களை கம்பேர் பண்ணிங்கன்னா இன்று முதலிடத்தில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஈகோ சிஸ்டத்தில் இருக்கிறது யாருன்னா பெங்களூர் தான், கர்நாடகா. 2வது இடத்துல யார் இருக்குதுன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா மகாராஷ்டிரா. 3வது இடத்துல இருக்கிறது இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஹைதராபாத், AP, தெலுங்கானா. 5வது இடத்துல இருக்கிறது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா NCR, நேஷனல் கேபிட்டல் ரீஜன் தான். 6வது இடத்துல தமிழ்நாடு, குஜராத்தோட போட்டி போட்டுக்கிட்டு அந்த 6வது இடத்துல இருக்கிறோம். இது நம்ம மாற்றப்பட வேண்டிய ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம். கிரசன்ட்ல நல்ல அமைப்பு ஒன்று உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறாங்க, இன்குபேட்டர், அதில் ஆக்சலரேட்டரையும் கொண்டு வந்துட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் இந்த முயற்சிகள் இன்னும் பன்மடங்கு எடுக்கப்பட வேண்டும். IIT ரிசர்ச் பார்க் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய முயற்சி எடுத்து அவர் புண்ணியத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய அளவில் அது வேரூன்றி இருக்கிறது. டையில் நாங்கள்லாம் சேர்ந்து சென்னை ஏஞ்சல்ஸ் உருவாக்கணும், நேட்டிவ் லீடு உருவாக்கப்பட்டது. ஆனாலும் கூட நம்மை விட முன்னால் 5 மாநிலங்கள் இருக்கின்றன. இந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் இன்னும் பெரிய அளவில் உத்வேகம் தரப்பட வேண்டும். அதில் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணக்கூடியவங்க கிரசன்ட் மாதிரி இன்னும் பன்மடங்கு பெரியவர்கள் அதுக்குள்ளே வரணும். இது ஒன்று. 2வது, ஸ்டார்ட் அப் பண்ணவங்க அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன ஆகிறாங்க, அவங்கள வந்து அடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு கொண்டு போகிறது எப்படி, அதற்கான ஆக்சிலரேட்டர்ஸ் உருவாக வேண்டும். பெரிய அளவில் ஆக்சிலரேட்டர்ஸ் இல்லை தமிழ்நாட்டில். நம்ம சுரேஷ் சம்பந்தம் ஒன்று உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறாரு, முதல் இல்லையா, அதுக்கு பேர் முதல் அப்படின்னு ஒரு பேரில். ஜோஹோ இப்போ தான் ஒரு அமைப்பு, அவங்களும் முதல் பேர் தான் வச்சுருக்கிறாங்க, முதல் வெஞ்சர் பார்ட்னர்ஸ்னு ஒன்று உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறாங்க ஜோஹோ நிறுவனம் வந்து. ஆனால் ஒரு ஸ்டேஜுக்கு வந்த நிறுவனத்தை அடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு கொண்டு போகக்கூடிய அதற்கு உந்து சக்திகள் இன்னும் அதிகமாக உருவாக வேண்டும். இது எல்லாத்துக்கும் மேலே பல நிறுவனங்கள், குறிப்பாக இஸ்லாமியர்கள் உருவாக்கிய பல நிறுவனங்கள் ஒரு லெவல்ல அதுக்கு மேலே வந்து வெளியிருந்து பணம் எடுக்கக்கூடாது. இது வந்து இஸ்லாமிய ஷரியத் சட்டம் சொல்றது ஒன்று, அவங்க வந்து வட்டிக்கு வாங்காதீங்கன்னு தான் சொல்றாங்க, மற்றவங்க முதலீடு வாங்காதீங்கன்னு சொல்லலை. ஆனால் ஏனோ தெரியல, உலகளாவிய நிலைமைக்கு வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய பல நிறுவனங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டில், இது மதத்துக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டு மற்றவங்கிட்ட பணம் எடுப்பது என்பது நமக்கு ஒரு மனத்தடை இருக்கிறது. அதனால பப்ளிக் இஷ்யூ போகிற நிறுவனங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருந்து மிக மிக குறைவு. இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஐபிஓ ஒரு எஸ்எம்இ வந்து போக முடியுன்ற எண்ணமே பலருக்கும் இல்லாமல் இருக்கு. இப்போ உங்கள் யூஎஃப் அமைப்பில் இருந்து இதற்கு உந்து சக்தி நீங்கள் தர வேண்டும். அப்போதான் வந்து இன்னைக்கு வந்து பொதுவாக வந்து பணம் இன்னைக்கு ஐபிஓவில் ஸ்டாக் மார்க்கெட்டுக்குள்ள ஒரு மாதத்துக்கு எஸ்ஐபின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்த ஸ்மால் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ், மியூச்சுவல் ஃபண்டில் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறோம் இல்லையா, அந்த எஸ்ஐபியிலிருந்து மார்க்கெட்டுக்குள்ளே போகிற பணம் வந்து ஒரு மாதத்துக்கு 25,000 கோடிங்க. இதில் எந்த நிறுவனங்களுக்கு இந்த பணம் வருதுன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து வர நிறுவனங்களுக்கு 5 விழுக்காட்டிற்கும் கீழே வருகிறது. ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து போகிறதே கிடையாது. பாதி பேர் வந்து அங்கே பப்ளிக் இஷ்யூ போய் சண்டை போட்டு ஃபண்டை வாங்கணும், பிராண்டை கொண்டு போகணும், அந்த எண்ணம் பலருக்கும் கிடையாது. அதனால் பொது நிதி என்பது மக்களுடைய சேமிப்பாக வரக்கூடிய பொது நிதியிலிருந்து நமக்கு வரவேண்டிய நிதி என்பது நம்ம போய் எடுக்கிறது கூட கிடையாது. கோரிக்கை ஏற்று கிடக்குதண்ணே என்று வேறுபடுத்த பல மாதிரி அந்த பப்ளிக் ஃபண்ட்ஸை மொபிலைஸ் பண்ணுற கேப்பபிலிட்டி நம்ம நிறுவனங்கள்கிட்ட வளர்க்கணும். இந்த 3 கருத்து மட்டும் சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். அதே போல் நிறுவனங்களை அதிகாரம் பரவலாக்கப்படுவது மிக முக்கியம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். தமிழக நிறுவனங்கள் அது இருக்கிறது இல்லை, பல காரணங்களுக்காக. அவர் ஆண்டர்பிரினர் இருந்தார்னா அவர் தொழில் முனைவோர் தான் நடத்தணும், தனக்கு கீழே ஒருத்தனை கொண்டு வந்து அவனுக்கு அதிகாரம் தரணுன்றது நம்ம ஜீன்ஸ்ல இருந்தும் ஆழமாக பதியலை. ஓகே, இது ஒரு மேனேஜீரியல் மிஸ்டேக்குன்னு நான் சொல்லுவேன். இந்த மாதிரி மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் எல்லாம் கடந்து வர்றவங்க அதை கடக்கிறதுக்கான உந்து சக்தியாக யூஎஃப் உருவெடுக்க வேண்டும். $4 trillion என்றது சாத்தியமான ஒரு விஷயம்தான். ஆனால் அதை சாத்தியப்படுவதற்கு நமது முன்னோர்கள் ஆர் வெங்கட்ராமன் ஆரம்பித்து பல முன்னோடிகள் இந்த தமிழ் சமுதாயத்திற்கு, தமிழ் தொழிற் சமுதாயத்திற்கு, வணிக சமுதாயத்திற்கு விட்டு சென்ற கொடைகள் பல. இந்த கொடைகளின் தோள்களில் இருந்து தான், கொடையாளர்களின் தோள்களில் இருந்து நாம் வந்து ஃபியூச்சரை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். அந்த எதிர்காலத்தை $4 trillion கனவுன்றது ஒன்று தான். அதை விட என்னன்னா, வளர்ந்த நாடுகளுக்கு நிகராக அந்த விஷன் 2023 நாங்கள் சொன்ன விஷயம் வந்து வளர்ந்த நாடுகளுக்கு நிகராக 2023 மிடில் இன்கம் கண்ட்ரீஸ்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, அந்த மிடில் இன்கம் கண்ட்ரீஸ்க்கு நிகராக நாம் செல்ல வேண்டும் என்பது நமது கனவு. இப்போ 2047 $4 trillion ஆல்மோஸ்ட் அதே ஜனத்தொகையில் நம்ம சாதித்தோம் என்றால் நம்ம ஆக்சுவலாக ஹை இன்கம் கண்ட்ரீஸ்க்கு நிகராக பேசப்படுவோம். அந்த ஹை இன்கம் கண்ட்ரீஸ் இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிறவங்க தடுமாறிக்கொண்டு இருக்கிறார்கள். பல இடங்களில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம கரன்சி வந்து இதே மாதிரி போகிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இல்லை, கண்டிப்பாக கீழே வந்து தான் ஆகணும். இந்த மாதிரி 90, 95 போயிட்டு இருக்க முடியாது, சஸ்டைனபிள் இல்லை. இது ஸ்ட்ராங்காக நிற்கும் பொழுது கண்டிப்பாக நமது தமிழகம் பெர் கேபிட்டா இன்கம்ல வளர்ந்த நாடுகளை மிஞ்சும் அளவுக்கு நம்ம வந்துடுவோம் 2047. இன்னைக்கிலிருந்து ரொம்ப தூரம் இல்லை, தொட்டு விடும் தூரம் தான், 22 ஆண்டுகள் தான். இன்னும் 22 ஆண்டுகளில் வந்து இன்னைக்கு வளர்ந்த நாடுகளாக பேசப்படுகிற நாடுகளுக்கு இணையாக மட்டுமல்ல, அதை தாண்டி நாம் இருப்போம் என்பது என்னுடைய ஆழ்ந்த நம்பிக்கை. அந்த நம்பிக்கையை அடைவதற்கு நாம் செய்ய வேண்டிய விஷயங்களில் மிக முக்கியமான விஷயம் நான் நினைக்கிறது, அந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஈகோ சிஸ்டத்தை இன்னும் வலிமைப்படுத்தணும். அதற்கு ஏஞ்சல் இன்வெஸ்டர்ஸ் இன்னும் அதிகமாக வரணும். நீங்கள் இதில் கிறிஸ்தவத்தில் சொல்லுவாங்க 10% நம்ம சமுதாயத்துக்கு கொடுக்கணும்பாங்க. அதே மாதிரி உங்கள் சக்காத்தில் சொல்லுவாங்க, இவ்வளவு வந்து சமுதாயத்துக்கு கொடுக்கணும், ஏழப்பட்டவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்றத ஒரு கடமைகளில் ஒன்றாக சொல்லுவது இஸ்லாம். அந்த மாதிரி வளர்ந்த தொழில் முனைவோர்கள் ஒரு 10% வந்து ஒரு வெஞ்சர் கேபிட்டல்லையோ, ஏஞ்சல் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்லையோ, பிரைவேட் ஈக்விட்டிலையோ, ஒரு ஆக்சலரேட்டர்லையோ போட்டு இன்னும் 4 பேரை வளர்த்து விடுங்க. வேலை தருபவர்களை வளர்த்து விடுங்கள். அதை செய்யும் பொழுது தமிழகம் உண்மையிலே வந்து வளர்ந்த நாடுகளை விட நல்லா இருப்போம். சுபிக்ஷம் என்பது எல்லா சமுதாயங்களுக்கும் கிடைக்கும். அதை உருவாக்கும் அடித்தளம் வகுக்கும் சமுதாயமாக இஸ்லாமிய சமுதாயம், தமிழ் இஸ்லாமிய சமுதாயம் என்றும் இருந்திருக்கிறது. இன்னும் என்றும் நின்று நிலை பெற்று ஓங்கி நிற்கட்டும் உங்கள் புகழ் என்று கூறி, வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி, இந்த UEF அமைப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மிக்க நன்றி பாண்டியராஜன் சார், அருமையாக கவர் பண்ணிட்டீங்க. வெரி ஹாப்பி டு டெல் யூ தட் நேற்று தான் வந்து ஒரு 50 crore UEF இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் ஃபண்டை வந்து லான்ச் பண்ணோம். ஸோ நீங்கள் சொல்கிறது கரெக்டான டைமிங்காக இருக்குது. அண்ட் நீங்கள் சொன்ன கருத்தெல்லாம் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ரெலவெண்ட்டான கருத்தாக இருக்குது. ஆல்தோ நிறைய நாங்கள் வெளியே பார்த்துருந்தால் கூட IPO லிஸ்டிங், அதுக்கப்புறம் ப்ரொஃபஷனலிசம், அதுக்கப்புறம் ஸ்டார்டிங் ஆஃப் தீஸ் ஆண்டர்பிரினர்ஷிப் சென்டர்ஸு, ஐ திங்க் தீஸ் ஆர் ஆல் இன்க்ரெடிபிளி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் சஜஷன்ஸு. நீங்கள் கடைப்பிடிச்சிருக்கீங்க சார், அதுதான் பியூட்டி. நீங்கள் கவர்மெண்ட்லேயே இருந்திருக்கீங்க, நீங்கள் கம்பெனி நடத்திருக்கீங்க, நீங்கள் IPO போகிறீங்க. ஸோ யூஆர் அ பர்ஃபெக்ட் பர்சன் டு கிவ் அஸ் ஆல் தீஸ் திங்ஸ். அண்ட் ஐ ஸ்டில் ரிமெம்பர் தட் சங்கு எக்ஸாம்பிள் தட் யூ ஹவ் செட், எங்கள் ஊர் பக்கத்துலேருந்து வர்றது. ஸோ தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் பாண்டியராஜன் சார். ஐ திங்க் இட் பீன் வெரி வெரி என்லைட்னிங் அண்ட் தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் ஃபார் என்டோசிங் தட் 4 trillion is possible. Okay, now we'll come back to star here, the original Dream Tamil Nadu author, SAS Bhumi, Kanavu. Stage is all yours, Suresh, please.
Thank you. முதல்ல வந்து I want to thank Ahmed for giving me unreasonably high amount of importance. Thank you really very much. இந்த ஸ்டேஜில் வந்து பாண்டியராஜன்ஸ் கூட இருக்கிறது ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்குது. ஏன்னா எனக்கு ஒரு ஈவெண்ட் ஞாபகம் இருக்குது, அதுக்கு அவருக்கு ஞாபகம் இருக்குமான்னு தெரியல. சிவராஜா அவர்கள் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டீமுக்கு வந்து தலைமை ஏற்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு ஈவெண்ட் ரன் பண்ணோம். அவருக்கு தலைமை பொறுப்பு கொடுத்ததுக்கப்புறம் அவருக்கு ஒரு வாழ்த்துறை கொடுத்தோம். அதில் நீங்கள் வந்து பேசுனீங்க. அவர் அந்த தலைமை பொறுப்பில் கொண்டு போய் வைக்கிறதுக்கு நானும் ஒரு காரணமாக இருந்திருந்தேன். அதனால் அந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் வந்து பேசும்பொழுது நீங்கள் பேசின 15 நிமிஷத்தில் 12 நிமிஷம் கிட்ட வந்து கனவு பற்றி பேசுனீங்க. அந்த கனவு சீரீஸ் வந்து அப்போ தான் விகடனில் வர ஆரம்பிச்சது. அதில் மீதி 3 நிமிஷம் தான் அந்த ஈவெண்ட்டை பற்றி பேசுனீங்க. வந்தவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் சந்தேகம் வந்துருச்சு, என்ன ஈவெண்ட் இது, கனவு ஈவெண்ட்டா இல்லை வந்து. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி வந்து ஐ நெவர் ரியலைஸ் தட் யூ ஃபாலோட் இட் லைன் பை லைன். அதனுடைய சிறப்பு என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, விகடனோட 100 வருஷ ஹிஸ்ட்ரியில் த லாங்கஸ்ட் ரன்னிங் பிஸ்னஸ் ஆர்டிக்கல் இஸ் கனவு. ஸோ அது வந்து ஸோ எனிவே அந்த கான்டெக்ஸ்டோட நான் ஒரு சின்ன கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் சொல்லணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நாம் இப்போ நோக்கி போயிட்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த $1 trillion எக்கானமி 2018 முதல்ல கனவு தமிழ்நாடு சார்பாக நாம் ப்ரப்போஸ் பண்ணோம். Subsequently, I had the opportunity to meet the current CM before the election and was able to talk to him and say there has to be a larger vision in the manifesto, and it was part of the DMK manifesto. And when the government came in force, it was actually officially announced part of the official government of Tamil Nadu mission for 2030. But என்ன மாதிரி மொமெண்டமில் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் பார்க்கணுன்னா சில நம்பர்ஸ் கண்டிப்பாக சொல்ல வேண்டியிருக்கு. அந்த நம்பர்ஸ் என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, 2011 தமிழ்நாடோட ஜிஎஸ்டிபின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய ஜிடிபி 7.5 லட்சம் கோடி. 7.5 லட்சம் கோடி எப்போ 2011 2021 ஒரு 10 ஆண்டு காலத்தில் முடியும் பொழுது 17.8 லட்சம் கோடி. அதாவது 7.5 லட்சம் கோடியிலிருந்து 17.8 லட்சம் கோடி, கிட்டத்தட்ட 10,29,00,000 கோடி ப்ரோக்ரஸ் இன் 1 10-year பீரியட். அப்போ வந்து ஜிடிபியோட க்ரோத் என்ன அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 10% ஜிடிபி க்ரோத், CAGR. ஆனால் இப்போது 2021 to 2025 ஒரு 4 வருஷத்தில் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண பேஸ்லைன் 17.8 lakh crores-லேருந்து இன்னைக்கு முடியும் பொழுது 31.18 lakh crores, 31 லட்சம் கோடி. அதாவது 4 வருஷத்தில் 10 வருஷத்தில் பண்ணதை விட 4 வருஷத்தில் 17லேருந்து 31 லட்சம், கிட்டத்தட்ட 14 லட்சம் கோடி 10 வருஷத்தில் 4 வருஷத்தில் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். which means our CAGR is growing at 15% CAGR. 15% CAGR as 15 to 16% CAGR as Pandirajan sir was saying. I am not இது வந்து ADMK versus DMK அப்படிங்கிற அந்த பார்வையில் நம்ம பார்க்க வேண்டாம்னு பார்க்குறேன். ஏன்னா கேபிஆர் சொன்னதில் எனக்கு ஒரு முழுமையான உடன்பாடு என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, கட்சி வேறுபாடு இல்லாமல் எக்கனாமிக் க்ரோத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் கண்டினியூஸாக அடுத்தடுத்து கவர்மெண்ட் மாறினா கூட தமிழ்நாடுடைய சிறப்பம்சமே அந்த கண்டினியூட்டி விடாமல் பண்ணியிருக்கிறது தான். அதுதான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷல் சிறப்பம்சம். இது வந்து வெறும் எக்கனாமிக் க்ரோத்தில் மாத்திரம் இல்லை, ஈவன் சோஷியல் ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ்லையும் அதை பார்க்கலாம். இந்த பக்கம் கலைஞர் டிவி கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா அந்த பக்கம் அம்மா வந்து லேப்டாப் கொடுத்தாங்க இல்லையா? கலைஞர் டிவி கொடுத்ததுனால தமிழ்நாட்டோட இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் டிவைட் கம்ப்ளீட்டாக நம்ம அதை வந்து ஃப்ரீபின்னு சொல்லி கொச்சைப்படுத்திடுறோம். ஆனால் கலைஞர் டிவி கொடுத்ததுனால தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிற இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் டிவைட் வந்து டோட்டலி 0. தி டிவி பெனிட்ரேஷன் இஸ் 96% இன் தமிழ்நாடு. லேப்டாப் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா ஐ யூஸ் டு சே ஒரு 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 தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிற மாணவனை இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லெவலில் நீங்கள் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ண வைக்கணும்னா ஒன்று தான் தேவை. இன்னைக்கு இப்போ இன்னைய நிலைமையில் 3 தேவை. மேபி ஒரு இன்டர்நெட்டு, ஒரு லேப்டாப்பு, ஒரு ஏஐ கனெக்ஷன், ஏஐ அக்கௌண்ட். ஒரு ஏஐ அக்கௌண்ட்டு, ஒரு இன்டர்நெட்டு, ஒரு லேப்டாப் இருந்துச்சுன்னா யூ கேன் கம்பீட் வித் சிலிக்கன் வேலி சிட்டிங் இன் ஆண்டிப்பட்டி, ரைட்? பட் I am saying that is the momentum. The 15%, 16% CAGR is the momentum which Tamil Nadu is progressing. அது வந்து ஒரு ஃப்ளைவீல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இங்கிலீஷில் வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனிஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ஃப்ளைவீல் எஃபெக்ட் அப்படின்னு ஒன்று இருக்கும். அதாவது ஃப்ளைவீல்னா ஒரு என்ஜினை மூவ் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு வீல். அதை மூவ் பண்ணி விட்டுட்டிங்கன்னா அது நிறுத்த முடியாது. தமிழ்நாடு வந்து ஒரு நிறுத்த முடியாத ஒரு ஃபோர்ஸாக போயிட்டுருக்கு. நிறுத்தவே முடியாது. ஏன்னா தமிழ்நாடோடைய எக்கனாமிக் க்ரோத் என்ஜின் வந்து கர்நாடகா மாதிரி ஐடிஎம் நம்பி மாத்திரமே கிடையாது. தமிழ்நாட்டோடைய க்ரோத் என்ஜின் ஒரு பலதரப்பட்ட க்ரோத் என்ஜின். இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் இருக்குது, மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் இருக்குது, எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் இருக்குது, ஆட்டோமொபைல் இருக்குது, லெதர் இருக்குது, டெக்ஸ்டைல்ஸ் இருக்குது, அதுக்கப்புறமா ஐடியும் இருக்குது. ஸோ நாம் வந்து ஏதாவது ஒன்று அடி வாங்கினாலும் நம்ம வந்து ஹோலிஸ்டிக்காக நம்ம எக்கானமியை டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதோடு மாத்திரம் இல்லாமல் இந்த எக்கானமி வந்து ஒரே ஒரு சிட்டியை நம்பி இல்லை. தமிழ்நாட்டில் மாத்திரம்தான் அது கிடையாது. நீங்கள் யோசிச்சு பார்த்துருக்கீங்களான்னு தெரியல, தமிழ்நாட்டில் மாத்திரமே ரஃபா 8 ஏர்போர்ட் இருக்குது. வேறு எந்த மாநிலத்தையாவது 8 ஏர்போர்ட் இருக்கான்னு யோசிச்சு பாருங்கள். 8 ஏர்போர்ட் இருக்குன்னோம்னா எப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு பரந்தப்பட்ட வளர்ச்சி தமிழ்நாட்டில் மற்ற எல்லா மாவட்டங்கள்லையும் போய் சேர்ந்துருக்கணும். நீங்கள் மகாராஷ்டிரா எடுத்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு 2 சிட்டி தான் ஞாபகத்துக்கு வரும். ஒன்று மும்பை, இன்னொன்று பூனே. அதுக்கப்புறம் உங்களால் 3rd சிட்டியை சொல்ல முடியாது. கர்நாடகா எடுத்தீங்கன்னா பெங்களூர். அது விட்டிங்கன்னா மைசூர் கூட டெவலப் ஆகலை. குஜராத் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் ப்ராப்ளி கண்டே அஹமதாபாத். அதுக்கப்புறம் வேறு என்ன சொல்லுவீங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல. டெல் மீ எனி அதர் ஸ்டேட் வேர் இன் உத்தரப்பிரதேஷ், பீகார் மாதிரியான மாநிலங்களில் கேபிட்டல் சிட்டியே டெவலப் ஆகலை. ஐம் ஜஸ்ட் சேயிங் யூ ஹாவ் டு ரியலி திங்க் அபவுட் த கைண்ட் ஆஃப் டெவலப்மெண்ட் தமிழ்நாடு ஹஸ் கான் த்ரூ. இதை பார்க்கும் பொழுது ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயம் இந்த இடத்துல சொல்ல வேண்டியிருக்கு. தமிழ்நாடு ஆரம்பத்திலேருந்தே இப்படிப்பட்ட வளர்ச்சி அடைஞ்ச மாநிலமாக இல்லை அப்படிங்கிறது தான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியமான விஷயம். எதுக்கு சொல்ல வந்தேன்னா 1950s இந்தியாவுடைய பாட்டம் லாஸ்ட் பொசிஷனில் இருந்த மாநிலங்களில் தமிழ்நாடு ஒன்று. தமிழ்நாடோட ஜிடிபி வாஸ் த லாஸ்ட் இன் த லிஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்டேட்ஸ் இன் 1950s. இட் இஸ் நாட் எனிவேர் இன் த டாப் 5, டாப் 10. It is the last but one. இன்னைக்கு 2025 after 75 years we are number 2 from the top. From number 2 from the bottom we have gone to number 2 from the top. அப்போ இந்த number 2 from the bottom going to number 2 in the top, how is it possible? ஏன்னா தமிழ்நாடுங்கிற மாநிலம் இந்தியான்ற ஒரு ஒன்றிய கூட்டமைப்பில் மற்ற மாநிலங்களுக்கு என்ன சட்டத்திட்டங்கள் இருக்கோ அதே சட்டத்திட்டங்களை நமக்கும் இருக்குது. ஆனால் ஒரு மாநிலம் மாத்திரம் மற்ற மாநிலத்திலிருந்து தனிப்பட்டு ஒரு விடிவெள்ளியாக ஒரு நார்த் ஸ்டாராக மற்றவங்களுக்கு கைட் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஒரு மாநிலமாக வளர்ந்துருக்குன்னா அப்போ தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஏதோ ஒரு வித்தியாசமான ஒரு விஷயம் நடந்திருக்கு, ஒரு புரட்சி நடந்திருக்கு. அந்த புரட்சி என்ன அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, அந்த புரட்சி இதுதான். ஏன்னா இன்னொரு விஷயம் சொல்லணும்னு நினச்சேன். 1950s நம்பர் 1 மாநிலமாக இருந்துச்சு எதுன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமான்னு தெரியல. யாராவது கெஸ் இருக்கா? 1950s வாட் இஸ் த நம்பர் 1 ஸ்டேட் இன் த கண்ட்ரி? Number 1 state in the country will be a surprise, it is Bihar. In terms of GDP. ஏன் நம்பர் 1 state was Bihar-னா அந்த சமயத்தில் இயற்கை வளங்கள் தான் ஜிடிபியோட மெயின் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன். நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸ் பேஸ்ட் எக்கானமி, அதுக்கப்புறம் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் பேஸ்ட் எக்கானமி, அதுக்கப்புறம் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் எக்கானமி, அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் நாலேஜ் எக்கானமி. இந்த மாதிரி 4 விதமான எக்கானமி இருக்குது. நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸ் பேஸ்ட், அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் பேஸ்ட், இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் பேஸ்ட் அண்ட் தென் நாலேஜ் பேஸ்ட். நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிற தலைவர்கள் இருந்து யோசிச்சு பார்த்தாங்க, நமக்கு நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸும் கிடையாது, அக்ரிகல்ச்சர்லேயே நம்ம ஒரே ஒரு காவிரி வேட்டரை வச்சுக்கிட்டு சண்டை போட்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். நம்ம அடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு போகணும்னா நம்மளுடைய கேபிட்டல் அப்படிங்கிறத ரீடிஃபைன் பண்ணாங்க. நம்மளுடைய கேபிட்டலுங்கிறது பணம் இல்லை, நம்மளோட கேபிட்டலுங்கிறது நம்மளோட மக்கள் அப்படிங்கிறத ரீடிஃபைன் பண்ணுறாங்க. அதாவது ஹியூமன் தான் கேபிட்டல். அப்போ அந்த ஹியூமனை டெவலப் பண்ணிட்டோம்னா எக்கானமியாக டெவலப் பண்ணிடலாம் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் அந்த ஒரு பயங்கரமான ஒரு டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷன். இந்த ஹியூமனை டெவலப் பண்ணுறது எப்படி அப்படின்னு பார்த்த உடனே அங்கே தான் தலைவர்கள்லாம் வராங்க. நம்ம ஒரு பயங்கரமான பொலிட்டிக்கல் ரெவல்யூஷன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அந்த பொலிட்டிக்கல் ரெவல்யூஷனுக்கு அடிப்படையில் தான் இந்த வளர்ச்சியே நடந்திருக்கு. இது நாமளாக ஏதோ தானாக பண்ணிட்ட மாதிரி நம்ம நினச்சிக்க முடியாது. இங்கே தமிழ்நாட்டில் நடந்திருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு பொலிட்டிக்கல் ரெவல்யூஷன் இஸ் த பேசிஸ் ஃபார் திஸ் எக்கனாமிக் ரெவல்யூஷன். அதனால தான் மற்ற மாநிலங்களில் நடக்காத ஒன்று தமிழ்நாட்டில் நடந்திருக்கு. அது என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, வெறும் 6000 ஸ்கூல்ஸ் இருந்த தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒரே ஒரு 10 year பீரியடில் 22,000 ஸ்கூல்ஸாக மாற்றுறாங்க. வெறும் 40 இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ் இருந்த தமிழ்நாட்டில் அனதர் 10 year பீரியடில் பிட்வீன் கலைஞர் அண்ட் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் 550 காலேஜஸாக மாற்றுறாங்க. 40 இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜஸ் எங்கே இருக்குது, 550 இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜஸ் எங்கே இருக்குது வித்தின் 10 year பீரியட். Of course, privatization of engineering colleges started by MGR. அதுக்கப்புறம் then there is industrial transformation which happened primarily after Kalanyar came to power. ஸோ இந்த 3 டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷன் நடக்கும் பொழுது தமிழ்நாடு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக ஒரு ஃபண்டமெண்டலாக ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பிரின்சிபிள்ஸாக எல்லாத்தையும் சால்வ் பண்ணுறோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி மொத்த எக்கனாமிக் ப்ரோக்ரஸும் நமக்கு நடக்குது. இந்த ஃபவுண்டேஷன் இல்லாமல் தமிழ்நாடு wouldn't have achieved the flywheel effect ன்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்த flywheel effect நம்மளால அச்சீவ் பண்ணியிருக்கவே முடியாது. இதுதான் அதுக்கு உண்டான ஃபவுண்டேஷன். ஸோ I was actually doing some research before coming to this meeting. If you do $1 trillion economy, I'll come to 4 trillion little later. If you just do $1 trillion economy, what that really means is we will be a G20 country. Tamil Nadu will be in the global 20 country, G20. That is the kind of impact we are talking about. The 1 trillion itself will get us into G20. Because there are only 18 countries in 1 trillion economy as of today. By 2030, there will be another 2 or 3 countries can make it to it. I just did the research. If you want, you can go to ChatGPT or Gemini AI and then do the Google search for yourself. So, the kind of impact that this is possible is phenomenal. One state, ChatGPT la ketta, what is the significance of this அப்படினு சொல்லிட்டு கேட்டா சொல்லுச்சு, any sub-region within a country achieving a G20 level growth is unheard of அப்படின்னு சொல்லுச்சு. Any sub-region within a country achieving a G20 level status is unheard of. That's the kind of impact we are talking about is 1 trillion. Now, how do we achieve this 1 trillion leading to the 4 trillion, which is phenomenal, right? Because if you do 15% CAGR, 4 trillion is a cakewalk, right? But 15% CAGR is hard. Even 10% CAGR, which was done in 2011 to 2021, is hard. What is surprising is, see, கம்பெனியில் என்ன பிரச்சனைனா வருஷம் பேஸ்லைன் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகிடும். இந்த வருஷம் 1 கோடி ரூபா பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், 10% நீங்கள் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா 50% க்ரோத் பண்ணிட்டீங்க. 100% வச்சுக்கலாம். இந்த வருஷம் 1 கோடி ரூபா ரெவன்யூ பண்ணுறீங்க, அடுத்த வருஷம் நீங்கள் 2 கோடி பண்ணிட்டீங்க, 100% growth. ஆனால் நீங்கள் திருப்பியும் 100% growth பண்ணணும்னா 2 கோடியில் 100% பண்ணால் 4 கோடி பண்ணணும். அப்போ என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா உங்களுக்கு பேஸ் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகிட்டே போகும். இன்க்ரீசிங் பேஸில் இன்க்ரீசிங் growth rate அச்சீவ் பண்ணுறது ஹிமாலயன் டாஸ்க். 10% ஜிடிபியே கஷ்டம். அப்போ பேஸ் 7 lakh crores-லேருந்து 17 லட்சம் கோடிக்கு வந்துருச்சு. அந்த 17 லட்சம் கோடி பேஸை 15% CAGR பண்ணி 31 lakh crores மாற்றுறதுங்கிறது ஜஸ்ட் இமேஜின். It's unimaginable. Now, how do we sustain this growth? There are 4 pillars for sustaining this growth, which is what I really love about how the current government and probably the future governments which are coming in, whoever is coming in, should continue to do this. One, the first pillar is massively focusing on industrialization, bringing industries back to Tamil Nadu, which I think TRB Raja, who is the industries minister for the current government, has done a fantastic job in the last 4 years in bringing phenomenal amount of industries to Tamil Nadu. That is, I think hats off to him, he has done a fantastic job. That is pillar number 1. I think that needs to be continued. Otherwise, this 15% CAGR growth is not possible. The second one, Tamil Nadu is the house or home of the biggest MSME cluster in the entire country. In the MSME cluster, ஏன் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட்னா, இந்த MSMEs இல்லைன்னா பணம்லாம் காமன் மேனுக்கு போய் சேராது. பெரிய ஃபேக்ட்ரிஸ்லேருந்து வரக்கூடிய இன்கம்மை காமன் மேனுக்கு கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கறது இந்த நடுவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த MSMEs தான். ஏன்னா நான் ஒரு BMW மாதிரி ஒரு மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் வச்சுருக்கேன்னா அதுக்கு சப்ளை பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு பிரேக் பார்ட்டோ இல்லை நட்டோ போல்ட்டோ தயாரிக்கிற கம்பெனி வச்சு ஒரு MSME வச்சுருப்பேன். அவன் எனக்கு ஒரு ஜாப் ஆர்டர் கொடுப்பான். என் கம்பெனியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் ஒரு MSME வச்சு நடத்துகிறேன்னா அதில் வந்து ஒரு 100 பேர் வேலை பண்ணுவான். அந்த ஜாப் ஆர்டர் எடுத்து இவனுக்கு கொடுத்தேன்னா இவனுக்கு நான் சம்பளம் கொடுப்பேன். ஸோ பெருசாக வரக்கூடிய அந்த பெரும் ஃபேக்ட்ரியிலிருந்து வரக்கூடிய வருமானத்தை காமன் மேனுக்கு கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கக்கூடிய மெக்கானிசம் என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா இந்த MSMEs தான். இந்த MSMEs grow ஆகலைன்னா we will end up in what is called as crony capitalism in India. So பல மாநிலங்களில் ஃபுல்லி ஆட்டோமேட்டட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ், குஜராத் மகாராஷ்டிரா மாதிரியான மாநிலங்களில் என்ன பிரச்சனைனா, நீங்கள் 1 கோடி ரூபா இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஒரு நபருக்கு கூட வேலை கிடைக்கிறது இல்லை. அதாவது வாட் இஸ் த நம்பர் ஆஃப் நியூ ஜாப்ஸ் பர் க்ரோர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு மெட்ரிக் இருக்குது. ஆனால் அதே தமிழ்நாட்டில் வி மோஸ்ட்லி ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆன் how many jobs is created by 1 crore of investment. அதுதான் நம்மளுடைய மெட்ரிக். It is not about the number of investment that we need to get, but how many jobs are created for every crore of investment is what matters to us. அப்படி பண்ணால் மாத்திரம்தான் பணம் மக்களுக்கு போய் சேரும், இல்லைன்னா பணம் பெரும் முதலாளிகளுக்கு மாத்திரமே போய் சேரும். So I always used to say, even though I came up with this $1 trillion vision, the sub-vision with that was per capita income. See, we are at 2.5 lakhs per capita income. அப்படின்னா என்னென்னா ஆவரேஜாக ஒரு குடும்ப வருமானம் மாதத்துக்கு 20,000 ரூபா தான் இருக்குது. ஆனால் அந்த 2.5 lakhs per year per capita income, if you can make it to 7.5 lakhs, which is like 3 times, that is a better milestone to achieve than even $1 trillion economy. In fact, if you don't achieve the $1 trillion economy, but if you are achieving the 7.5 lakhs per capita income at the family level, that's a phenomenal milestone. Because ultimately, a developed country is not about the top line of GDP, it is about per capita income. ஏன் இன்னைக்கு அமெரிக்கா வந்து ஒரு developed countryன்னு பார்க்குறோன்னா, America is developed country not because it's rich people are there, it is because the largest middle class population in the whole world exists in America. And that is where the purchasing power comes. That is where they have the demand, they are dictating the whole world because of the purchasing power. And the power comes in the middle class. If you don't have enough middle class, we won't be able to do that. So otherwise only rich people will become rich and poor will become poor, and that's it. That gap, income inequality gap, will create more problems than doing more good. So that is the second pillar, which is, first pillar is industrialization, second one is MSME, third one is, I used to call it IT before, but I want to change the definition of IT and call it technology. The technology pillar that needs to contribute to this economy, which includes AI, robotics, information technology, biotech, deep tech, space tech, energy, green energy, all these things come under this technology pillar. If you are not focusing on this technology pillar is the new economy. The industries and MSMEs are the old economy. So we need a bridge to go from the old economy to the new economy. So, and that is the third pillar. And finally, the fourth pillar, which is startups. If you don't, I think that point I totally agree with KPR. We have been doing we have come at least to third or fourth position now. I don't know whether we are in the fifth position. I think we have come fourth or something. I'm not sure about the number. Maybe I will go with the KPR's number. I think 5 years ago, we were not even in the fifth position. Somewhere along the line, we missed the complete startup ecosystem in the last 15 years, I would say. In the last 3-4 years, especially after the Startup TN program has taken off, we have come back to limelight. And there is a big gap. In Tamil Nadu, India VCs, they have office in Mumbai, in NCR, in Bangalore. Their offices does not exist in Chennai. We don't have big VCs, like whether you take Axel Capital, Sequoia Capital, or Matrix, or Norwest, or take all these big, or Lightspeed. These are the big venture capitalists in the country, or you take any private equity companies. You take anything. None of them have offices in Chennai. That's because the ecosystem here is not vibrant. This is the fourth pillar, which I think is one of the weakest pillars right now in Tamil Nadu. So the first three pillars are reasonably good, but the fourth pillar is weakest, but we need to strengthen it. And that is the most important pillar that we need to strengthen, because the future belongs to the startup ecosystem. And adnala da nama the idea patrai program, the Mudal VC program start pannnom, because we have to bridge that gap. So if you do these three things, the $4 trillion vision is, the flywheel effect will automatically take care of marching us towards the $4 trillion vision, because Ahmed only talks about 9%. We are at 16% CAGR. So, but it will degrade. I think it is 16%. 9 plus 4. Yeah, 9 plus 4. But the problem is, at an increasing base, it's hard to sustain the 16% CAGR is unsustainable. Okay. But if you can do at least 9 plus 4, it is definitely doable. Even that is challenging. But for that, we need some magic wands. And the magic wands lie in these four pillars. And that's really what I wanted to say. And thank you very much for the great opportunity. It's wonderful speaking among all of you. Thank you.
Questions answering kudutanga. I don't think we have enough time for questions. Maybe just one question. Just one question.
Please.
We'll get the ladies. We'll get the ladies. Please identify yourself and ask the question to any of the audience, please. And brief.
பேசுங்கம்மா கேக்குது.
Actually, ஒன்னும் சொல்ல மறந்துட்டேன். தமிழ்நாடோட இன்னொரு யூனிக் திங் என்னன்னா, since the lady get up, we are the only state we give extraordinary importance to women. The reason I'll tell you, Tamil Nadu's GER is close to 52%, and the 52% is coming 50% contribution from men and 50% contribution from women. And Tamil Nadu will be the first state where the women GER will overtake the men GER. It has never happened anywhere in the world.
அம்மாக்கு vote பண்ணீங்களான்னு கேட்க மாட்டோம் சுரேஷ். அம்மாக்கு vote பண்ணீங்களான்னு கேட்க மாட்டோம்.
Ready? Assalamu alaikum. Praise the Lord. Vanakkam. My name is Dr. R. Vijay Saraswati. I am the founder of India's first digital university since 2014. So, நான் வந்து Bangalore. We are born and brought up in Bangalore. ஆனால் நான் வந்து என்னோட Mother Teresa Varsity I started in Tiruchi with the help of Bharatidasan University RUSA program 2.0. ஏன்னா இந்தியாவில் 28 states இருக்கு, 3 union territories இருக்கு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டிஜிட்டல் யூனிவர்சிட்டி எங்கே இருக்கணும்ன்ட்டு நான் டிசைட் பண்ணேன்னா அது வந்து தமிழ்நாடு. தமிழன் என்று சொல்லடா தலை நிமிர்ந்து நில்லடா, கல் தோன்றி மண் தோன்றும் காலத்துக்கு முன் தோன்றியதாம் நம் மூத்த தமிழ். ஐ எம் அ ப்ரவுட் டெமிலியன். பட் எங்கள் தமிழ் நல்லா இல்லை, பெங்களூர் நாங்கள். ஸோ இப்போ மினிஸ்டர் கிட்ட கார்டு படிங்கன்னு சொல்கிறதுக்கு கொடுக்கும் போது கார்டு கொடுங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டேன். அவர் இந்தாங்க மேடம் உங்கள் கார்டு வேணுமானாரு. ஐயோ நோ சார், ஐ வாண்டட் டு டெல் யூ தட் ஐ வாண்ட் டு கிவ் திஸ் கார்டு டு யூன்னு. இவ்வளோ பெரிய கார்டு ஐ வாண்டட் டு கிவ் இட் யூன்னு சொல்கிறதுக்கு பதிலாக Tamil romba tagararu. So let me go to English and let me go to the question, because my Australian, USA friends and all don't understand Tamil. So we started Mother Teresa University in 2013 under National Planning Commission. National Planning Commission got null and void because we started Niti Ayog. So in 2013, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, the then Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and the now Chief Minister is also Siddaramaiah from Congress, inaugurated our digital university. என்னோட ஆஃபீஸ் நேஷ்னல் ஆஃபீஸ் சென்னையில் இருக்குது, பெங்களூரில் ஒன்றுமே இல்லை. என் கொஷின் என்னன்னா, 10 வருஷமாக நாங்கள் டிஜிட்டல் யூனிவர்சிட்டி நடத்துகிறோம், ஆனால் போராட்டத்தோடு நடத்துகிறோம். ஏன் அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, டிஜிட்டலுக்கு அந்த வேல்யூ இருக்கலை. அதுக்கு வேல்யூ கொடுத்தது கோவிட். டியூரிங் கோவிட் வி ஆல் கேம் டு ஹைப்ரிட் லேர்னிங், ஆன்லைன், ஜூம் எல்லாமே ஆச்சு. இப்போ என்னோட கொஷின் என்னன்னா, இப்போ இந்த ஹைப்ரிட் மாடல் இருக்குல்ல, ஆஃப்லைன் ஆன்லைன், எது இம்பேக்ட்ஃபுல் அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா 70% ஆஃப்லைன், 30% ஆன்லைன் தான் எஃபெக்டிவ்னு நான் இந்த 10 வருஷத்தில் கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கேன். ஸோ எங்களோட சான்சலர் டாக்டர் இசாமுதீன் பாப்பா, த ஃபார்மர் ஹானரரி கவுன்சில் ஜெனரல் ஆஃப் மால்தீவ்ஸ், ஸோ அவரும் உங்கள் யுனைடெட் ஃபோரமில் ஒரு இது. என் கொஸ்டின் என்னன்னா, என் கொஸ்டின் என்னன்னா, how to make this project, I mean digital education, sustainability development and world peace a digital project which will be enjoyed by everybody, every nook and corner. Adha complimentary ah pannanontu, because it doesn't take more time.
Okay madam,
yeah
sir will answer pannanga.
Answer adha ma question.
Okay madam, thank you. Answer. They'll come. Ukaranga, we'll ask for the question. Sir answer பண்ணுவாங்க.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you sir. Thank you. Sorry, என் question ரொம்ப பெருசு எக்ஸைட் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
Was more of a okay.
Thank you.
நல்ல கேள்வி. என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இந்த டிஜிட்டல் ஃபிசிக்கல் ஹைப்ரிட் இந்த இதில் மேஜர் பெனிஃபிஷியரி தமிழ்நாடு போன்ற ஸ்டேட்ஸ் இருந்திருக்கு. லிங்கிங் இட் டு த டாபிக் ஆஃப் த டே, இங்கே முழு ஐடியாவும் கனவு, தமிழகத்தை பற்றிய கனவு. அதில் இந்த ப்ராசஸ், இந்த ஹோல் digitalization which had received a big push through the corona time, இதில் என்ன நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்குன்னா, அன்றைக்கி பல நிறுவனங்கள் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் ஹோம் ஆரம்பித்தாங்க. அந்த டயத்தில் ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் ஹோம் மிகப்பெரிய அளவில் வந்தது. இன்றைக்கி பப்ளிக் இஷ்யூ வர்ற கம்பெனியில் பெரிய அளவு தாக்கம் இருக்கிறது பார்த்திங்கன்னா, இந்த கோ ஆஃபீஸ், இந்த மாதிரி கோவர்க்கிங் ஸ்பேசஸ், இதெல்லாம் பெரிய புஷ் கிடச்சிருக்கு. இன்னைக்கு ஏஐ ஏஜ் அப்படின்னு இன்னைக்கு எல்லாம் பேச துவங்கி இருக்கிறாங்க. அந்த ஏஐ ஏஜில் இந்த டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஃபிலாசபியே மாறிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு, சாஃப்ட்வேர் டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஃபிலாசபியே மாறிட்டு இருக்கு. ஐ திங்க் இன் டேர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி ஃபார் தமிழ்நாடு, இதில் இருக்கிற பெரிய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி என்னன்னா, ஐ வாண்ட் டு லிங்க் இட் டு வாட் சுரேஷ் சம்பந்தம் பிகான். அவர் சொன்ன சமுதாய புரட்சி எவ்வளவு முக்கியமோ அதே அளவுக்கு முக்கியம் பெருந்தலைவர் காமராஜர் கொண்டு வந்த கல்வி புரட்சி. அவர் அந்த 50s பற்றி பேசிட்டு தொட்டுட்டு அப்படியே கலைஞருக்கு போயிட்டாரு. ஆனால் மிக முக்கியமான பங்களிப்பு கலைஞருக்கு முன்னால் பெருந்தலைவர் காமராஜர் செய்தது. அந்த 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 பங்களிப்பு அவர் சொன்னார் ஒரு வார்த்தையில், 1000 ஸ்கூல் இருந்தது, 22,000 ஸ்கூல் ஆயிடுச்சு. அது எப்போ ஆச்சுன்னா பெருந்தலைவருடைய அந்த 9 வருஷம் ஆட்சியில் நடந்தது. பிச்சை எடுத்தாவது ஒரு நாளைக்கு ஒரு பள்ளிக்கூடத்தை திறந்து வைப்பேன்னு அந்த மனிதர் செய்த ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய முயற்சி இன்னைக்கு ஒரு பேஸாக நமக்கு வந்தது. அந்த பேஸ் இருந்ததுனால தான் இந்த டிஜிட்டல் யுகம் வந்த பொழுது நல்ல படித்த இளைஞர்கள், குறிப்பாக பெண்கள், நான் அந்த காலத்திலே சம்பந்தம் நம்ம இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜஸில் பெண்கள் ஆண்களோட அதிகமாயிட்டாங்க. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு நான் இன்ஜினியரிங் முடித்தப்போ 1981 தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு பெண்கள் இன்ஜினியரிங்க்கு வந்தாங்க. ஒரு 10 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னாலே இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ், தமிழ்நாட்டில் இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜஸில் பெண்கள் எண்ணிக்கை 55% ஆயிடுச்சு. ஓகே, அந்த ஜிஇஆர் நீங்கள் சொல்கிற கிராஸ் என்ரோல்மெண்ட் ரேஷியோ, இதை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அந்த மாற்றம் வந்துருச்சு. என்னை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அந்த கல்வி புரட்சி தொடர்ச்சியாக கலைஞரும் எம்ஜிஆரும் அம்மாவும் அந்த தொடர்ச்சி வச்சுருந்தாங்க. அந்த கல்வியோடைய, நீங்கள் எம்ஜிஆரை பற்றி மென்ஷன் பண்ணீங்க, கேபிடேஷன் ஃபீன்னு இன்னைக்கு ஒரு மாதிரி பேசினாலும் அந்த நம்பர் ஆஃப் காலேஜஸ் பளிச்சுன்னு ஏறினது 40லேருந்து 400ன்னு வந்தது அவர் பீரியடில். ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் சங்கிலி தொடர் போல இந்த கல்வி புரட்சியை தொடர்ந்து செஞ்சுட்டு இருந்திருக்காங்க. அதனால தான் இன்னைக்கு டிஜிட்டல் புரட்சி, அதுக்கு அடுத்து இப்போ ஏஐ புரட்சி வரும் பொழுது இதனுடைய முன்னணியில் நம்ம இருக்க முடிஞ்சது. அதே நேரத்தில் சம்மந்தம் நான் சொன்ன அந்த ஒரே விஷயம், இந்த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஈகோ சிஸ்டத்தை இடையில விட்டுட்டோம். நல்லா இருந்தது ஒரு காலத்தில், ஆனால் இடையில விழுந்தோம். மீண்டும் எழுவதற்கு இந்த அமைப்பு உறுதுணையாக இருக்கணும். டிஜிட்டல் யூனிவர்சிட்டியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், முதல்ல பிரைவேட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி உருவாகி வந்தது. முதல் பல்கலைக்கழகம் தமிழ்நாட்டில் தான் உருவாச்சு. ஸ்டேட் ரன் பிரைவேட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி மாடல் அதுக்கு தீர்மானம் கொண்டு வந்தது எங்கள் பீரியடில் 2018 முதல்ல வந்தது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பிரைவேட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி. ஸோ பிரைவேட் யூனிவர்சிட்டிஸ் அதை ரெகுலேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு சிஸ்டம் இருக்குமா? உங்கள் விஜயலட்சுமி அவர்களுடைய கேள்விக்கு ஷார்ட்டாக பதில் சொல்லணும்னா, அந்த கட்டமைப்புகளுக்குள்ளே வரக்கூடிய பல்கலைக்கழகங்கள் அதிகமாக வந்துகிட்டு இருக்கிறது தமிழ்நாட்டில் தான். அதனால் நீங்கள் எந்த ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷனில் வந்தீங்கன்னு தெரியாது. திரு பாபா அவர்கள் உங்கள் தலைவராக இருந்தாருன்னா இந்த அமைப்போட கொஞ்சம் நீங்கள் இணைஞ்சு பணியாற்றி யூஇஎஃபோட அதை முறைப்படுத்துவதற்கான பணிகள் எளிதாக செய்ய முடியும் இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற அரசியல் கட்டமைப்பில். அதை மட்டும் சொல்லிக்கிட்டு, பலர் இந்த மாதிரி தொழில் முனைவோர்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டில் பல்கலைக்கழகங்களை படைத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். சத்யபாமா யூனிவர்சிட்டி ஒரு பெண்ணால் நடத்தப்படுகிறது. இன்னைக்கு அவங்க பண்ணுற தாக்கம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மிகப்பெரிய தாக்கம். இன்னைக்கு சத்யபாமா யூனிவர்சிட்டியோடையது இன்னைக்கு நேஷ்னலாக என்ஐஆர்எஃப்ல நல்ல லெவலில் வந்துட்டாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி நீங்களும் உங்கள் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தை கொண்டு வர வாழ்த்தி வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நிறைய கேள்வி இருக்கும், கண்டிப்பாக கேள்விகள் இருந்ததுன்னா எழுதி கொடுத்துருங்க. We will try to get the answers later because we are running late for the next session. So thank you very much, Suresh Sambandam sir. Thank you very much, Madhavan sir. Greatly appreciate your time and efforts. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great.
Thank you to the fantastic moderation, the panel, the fireside chat. It literally felt like a history lesson for economic growth and also a socio-economic masterclass on where we should go. The theme for the panel was the 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu. Is it a dream or a reality? Mika Pramadamaga discuss panni plan. They told us how we can plan and make it a reality. I request our beloved moderator to kindly give a few tokens of appreciation. Yes. First to Thiru K. Pandirajan sir. Kindly accept this humble token of appreciation for having spent your valuable time with us. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are indeed privileged to have heard that conversation between the three of them. It was beyond brilliant. This is not something you get in a classroom. And of course, Mr. Suresh Sambandam sir, thank you for telling us how to get there and how it is a genuine possibility and a reality and how we should be thinking about it. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It was an honor to listen from the both of you. And this is learning that we will not find in any textbook or any classroom or any AI-dependent resource. All right. Okay. Now we know that this is a reality. 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu is a reality. But what are the opportunities to get there? Are there opportunities to get there? That is the topic of the next discussion at hand. And as always, there is an elite panel that is going to come to this stage and discuss this possibility. To take this discussion forward, I am privileged to invite the convener of the UEF Trade Summit 2025 and also the chairman and managing director, South India Shelters Private Limited, and the president of CREDAI Chennai, Mr. Muhammad Ali Sahib. I would love to welcome you on stage, sir. As you come to the stage, allow me to introduce you a little bit more to our audience. Muhammad Ali Sahib exemplifies leadership, sagacity, and social responsibility. An alumnus of BITS Pilani, Mr. Muhammad Ali founded SIS in 2002, expanding into residential, commercial, and industrial projects. His ethos of sourcing expertise, commitment to ethical practices, and focus on social impact have earned him numerous accolades, including the Real Leaders Award at the Indian Realty Awards 2013, and numerous international recognition for his projects. His contributions to the real estate industry are significant, holding various positions in CREDAI, culminating in his presidency from 2024 to 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, an elite gentleman, a humble gentleman, a fantastic gentleman, Mr. Muhammad Ali Sahib. Please, sir. Thank you. Our moderator for the day. While our beloved moderator takes the stage, I would like to invite our elite panelists joining us today. A partner and leader Capital Projects and Infrastructure Group, leader Industrial Development and Investments Promotion in PricewaterhouseCoopers, Mr. Muhammad Athar, our first panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Also joining on stage, Deputy Director, Associate Professor, Department of Public Policy, B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Dr. Nisha Najmuddin. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please. They've all taken time out from their busy schedules to be here with us. And of course, Executive Chairman, Kothari Industrial Corporation Limited, Dr. Jinnah Rafiq Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for sir. I will now hand over to our beloved moderator to introduce our elite panelists for the session and take it over from there. Thank you. Before our moderator introduces the theme of the session and takes it from there, quick introduction of our elite panelists. Mr. Muhammad Athar is a seasoned infrastructure and public policy professional with over 18 years of experience across South Asia, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Africa, and East Asia. As partner and leader for infrastructure transformation and IDIP at PricewaterhouseCoopers, he drives large-scale manufacturing and infrastructure investments, facilitating over 10 billion USD in greenfield projects in sectors such as semiconductors, solar PV, auto components, airports, and industrial parks just in the last 3 years. His expertise includes project planning, strategic public-private partnerships, and industrial ecosystem development. He has contributed to key initiatives like Make in India 2016, India's Special Economic Zone Policy, industrial corridors in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, DFID's Africa Industrial Framework, ADB's Industrial Park Rating System, and major ease of doing business reforms. He earlier worked with Siemens Mobility, holds a PhD from IIM Indore, has completed extensive executive programs at Harvard Kennedy School and INSEAD, teaches at IIM Indore, IIT Kharagpur, and represents PwC at global forums, including the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Muhammad Athar, thank you for joining us today.
Mr. Tausif, just before introducing, I want everyone to listen carefully to their introduction. It's not just the introduction. The introduction itself is an inspiration to all the youngsters. They have done so much at this age. They have achieved so many things. So normally introduction is only to introduce people, but here this introduction is something like an inspiration to all the youngsters. Please listen to them carefully. Yes, Mr. Tausif.
Absolutely, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you, sir. Moving on to a second panelist, Dr. Nisha Najmuddin is a highly empowered and multifaceted leader striving for excellence across diverse domains. As an educationist, economist, academician, public policy analyst, professor, entrepreneur, and national media panelist, having featured on NDTV, Times Now, Republic TV, India Today, News 9, News 18, Economic Times, and more. She's a distinguished All India UPSC IAS faculty, renowned for training and mentoring over 17 lakh students across India, inspiring youth to build a better world. She currently serves as Deputy Director and Associate Professor Economics in the Department of Public Policy at Crescent University, Chennai, and has previously served as Assistant Professor at Hindustan University and other prestigious institutions. She has held leadership roles as Vice President and Director Academics at Unacademy and Director at Byju's UPSC Vertical. She is also the co-founder of iSaras, an emerging AI company. A global representative of India, she has received numerous national and international accolades, including Teaching Excellence Award 2019, Iconic Women of the Year 2020, International Sensation 2021, Youth Icon of Asia 2022, Women of the Future 2022, and several others. Breaking stereotypes, she's also a model and was crowned Miss India International 2019, owning rave fashion events. A true all-rounder, Dr. Nisha continues to inspire countless students, especially young women, through her dedication and vision. Dr. Nisha Najmuddin, a big round of applause, please. And of course, Dr. Jinnah Rafiq Ahmed is a successful businessman from Chennai, born into a business-oriented family that nurtured his early passion for entrepreneurship. He founded Parveen Roadways in 1994, focusing on transportation and logistics. With a passion for entrepreneurship, with a long-standing association in the steel industry, he became a major importer of steel rods, owned several manufacturing units, and consistently emphasized job creation and women's empowerment. He also serves as director of Gemini Iron and Steel Private Limited, a company known for producing high-quality iron and steel products. In 2013, recognizing the potential of Kothari Industrial Corporation Limited, despite its financial challenges, he invested in the company and became its director in 2017. By 2018, he rose to vice chairman and managing director. In August 2024, he became KICL's flagship promoter, and on February 19, 2025, he assumed charge as executive chairman. His leadership and extensive business experience have opened new possibilities for KICL and continue to drive its growth. And it's our pleasure to have Dr. Jinnah Rafiq Ahmed Sahib on the stage. A big round of applause for Jinnah Rafiq Ahmed Sahib, please.
Thank you, Mr. Tausif. Just to add to that, Jinnah Sahib has started a Crocs manufacturing facility in Tamil Nadu within a record 1-year timeline. And it's a landmark project inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Further, he strengthens India's industrial ecosystem by collaborating 32 foreign companies, bringing them to India, which nobody has done yet. And he's also working on to bring Adidas into India. He is a hero. He's a hero for us in the business front. Good afternoon, my dear delegates, distinguished guests, panelists. It's an honor for me to be here to moderate this session, very interesting session of 4 trillion for TN, a dream or a reality. We all know the history says 300 years back, India was one of the largest economy in the world. Most of you may not be knowing about this, but due to some some functional changes, political changes, India has gone down, pulled down the ladder to the bottom of the economy. We all know only about that. Everybody says India is a poor country. Used to say it was a poor country, but now slowly India is pushing itself up. Tell me a country where 1 billion people every day morning they go out and work and contribute to the economy. Nowhere in this world this is happening. The 3 main factors which is happening in India has never happened in any country in the history. The 3 factors are the young population, working population. The young working population, the size of the young working population in India is phenomenal, which is not there in any other country. And the slowly growing purchase power. Imagine if a sizable amount of the population has when they cross the poverty line, I mean, when they have the purchase power, whatever we manufacture is not enough for ourselves. And the third point is in technology. Around 15, 20 years back, we were far behind when compared to developed countries. But now, Leaps and bounds, we are catching up in technology in all fronts. In some of the areas, we are better than US or any other developed countries. For example, when Nandan Nilekani, when he took the shot of COVID vaccine, he gave a message saying that I got the certificate in my phone and my friend in US got the certificate in the paper. So India is growing very fast. We all know that we will certainly attain bigger heights. 1 trillion is like very close by, and 2047, I am sure that we will achieve 2047. Now, having said that, we all know, okay, there is a goal and we are going to achieve. But having said that, there is a road we can see, but we have to see how we have to plan to reach that place. So just to remind you, yesterday my son was prompting me. Like 1980s, Japan was a fast developing economy and everyone thought that it will overtake US. But what has happened was, somewhere in the middle, it went up and it started flattening. And it could not overtake US. So we should also be very careful and we should plan ourselves, right? See to that, we have to put everything in place that we reach that we reach that goal. 4 trillion is for sure, but on the middle, we should not slip out. So that is the reason, these kind of seminars, these kind of, startups and thing, we need to plan to see to that we don't derail. Now, to uncode this story of 4 trillion becoming real, we have eminent panelists here. So I'll be asking them questions. My request is to answer it in 3 minutes so that we are all waiting for lunch. The last session has, I know you will do that. My first question to Mr. Mohammad Attar Sir. Tamil Nadu has been a consistent top performer in manufacturing, exports, and human development. From your economic vantage point, what are the top 3 structural reforms the state must prioritize to move from incremental growth to exponential growth?
So first of all, thank you for having me here. Tamil Nadu has had a very important role in my career. I did a lot of projects here, right from with ADB, the Chennai-Kanyakumari Industrial Corridor visioning, and then with guidance, we were involved in setting up guidance and then trying to promote investments in Tamil Nadu in forums like World Economic Forum. So a very good sense of the state, what it is very good at. What we also do is we help a lot of private sector companies' investments in India, and we showcase various states to them, and we get a very direct feedback from them on what they liked about a state and what they didn't like. So our view is not coming only from a perspective which is known to us, but also from the companies that are exploring India, and when they decide a location, what are the elements that become critical. So if you look at Tamil Nadu's structure of economy, clearly manufacturing is at the heart of it's a lot of growth, a lot of outcomes that have happened. Now, the time is right for Tamil Nadu to start pivoting from a general manufacturing aspiration to advanced manufacturing aspiration. To say now we really have a base of $50–60 billion of manufacturing happening here. We almost have everybody relevant who's manufacturing in India, global manufacturers, domestic manufacturers, local manufacturers. What are the sectors that will really give us the scale in a more productive manner? What it means is, can I generate much more economic outcomes with lesser water demand, lesser power demand, lesser land demand? So if I continue with the same water intensity, power intensity, land intensity, our state is going to get saturated. And a lot of places around the world, as they went into moving from a good base. So for example, if you look at Korea, Korea at one point was one of the largest textile manufacturer, And then in 80s, they started reforms and they moved on to electronics and semiconductors, and they realized that textile industry, very relevant, but they'll have to limit it into sectors by which they can increase the per capita income. So that would be my first important element to prioritize. So for example, from IC engines to EVs, from electronics assembly to actual electronics component manufacturing, a lot of IoT sensorization based manufacturing. I think that's the kind of sector from textile to technical textile. I think that's the first pathway that would be important. I think the second piece, which every time we bring investors to Tamil Nadu is, there's a bit of a gap, and then not to put it on anybody on planning, but from an investor's lens, there's clearly a significant gap in infrastructure, quality of living between North Tamil Nadu and South Tamil Nadu in terms of healthcare facilities, branded. So what it does is the economy starts getting skewed towards few districts. And then the land prices will start going up, the cost of doing business will go up. I think the second most important piece would be to start thinking about, if we are thinking about a $4 trillion economy, possibly Chennai will be our $1 trillion city. Possibly a Hosur or a Coimbatore or a Tuticorin, we decide, would be our $250 billion cities. And that's how the maths needs to come up to say, these 6 cities, some of them could be industrial cities, some of them could be IT cities, but that program needs to move in over there. That would be very, very important, that this growth moves into other parts, becomes much more inclusive and development, and hence a whole framework. Now, the problem in our country is the strength of a capital city. Institutionally, they're very powerful. The chief minister sits here. They have all the resources over there, but not necessarily in municipality-led cities, not necessarily in many of our new municipal corporations which are not there. Their budgets are much smaller. So if they have to drive economic development at that scale, we'll need to empower cities. So we have just written a paper on cities as growth hubs. Just imagine, in India, we are talking about $35 trillion, and on that 35 trillion, 4 trillion will come from Tamil Nadu. Globally, 80% of the GDP gets generated in cities. So what it means is that currently what is India's 4 trillion or 4.5 trillion, 2.5, 2.4 trillion comes from cities, and this needs to go up to 22 trillion. Now, we are already seeing our cities are choked, we have mobility challenges, we are finding it difficult to move people. So we'll need to reorient our cities, and that will become the second most piece. And third, I would say, is we have a beautiful coastline. We have the ability to really become an export-focused state. We have the size of a Korea. So from an export to GDP perspective, we need to have a very clear program on how we will align the supply chain of landlocked states, because we could be a major gateway. We need not necessarily manufacture everything here, but how can we be a major export hub for a lot of production that happens within India? How do we sync some of our ports to global shipping line? Would be the third most important thing for me.
Thank you very much, sir. Yesterday we heard the minister saying, our industry minister saying that no, we have to use the long coastal, to improve our economy. It's in line with your views. And also, as you said, the 4 trillion economy should be divided into different parts, and that is also in alignment with our UEF. Our president will, that's his passion, that east, west, north, and south, should bring in 1 trillion kind of. So he is the visionary, and I'm amazed that whatever you say, he has been talking to us, and we are also talking about, as you said, only the cities will bring in. Now Suresh Sambandam in the last session, he said we have better cities than when compared to other states. We have 5 or 7, 8 cities, 8 airports here. We are also trying to, 130 master plans are being working out by the Planning Commission, to develop our state. And we are focusing on more cities, sir. Thank you very much. And one point I want to add is whatever the industries he said, to develop, everything at the end has to come to a real estate. I belong to real estate, okay? Because everybody needs a home. So that is again going to propel. when all the industries, when they generate economy, then that money is again will get into the real estate, and that will be another cycle. I'll just put it to one more point. Mr. Darish Ahmed, I think he's also going to join in one of the session, Governance Bureau, from Governance Bureau. Guidance Bureau, from Guidance Bureau. He said in the next 3 years, Chennai needs 10 million square feet of A-grade office space over and above what is happening now, right? In the next 3 years. Now, if 10 million is going to get added over and above, that means 100 million square feet of residential we require. Because each guy who is going to work in an office will occupy 100 square feet. He needs 1,000 square feet of residences. So whatever we do, it's not enough for us. And by the time I construct the last home for the last guy, I have to pull down the first few buildings to do again. So there is no saturation for us in real estate building. So it's such a nice industry it is, such a nice country it is. And I'll go on to the next question to Dr. Nisha. From an academic and macroeconomic perspective, what long-term drivers such as demographic shifts, urbanization, labor productivity, and innovation will play the most decisive roles in achieving the $4 trillion vision? Difficult question.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Indeed, it's a very wonderful question, and thank you for the question, sir. And Tamil Nadu, as we know, I would rightly say that it is a balanced state compared to any other state. And Tamil Nadu has so many features or so many components that many other Indian states lack. Let's say, for example, when we talk about the state of Kerala, of course, from where I hail, we have a beautiful Kerala model of development put forward by the Nobel laureate Amartya Sen. But again, the state of Kerala talks about giving more importance to the social indicators where, like your health and education, where they do lack a lot in the industrial perspective. And if you see the state of Gujarat, they have a Gujarat model of development put forward by Jagdish Bhagwati. Again, they focus on economic indicators where they say that it's more about industries and then comes the social indicators. And now Tamil Nadu, being a very beautiful state, I would say that it has a right mix of both economic and social indicators equally put forward. Now, coming to the question what sir has asked me, from an academic and a macroeconomic perspective, to talk about Tamil Nadu achieving a $4 trillion economy by 2047, sometimes this question appears as if we are discussing about a distant planet. But let me tell you, Tamil Nadu has a right mix of all the components that is required to achieve this target. Now, according to me, I would say that the very first thing would be a demographic structure or a demographic dividend perspective. Yes, we all know that, Tamil Nadu is aging faster compared to many other states in India. It's a bad news. But let me remind you the fact that though it is a bad news also, Tamil Nadu is not believing or it's not depending anymore in population expansion. Rather, our shift and focus is more towards the way in which we increase the productivity, or let's say the periphery zone. And now, talking about demographic dividend, we know that north part of our country, yes, it do have a higher demographic dividend compared to south. But the productivity that we have in south, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu, is even more commendable. Now, the next is urbanization. Indeed, we all know that, Tamil Nadu is one of the top states which do much greater in terms of urbanization. But what we need today is not just big cities. We need very, very smarter cities, I would say. And if you see, not just the so-called cities like Chennai that should develop. Rather, we should focus on cities, on other places like Coimbatore, Madurai, Trichy, Salem, Tirupur. And these cities, they should be economies of engine. They should not be just like, settlements of traffic signals, I would say. Only then the urbanization drive, this long-term drive, can enable the state to achieve a $4 trillion economy by 2047. And again, talking about innovation and labor productivity. India as a whole need a lot of impetus on labor productivity. And in that, the female labor force participation, slowly and gradually, it has been on the rise. From 19%, we stand today at 23% and to 28%. And in Tamil Nadu, as one of the previous speakers in the fireside chat said, we have more women coming up, and Tamil Nadu is one particular state that encourages, that respects women. But I want to add a point to that. If you see, in the context of participation of labor, especially female labor force participation, Tamil Nadu has a huge potential. But somewhere or the other, we are a sleeping giant. For the fact that if Tamil Nadu is able to add 8 to 9 million more people into the workforce, especially women, trust me, our GDP can shoot up like anything. So that is the gap that we have, which we need to rectify. And now about innovation. Of course, it is a very, very good long-term drivers for our economy, our Tamil Nadu state economy, to achieve the target of becoming a 4 trillion economy. And this innovation is not just the Instagram innovation, something in reality I would say, wherein we have to incorporate and integrate the universities, the research parks, the industry-university linkages. We need to have the deep labs, lab techs, and we need to make sure that these are properly synchronized in such a way that innovation speaks a lot. Now, if you see, we have the CICC, the Crescent Innovation Incubation Center from BSA Crescent University, from where I come from. It is such a pleasure, it's such a proud moment for me to say that the Crescent University is so beautifully running such incubation hubs. We have the IIT Madras Research Park. So now, all these showcases the fact that if universities are establishing such incubations and research centers in the context of innovation, trust me, this will enable the economy to kickstart not 2x, rather 4x faster, I would say. And what we need today is the country, the India, do not need something that is big. We don't need big economies. We need just smarter economies. And Tamil Nadu need not, focus on becoming big, but rather becoming smart. The future belongs to a state that does not focus on just bigger things, rather who focus on faster things, who can urbanize faster, and who can invest on people. And trust me, Tamil Nadu is evenly good in all these things. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks a lot. Excellent explanation. We all plan, you all do, you can strategize. But the goal scorer is the businessman. Yes, our Rafiq Sahab. A question for you, Mr. Rafiq Sahab. As someone building and scaling business in Tamil Nadu, what are the on-ground challenges that investors and entrepreneurs face today? And what changes would significantly accelerate investment flows?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And thank you for this, Ahmed Bhai, brother, to invite me for this event. So I would like to tell you, it's a good question for me because I'm a person who's invested now. So I would like to tell about Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has ease of doing business. And now all the states in India is trying to implement. So doing an investment, after doing an investment in Tamil Nadu, starting an international factory and producing it, doing it in a year. So I got invitation from 6-7 states, chief ministers, as I told in the previous meetings. So whenever they quote, the first footwear policy was launched in Tamil Nadu. After Tamil Nadu launching in 2022, other states in India launched this policy. So they made little better policies, but the first state to launch is Tamil Nadu. The Guidance Bureau of Tamil Nadu is really working very hard under the direct supervision of the Chief Minister and Industrial Minister. And here, yesterday you would have seen the Industrial Minister didn't have time. He was rushing for another meeting. So this is how these people work in Tamil Nadu. So I'm not talking about political or anything. I'm talking about the system operating Tamil Nadu today. And one more thing, the entire global brands. Now I work with brands. I'm working with Crocs, I'm working with Adidas, I work with Kickers, I work with component manufacturers. So when I work with Design Studio in Italy, I work with a lot of international brands directly. What I learn from them, what I understand from them, they all want to come to India. But whenever they think they want to come to India, there is a mind they have is Tamil Nadu. when the comfort, the feel, they have got information, they have experienced from the past experience in Tamil Nadu. If you see any international factories for 20 years in Tamil Nadu. See, Kothari is an 100 years old company. I entered Kothari in 1913. But in 1950s, 56, Kamaraj and Murad Desai inaugurated our fertilizer factory. In our group, the 1950s to 60, up to 70s, we had 13 industries in Tamil Nadu. See, what I would like to share, Kothari, I mean, Tamil Nadu is a state where the people are so close, so easily acceptable for industrial investments. Now I'm coming to the comfort. See, I want to tell you, my brother, the excuse is the only reason for the delay. Government is not like before. Now government is, all these state governments are highly competitive. See, they are ready to offer, I can't mention the NDA with you, they are ready to offer anything to bring the business employment to the state. And now we are talking about 4 trillion. And I'm sure I'm honored to, because as a minor part, I feel I can contribute to that. See, per capita income, each and everybody income is very important. See, I put my first factory in Perambalur. When I went there, there was no factory. There is one tire factory which gives 300 people employment, mostly from North India. When I went, I was given 1,75,000 resumes for job. I was shocked. So when I called for interview, I had a problem where thousands of people gathered in front of my factory, and I need to call police and other people to control for asking for employment. So what I want to say, I decided Perambalur. Everybody asked me, Rafiq, this footwear is in North Arka district. Why do you, even my partner used to say, why do we have to go to the new place? I said, no, we have to take it to the most backward area, then we give value. I convinced him. I convinced everyone. And I brought that factory. Today, I'm telling you, the initial stage, the wastage was 70%. In the initial stage. When I manufactured a Croc shoe, I lost 70%. But today, the wastage is 13%, skilling up. I can see the women of Perambalur who were from a farmer or a housewife who was not exposed to any industry. Today, they're talking English. Yes, we can do it. So I saw the success there. So I also wanted to add to you, this has all happened, creating a factory in a year. I've already, I don't want to take much of the time because I've already told you about the past experience, how I built a factory in a year time and other things. But without the support of the government, right from the chief minister, from the secretary one, chief secretary, industrial secretary, guidance bureau, SIPCOT, each and every, I can name the officials. So everybody is keen to support the industry. So Tamil Nadu, if really an investor want to do a business, if you want to establish a factory, please accept excuse. There is no other delay. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Sir, when you said, when you wanted people to come and join, like there are 1,75,000 applications, people who are thronging, that's not a problem. I think that's our strength. We have that much of human resource which no other country has. So only thing is we have to create jobs and place them there.
So I wanted to match with my brother. He was talking about the 4 trillion growth all over the map. That is why I'm trying to fill up wherever there is no area I can go and fill there. So next is in Karur.
That's a noble thought,
Then
sir.
Adidas, we have already, construction is the final stage. February we'll be launching Adidas. But we are also tying up in other backward district. I even have Ahmad Annan's district. So Ramanathapuram has also a challenge of employment. So I have other districts in Tamil Nadu. I'll make sure there won't be no backward district in Tamil Nadu. And this 4 trillion, please don't depend on Tuticorin, Chennai, Coimbatore and other states. You will see other different districts in Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
Exactly, sir. Like, what is there in our heart, you are doing it. What we used to talk about is when the disparity between the urban wealth and the rural wealth, when it comes down, only then we can call our state as a developed state or a country as a developed country, which you are doing it. I've been talking, but you are doing it. Thank you very much for that. And one more point I want to add is like, while doing business, I know government is supporting, but one place where we need to focus is on the systems, sir. Even government, even if they want to help us, because the systems are there in place, has got, old systems, complications are there. Slowly we need to change.
No, actually now, my brother, now they have maximum made close-up friendly, user-friendly. So you don't need to go to any government office. You can apply all the licenses online. We have a single window system. It is not only for corporate. It is for MSME. It is for even a person who has invested 10 lakhs or a 1 crore. And they give more preferences for MSME and small segment businesses. Because what I want to see, when I go and wait to see an industrial secretary, I see a MSME investor with a small project meeting the secretary and coming out. That is how the government is supporting today. I have seen it personally.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Sir, I'll come back to that, sir. We all know we are talking about GDP raising at this level and at 9% and things like that. I wanted your view on that, and also like what are the policy interventions are essential to maintain such momentum? Policy interventions, sir.
So if you see, I was talking to Nisha while we were waiting for this panel, has somebody been able to achieve consistent 8-9% growth or not? Has this been done in the past? So, a lot of us have read the countries which are called as the Asian miracle countries or Asian tigers as they are called. Between 1960 to 1990, they consistently grew between 7 to 9%. That was the average growth rate. So for a 30-year period, they kept on growing at 8 to 9%. So at 9% consistent growth at constant prices, I think this $4 trillion will definitely happen. That's not a challenge. I think the bigger challenge is that if you look at the trajectory of, let's say, China, Singapore, and let's say India, closer to early 60s, late 50s, the three countries were in a very similar range of per capita income. And if you look at the growth rates of the three countries, you will not see more than, on an average, 3 to 4% deltas. So essentially, let's say if somebody has grown at an average of 9%, another one would have grown at an average of 6%. But the key thing is, fast forward to 2025, China is now almost 4 times the per capita income of India. And Singapore is at a per capita income which is maybe 10 times India. So what's also important is that when we think about these percentages, the important part is what is creating our growth. And that's where the productivity of, manufacturing, the productivity of economic actions we are taking becomes very, very important to say that all of this, one of the last speakers said, we should focus much more on the inclusive wealth creation for people, this 2.5 lakh becoming 7.5 lakh. So this becomes a much more important yardstick. On the policy actions, you wanted to ask me what are the things. I think if you see, and I personally believe in Tamil Nadu. I've represented Tamil Nadu. Some of my clients are sitting here. We've gone to all over the world representing Tamil Nadu. I think if you see right now, all Indian states, and this is using this forum to kind of request the government also, are very investment focused on policy. So if you see, if you go to any state, they'll say if you are investing this much, we will give you this incentive and all. I think now Tamil Nadu can take a lead in industrial policy creation, and which is a policy, and it could be urban policy also, to say we will support you based on outcome indicators and not on investment indicators. So for example, will you generate more per capita income? Will you generate more women employment? Will you drive, development in the coastal regions, as he said, inclusive development? And hence the incentivization becomes much more focused on the world I want to see in 2047, which is across districts, which is across new types. So that would be one thing. I think the second view I would say is with such a strong manufacturing base we have, I think from make in Tamil Nadu, we should also start branching out towards design in Tamil Nadu, and that should become a big hub for us to say that a lot of manufacturing innovation, for example, in leather, if you look at, and he will know much more than me, but the value creation of global European industry, all the Pradas of the world, a lot of that is getting manufactured in Tamil Nadu, Bangladesh, but the real value creation upside is happening at the end of the branding, designing in those European nations. So that's where the second focus would be around how do we become more focused on that, the servification of manufacturing, to say if manufacturing needs services and how some of that happens in our state. The last point as a policy suggestion is, if you look at all the investments, and we have been doing a bit of a review of investments in India, the major investments, large investment, you are an infra developer, he's a manufacturer over here, a lot of investors are sitting. You will see, because we are a large population base, our cities are constrained on land. So the investment happens in peri-urban area. So this is just at the boundary of a municipal commissioner or a development authority. And this is where you will start seeing very unorganized development. So what will happen? People at the edge of the city will travel 30 kilometers to go to the manufacturing site or a major office space or an industrial cluster. I think it's time we move from city focus to, city region focus. To say that these are big anchor cities, and around these big anchor cities, we have smaller edge towns, panchayats, talukas, whatever you may call in local parlance. But there is a strong integrated governance. The municipal commissioner is not only worried about moving buses in the city, but also to 30 kilometers away. So we now need city region master plans instead of only city. I think Tamil Nadu has already done that, Chennai is doing that. If that happens for more areas, this integrates these peri-urban areas, you will see much stronger development and a productive investment. So those would be my 3 suggestions.
Thank you, sir. You want to add something, sir, to this? Or, yes.
Yeah. He was talking about design, so I was very happy to hear that. So I have signed up with the Italian Design Institute, one of the best in the world, and we have already partnered in UK in Indian Embassy. So we are bringing it to Tamil Nadu, and we are planning to bring it to Hosur. So Bangalore is also nearby. So, nice. So very soon we will start the university. So design and skill, as he said, that's very important. We should have an Indian brand in future. Indian brand should be global brand. So that is a shortage. In small state as a brand, small country as a brand, India should have a global brand.
Thank you. Yeah, question to Dr. Nisha. Tamil Nadu already has strong industrial clusters. How should the state evolve into a knowledge-driven and innovation-led economy, and what role must universities and research institutions play?
That's a wonderful question, sir. Universities and research institutions, they do play a very important role, I would say. So we have been talking about, polishing our factories. But it's high time that we actually talk about polishing our ideas too. So to be very honest with you, one way forward will be that to polish the ideas would be universities. Because universities actually should become the new factories, I would say. For the fact that, let me explain. Factories assemble products. Now the universities, they should start assembling or creating innovators. And how do we do that? As I mentioned in my previous discussion, I spoke about CICC, and I spoke about the IIT Madras Research Park. Having said that, these two stand as a clear example when academia mingles, or let's say when academia enters with entrepreneurship, they can do wonders. So now if you see many universities in our country, the whole country as a whole, I would say, even today, they still function like how they did in 1990s. They have to think a lot about, how they can expand, how they can bring forward, the new innovations out there. So now, let's say, for example, in Tamil Nadu alone, there are 2,500 plus higher education institutions. Now, if, let's say, for example, if 20% of these institutions, if they become the hotbeds of research, parks, trust me, Tamil Nadu can do wonders. That's indeed one way in which universities can produce innovators, and universities and research parks can contribute great for the growth of the entire country, not just Tamil Nadu, because the potential of Tamil Nadu is very huge. Now, having said that, a lot of few things which I personally felt that, Tamil Nadu universities should focus. We should have professors who publish and prototype, point number one. Next is we should have, students who spend most of their times in labs just as they spend their time in classrooms. And we should also have a curriculum that actually does not teach you what is in the textbook. Rather, we should have a curriculum that makes you, or that it teaches you more of thinking than just the compliance, I would say. And we should have more of industry and academia collaborations, not just outside the, campus. We should bring more industries inside the universities or campus, and we should try to develop that in such a way where revenue generation is happening. It's not just about developing some innovation parks or research parks. Rather, the universities should also be able to generate revenues. When we talk about the startup, a university should bring in a startup which will actually solve the problem, not just a normal startup for the name's sake. So this will indeed do wonders. And to make it very short and simple, because I know we are running short of time, sir, Tamil Nadu need not require a Silicon Valley. It just require 20 or let's say 200 small valleys inside its universities. But the work is done, I would say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks
and
a lot.
I also wanted to add a point to what Mr. Athar sir has said. He spoke about cities. So I would say that for urbanization, sir, we have to focus from cities as consumers to cities as producers. Then that will do the work for urbanization. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thanks a lot. Next question to Dr. Rafiq Ahmed sir. The next 10 20 years, where do you see the strongest private sector opportunities in green energy, electronics, logistics, high-tech manufacturing, digital services, or consumer products?
Yeah. See, if you talk about next 20 years, I believe, so we will be economically superpower in next 10 years, but you're talking about 20 years anyway. India, see, if you see, everybody has traveled all over the world. So I always see India with China. So if you see India, in the entire oil, if you take all the oil companies, entire oil manufacturing company, including PSU, if you see one factory in China, they do that. So they are massive producers, in everything, in footwear, anything. I took the government officials to a factory in China. So it is almost, if you say, 100,000 people work in one factory, and it's one world's largest producing factory. What I want to say you, now India is now looking into expansion. Now India is looking into growth, and if you see the market size, India's market size is very big. So you lined up with a lot of things. So everything is connected with one, that is business. So when we produce something, India is going to be the biggest market. And with affordability, so everybody started spending here. Today I don't see, I run a chain of restaurant, I see the young generation never see the bill. So I remember in my school days when I come out of Crescent, we go for outings and we see the bill, we check the payment, how much we have, and then we spend money accordingly. The friends, 4 or 5 people used to share. What I want to tell today, the spending power is increased. So the market, my perception, business, all the area, whatever he said, as a very good opportunity, especially B2C. See, what I suggest to a lot of entrepreneurs, startup, they can focus on B2C. B2C will give good future because that fear can be overcome. B2C people can concentrate, it will have good future. And one more thing is investment. I want to complete fast. See, the entire globe is looking into investing into India. So now the next option is India. So they are not ready to go to anywhere else. But they have some fear. See, the positive thing you have to see, the Ford, which has gone out of India, has come back to Chennai. So that is a positive message you get. They were happy here. They had a very good exit. So they're coming back again. So that is what Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu will have a very big future in next 20 years. I personally feel India will be the economically superpower, and Tamil Nadu will be number one in India. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, sir. I think you guys cannot see these two displays here. There's a timer going down, and now it has come to red. It says time up. So I think we have to close with just a 1 minute closing remarks. So whatever we do, we are sure with all these inputs, we are sure we are going to get to a bigger economy. But we just don't need a bigger economy. We need a good economy where you can see that good economy moment. Good economy is what, like as we discussed, there should not be any disparity between people. Everybody should have their GDP, raised up, and people should not have that stress of debt repayment and things like that, which kills us. We don't need uncertainties. A place where with clear cut, with clear systems, people should live. That kind of an economy. We don't need. I'm sorry to say, we don't need an economy like US, where they say it's on the top. They have 33 trillion of GDP, but 39 trillion of debt. I don't believe in that economy. We don't want that kind of economy. We need a good economy. With that, I'll close. Thanking all the panelists, wonderful points. Thanks for your patience. It's already 2:10 now. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Please join us for lunch. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A pleasure listening to all of you speak and talk about the opportunities and the areas we should focus on. Quickly, before you exit from the stage, we have a few tokens of appreciation that we'd like to hand over, a few mementos. And all of you who are exiting for lunch, please be back by 2:45. We're already behind schedule, so we'd appreciate it if you can be in the hall by 2:45 at the latest. All right, the first token of appreciation to Dr. Jinnah Rafiq Ahmed Sahib, Executive Chairman, Kothari Industrial Corporation Limited. Round of applause, please. Big thank you for sharing from his wealth of experience and the yeoman work he's doing in the hinterlands of Tamil Nadu. The next goes to Mr. Muhammad Athar, Partner and Leader, Capital Projects Infrastructure Group, PwC. Thank you for sharing from your global experience. And of course, Dr. Nisha Najmuddin, Deputy Director, Associate Professor, Department of Public Policy, B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute. Thank you. Thank you to the moderator, and thank you to the panelists as well. So, quick lunch break for all of you, half an hour. 2:45 would be highly appreciated if you can be back by 2:45, so we can try to at least catch up by 15 minutes on the time and restart our amazing intellectual sessions back here at UEF Trade Summit 2025. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are ready now to start the session. So those of you who are just outside the auditorium, request all of you to just walk in, settle in, so we may request our moderator and panelists to take the stage. I believe it's been a fantastic discussion so far since morning. We've seen thought leaders come in, share from their experience, knowledge, the wisdom that they've garnered over the years, the connections that they've made, the networks that they've created, the world view that exists, and the world that we could create together. We've talked about a dream, a goal, a $4 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu. We discussed, was it just a dream or can it be made into a reality? And the message was very clear from a historical perspective, as well as from a socioeconomic perspective, as well as the contributions made by this wonderful state to the country and the global stage at large. It is a possible reality. But it needs us to take the right steps, focus on the right areas of intervention, choose the right opportunities for growth. The previous session focused on some of these areas and opportunities for growth, and so will the session that's coming up. How can we make $400 billion into a $4 trillion economy? That's the key question. And we hope through these sessions, a lot of you will take back insights which you might implement into your own businesses or practices, and then reap the rewards and contribute further to this growth. I hope the moderator is ready for the next session. I see him walking towards the stage. So without any further ado, we're going to move on to the next session of the day. And yes, it is opportunities is in Unnatha Tamilagam. And I'll leave it to our dear moderator to explain that term, because he was the one who told me that it carries multiple connotations that we can reach and aspire to become as Unnatha Tamilagam. So, it's my proud privilege to introduce the moderator of the session that's coming up. Our moderator for the session is a distinguished finance professional, an entrepreneur with over 23 years of experience in treasury, corporate restructuring, mergers and acquisitions, private equity, venture capital, and international fund management. He holds a doctorate in finance and investment banking from West Coast University, USA, and is an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur. He has held senior leadership roles at Standard Chartered, HSBC, and served as vice president at Kotak Mahindra Bank before transitioning into entrepreneurial and advisory roles. Dr. Ajmal Dastagir is the managing director of Silk Trail Global Exports Private Limited, one of South India's largest food exporters, supplying Swiggy, Instamart, Zomato, Zepto, and Big Basket. As founder of Mimi Babao, he launched PetScan Pro, India's first AI-based pet health tech diagnostic tool, along with IoT innovations like FitCollar and Smart Feeders. He advises the MSME Ministry, Government of India, NDDB, and NTPC. He also chairs the India Sustainable Development Council, United Nations ECOSOC, and leads the Women Cancer Support Initiative, ARTRIL. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to welcome Dr. Ajmal Dastagir, Managing Director, Silk Trail Global Exports Private Limited, Founder Chairman, AJ School of Excellence, Founder Mimibo, and Advisor, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for that warm welcome and introduction. Very good afternoon, vanakkam and assalamu alaikum. I know it's a very difficult session post-lunch, but gentlemen, trust me, I swear, I promise to keep this as exciting as possible. It's always very difficult, pre-lunch and post-lunch. Pre-lunch, you said pasimayakam, and post-lunch, it is undamayakam. So always I get caught between the two, so yeah. So, gentlemen, here we are, talking about a state with $400 billion economy, contributing to the huge $400 billion economy of, $4 trillion economy of India. Textile, automobile, leather, electronic components, Tamil Nadu stands the third largest exporter with a whooping $63 billion export base that we have in our state. 4 international airports, 2 domestic airports, 4 major seaports, 14 minor seaports, a state home to more than 7.2 crore people, is one of the most socio-economically advanced states in our country. Above all, a state that has attracted foreign direct investment in excess of 31,000 crores this fiscal, one of the largest again in the country. Above all, we are here, Vandore Valavaikum Tamil Nadu. This is Unnada Tamilagam. Welcome to the post-lunch session, Opportunities in Unnada Tamilagam. Growth is always a catalyst to opportunity, right? So where there is growth, there is opportunity. Where there is opportunity, there is growth. They are inversely proportionate. To discuss this opportunity today, we have 4 distinguished speakers with us. First up, we have a very fine gentleman, a business leader, who has created a niche for himself in reframing, redesigning the technology in the banking and financial industry space, banking and financial services space, making it a $400 billion empire. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Arun Jain, founder, Polaris Group, chairman, managing director, Intellect Design Arena. Welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome. The first seat. The first seat. Our second speaker for the day, another wonderful gentleman, started his base and a family business from trading gems, gold, varied businesses, found a niche for himself in the real estate space. And today, a name to reckon with, not only in the city of Chennai, but spreading wings across the state of Tamil Nadu. And he has also grown in heights, not only as the managing director of RWD Real Estate, but also as the president, Credai Tamil Nadu. Welcome, Mr. W.S. Habib, managing director, RWD. Welcome, welcome. Second. Here. Yeah. Next up, we have someone to speak about how the state looks when it comes to opportunity, right? We cannot be speaking about ourselves and saying that this is what we are on the path to Unnada Tamilagam. So to hear that out, we have a visionary business leader from Malaysia who is not only leading the largest fintech company in Malaysia, but also the deputy president of ASEAN Chamber of Commerce. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Datuk Shahul Hamid. Welcome, sir. Welcome. First one. And the last speaker for the day, we make sure this panel is completely balanced. We want to have all the stakeholders involved. So obviously, Unnada Tamilagam and Mission $4 trillion is not possible without the state government's involvement. So we have the nodal agency, the agency responsible to bring in the entire foreign direct investment into the state, Guidance Tamil Nadu, So we have Mr. Paul Arun, Senior Executive Vice President, Guidance Tamil Nadu, Government of Tamil Nadu. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us this afternoon in discussing the opportunities in Unnaga Tamilagam. I would start this session with you, sir. So, you are a native of Uttar Pradesh, brought up in Delhi, studied in Delhi. In 1990, a business transaction brought you down to Chennai, and you made this your business home, right? So, which means you spotted the Unnaga Tamilagam opportunity way back in the 90s when we are talking about this in 2025. Take us through that story. Oh, sorry. It's there.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this session of 4 trillion economy in 22 years. So I came to Tamil Nadu 35 years back, 1990. Set up a company called Polaris Software, which is one of the few companies that time. Set up a first center in OMR. A lot of you must be knowing OMR now, but that time it was a rice field when we set up a first plant in Sipcot area. In 97, it was a rice field on which it was set up. So it is quite interesting to see that what attracted me over here was a ability to see the calmness of intellectual depth. The state, what we call a state of mind, is present in Tamil Nadu, which is different from a noisy states in northern part of the India. So it's not critical of it. So a balance of aggression which North India brings it and South India brings the ability to think intellectually and drive capabilities for driving the business growth. This combination is what I loved over here, which made me move to Chennai.
So the design thinking started in 1990.
Design thinking started in 1990.
So, yeah. So I've heard you say, today you have built an empire which is, I would rephrase it saying, forms 1% of Tamil Nadu's GDP. Is there a better way to say that?
Not really, but yeah, it's a good one. Yeah.
It's, ladies and gentlemen, truly something absolutely visionary. 1% of Tamil Nadu's GDP is being contributed by the Polaris Group. That's reality. Probably we have rephrased it at the UEF Trade Summit. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a small thing. No, but I think more than that, I think Tamil Nadu is on that area. So I was doing the research on 4 trillion economy, how it's possible or not possible, and comparing Tamil Nadu with Germany as a role model. Germany has a population of 84 million people. Tamil Nadu has a population of 78 million people. Germany is currently 4.5 trillion. Tamil Nadu is 400 billion, so it's around, gap is there, but the population, the human brain and human capacity is similar. If you go deeper into Germany, it's distributed system. There is no single city which is very large. It's a multiple city in Germany. So like in France, there is a single city called Paris. In UK, there is a single city called London. But in Germany, you have a Frankfurt, Munich, Berlin. Many such cities are there. So Tamil Nadu model to me was looking more similar to what Germany has a modeling. And so that's the kind of a thinking process which I had when I was doing a research on looking at it next 22 years, 11.5% growth rate. It's all looking to be possible if I put in design thinking term, First, I need to design the thinking of the state. Once the thinking gets designed, then you can act in planning and act on that thinking process to acquire knowledge and acquire capabilities to drive the systems and technologies. So that's what I have reflected today.
Absolutely, sir. I think you set the tone right, so I'm going to jump one question and get to straight to the point. So, like you have always believed and the way it should be, make your problem bigger than the solution, and your solution becomes bigger than your problem, right? And that's where design thinking was born. So, I did hear you at the recent Global Startup Summit in Coimbatore, and I would just want to make a quote here, and then I let you speak. So, basically, design thinking, as far as the government is concerned, uses human-centered approach to solve complex public problems. Shifting from inside-out policy making to citizen-focused services designed through empathy, observation, prototyping, and testing. It also helps create more relevant, accessible, and effective services, like your tax portals and your health portals that are there. And by actually moving beyond your bureaucratic silos, which has always been the thing. We have Arun here, I'm sure he's hearing me loud. It is a bureaucratic silo, right? So going beyond this, challenging the traditional methods, and to improve this and putting this into an implementation, I'm sure you have a model in place. How do you think this is so very critical towards our goal to the $4 trillion economy?
So the important point over here is design. What is design thinking? In 1908, Harvard Business School started a program called MBA program. Management was started in 1908 by Harvard School. Purpose and objective of that course was to maximize and optimize the resources available at the disposal, and they needed a managers to maximize and optimize the resources, which is the natural resources, industrialization resources. Design thinking was started sometime in 92 by Stanford University in Silicon Valley, where there are no resources. It's a desert, and the design thinking was understand possibilities and opportunities. There are two things which is a pivot. Management pivot is optimization and maximization, and design thinking is possibilities and opportunities. Opportunities will come from the human-centered design, means opportunity will come from where we are serving humanity or unmet need of human if you do it. So if you look at Silicon Valley company, and that's a second study factor I've looked at it, California as economy is also $4 trillion economy.
That's right.
So Germany is also 4 trillion, California is also 4 trillion. California from 1992 was less than $500 billion in 1990. So in 35 years, they become around 600 billion to 4 trillion economy, based on the simple principle of design thinking as a core element, which they merge with the management thinking process of optimizing and maximizing. So these two principles, design thinking and management thinking, if they work together, and I use a third phrase called first principle thinking. First principle thinking is the thinking which asks the question why I'm doing it, what is the purpose behind it, how it is going to help the end citizen in the whole economy, how it serves the customer when you are building the business. So three things, design thinking, first principle thinking, and system thinking are the three levers which need to be applied, where like Japan has applied system thinking, precision thinking, quality thinking, which has come from Japan, focus intensity came from Korea, choreography and orchestration came from China, and California and Germany. If we take this 5 different model of understanding what each person has done it, there could be some story we can create and design around these 5 different model of growth.
Wonderful, wonderful, absolutely. I mean, I think also it beats your 0 to 10 challenge, the initial 0 to 10 challenge. If done right before the 0, I think that edge is a little bit more faster. Thank you, sir. Thank you. quickly, I'll move on to you, Mr. Habib. So, in any economy, the real estate is something which is a major contributor to any economy. And today, in Tamil Nadu, we see a good 12 to 13% contribution from the real estate construction sector that contributes to the state of Tamil Nadu. So, how do you see, or how important is the real estate in the growth of the economy? Plus, when you bring in further new investments, or any company, any corporate that comes and sets up shop here, the bigger budget allocation goes to land.
Thank you so much for having me here. Yes, it is doable, 4 trillion, and I think real estate plays a very, very crucial role. We already contribute about 10% or so. I mean, 9 to Arun is here, he will be able to also say, sorry. No, I just want to digress a bit before starting this, can I?
Sure, sure.
Okay, I don't know whether I could get a chance again. So, 2015 we started this UEF First Trade Summit, and before I get to that 4 trillion, I'll come to you, okay? So, we started this 2015, when we started the first trade summit, the idea was on, and Sarana Ahmad Buhari, the president, Sarana 10,000 கோடி ரூபா is the target அப்படின்னார். நான் what is this புரியல எங்களுக்கு. Because we are just a, not even chamber of commerce, society இருந்தோம். Then the event went on well, and then, okay, there was a thing. 2017, when we again started thinking and doing, suddenly he put the target of 67.5 billion. And, எங்களுக்கு புரியவே என்னதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு, but then, actually, the event, we did the entire story, and, twins வந்துருச்சு. Then after this, when we started this, before this, in the 2025, this summit preparation, from somewhere he put 4 trillion. Tamil Nadu 4 trillion. We're like wondering, what is it? Government of Tamil Nadu itself is thinking that, 1 trillion பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்க, and said, okay, நீங்க எதா பண்ணுங்க சார் சொல்லிட்டு இது பண்ணிட்டோம். But 2 weeks back, when I went along with him to Minister PTR, பேசும்போது he presented a paper, காட்டிட்டு இது பண்ண முடியும்னா அவரே அப்படியே பார்த்துட்டு ஓகே அப்படின்ட்டார். அப்பதான் உண்மையிலேயே it is possible அப்படிங்கிறது. Everybody, yeah, I think big round of applause to him. Thank you, President, for really making us believe. And I think speakers yesterday, TRP பேசினதா இருக்கட்டும், PTR இன்னைக்கு பேசினதா இருக்கட்டும், or Suresh Samandam, he said even G20 போயிடுவோம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி is what he has said. So brilliant. Thank you, President. I think really set the tone, and we're all there. The state is believing, we also going to believe.
I think this is a testimony to the theme paper that we have created, President, and it took a lot of convincing to convince the advisor here.
Yeah, thank you. So, okay, so moving on from here is like, real estate. Currently, Tamil Nadu is about 400 billion, we all know, and then, real estate contributes a lot in this, and a lot of jobs to be created, homes, half of Tamil Nadu is already urbanized. We have 91,000 kilometers of rail, big road network. We have 6 airports, 3 airports are coming. All these things are there. Per capita income is 2.77 lakhs. The previous session, somebody is telling me that is the most important than the GDP. Okay, but real estate is the powerhouse. At the current moment, 75,000 units by way of homes, by organized developers like Credai, members are or non-organized. But by the year 2047, the requirement of houses is 20 million. 2 kodi veedu venum, So that is the kind of opportunity real estate is going to bring. And then, office space, currently we require about 11, 12. Paul will actually touch upon that, this one. And, our industry is going about 100 million. We need about 225 lakh hectares of land, But if you ask me, is it going to be easy? No. Because land is the most important part, it's not easy. 4 trillion is possible, but, for everything you need land, real estate, anything, or industry, or Sipcot upon land, which is a big challenge. So I think, if the government can get the, land, in a different policy, or land pooling, if you allow me to speak, maybe next I can tell you more on the land pooling, but the land pooling, if it can be done properly, I think we should be able to achieve it easily. Thank you.
So I was just getting to that. I think the biggest concern is the soaring land prices, and very strangely, if you see in a city like Chennai, we don't have the concept of a CBD district like what a Mumbai or a Delhi has, the central business district that we call it, which generally has about 7+ FSI that you generally get in these high-rise buildings in Mumbai and Delhi. So we don't have that concept as yet, and we are actually, if you see, the city is expanding vertically. Right? We're not expanding horizontally. So this is the FSI issue. And if you want to expand the other way, then your prices are actually going to shoot up because you don't get that kind of FSI. So it actually translates to the end customer. So I would like to touch upon the land pooling that you're talking about, which will actually make more meaning, and that directly relates to the 40 cities that UEF as a vision has. So if you could touch upon land pooling, and then we can talk about the 40 cities.
40 cities, yes. Again, I was the president of 40 cities in there, but somehow our agreement was, but we're not able to understand what exactly is that. Because Tamil Nadu biggest city is Chennai. Chennai, Kalanger tried to create one Thunai Nagaram try pannaru. Politically, a lot of things doesn't work out, but I think now the current chief minister has put Madurantham, another town. But I think we have a lot many cities in Tamil Nadu, about 136. We can actually expand. I think we'll come upon that. So talking about land pooling, traditional land pooling, it is very expensive, it is very slow, and it often leads to litigation. So, but land pooling changes the real game. Now, instead of acquiring, the government brings landowners together, it consolidates their parcels, develops the area with roads and infrastructures, and return a percentage of developed plots back to the owners. So, by this, the landowner gets a higher value, the government gets a clear land for public infrastructure, and the developers get a workable, and a well-planned parcels. So it's a kind of a win-win for everybody. I can give you some examples. There are so many examples across the world. I can take, near Andhra, this Chandrababu Naidu, he got the biggest one, to create a city of Amaravati. It was one of the world's largest land pooling projects. As you can see in the screen, this was Amaravati before. 34,000 acres was pooled voluntarily by 29,000 farmers. Okay, so landowners gave land and received back reconstituted developed plots, both residential and kind of commercial. Now, government got contiguous lands for roads, parks, public buildings, and grid roads, and there was no forceful acquisition. Very low litigation compared to traditional methods. So this is how they actually made, and then this could be the city. But unfortunately, in our country now, the 5 years another government changes, Jagan put a block onto that, this one, but I think now it is taking, he is back and he's taking shape. So the other model is like, Gujarat does a good job in terms of town planning schemes. It takes 40% of the land for roads, parks from the private players, and then, landowners gets the serviced and high value plots. Japan did a good one after World War II. A city like Tokyo, highly urbanized, fully highly populated, but they do the very good method. Even Osaka also, they took the landowners, contribute a share of land, which is then used for wide roads, transits, parks, and then utilities. So the result was high density, high value, and extremely efficient urban zones. So my suggestion, to summarize, Tamil Nadu, enna model follow pannana, Gujarat model is the best for urban expansion. Amaravati is the best for large-scale voluntary pooling. And Japan is the best for precision redevelopment. So this hybrid model can unlock land faster than any traditional acquisition. I think if we can get this done, political will, I think probably it should be done properly.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I think TNIDB, Arun, I think you should, TNIDB also has this, along with the State Planning Commission, they have this as a model, the PPP model, the public-private partnership, which then, they have BOT and various other models that you do. Just, Habib, like you rightly said, just one thing that we need to probably put in place is that the ROIs and the term that they are giving you in terms of the partnership, the public-private partnership should have enough number of years for the private player to make his commercials make sense. So if that is done, I think this whole model may really actually work.
To add what Sir was saying, for us, real estate is not just land or buildings. It's economic infrastructure, basically. So when every investment decision ultimately comes to three questions, boils down. Is the land available? Is it ready? Is it connected? Our role at guidance is to ensure the answer is yes, and we do it transparently. And we work with our other agencies in our government like SIPCOT, LCOT, everyone to ensure this land is available. Because whenever a company comes, first thing, so we need so much of land. Is it near the port? Is it near the airport? How is it connected? That's the main question. But we believe that real estate enables speed. And when land, approvals, utilities, and zonings are all pre-aligned, automatically we can go very fast from MOU to groundbreaking. And also real estate also helps us with the ease of living. So that's one concept what we are looking at, because every states are talking about ease of doing business, while Tamil Nadu is the first state to talk about ease of living. So what we are trying to do is that we ensure that one of the major reasons that why global companies are able to attract talent and retain talent in Tamil Nadu is because of this ease of living. We want to make the life, because what I believe that talent stays where life works. And I believe that life is working in Tamil Nadu and it will continue to work.
Okay, brilliant. I think coming to livability, I think that was another thing that I was really going to ask. I think we need to make infrastructure livable. I think livable infrastructure is the way forward, and people want quality life, quality standards, and that is a certain expectation that the now generation has set, and why not? We deserve,
and all this.
we deserve, and you know, we owe it to ourselves. So I think, what is your take? Like, for example, in Chennai, the livability is again something that you were talking about.
You're happy living in Chennai?
I reserve my comments here right now, but yeah.
You can. I can say also. I mean,
To be honest, I would say no. Honestly, it could be a lot better when you compare even to the other major cities of India like Bombay or Delhi. You land back in Chennai airport and you're like, you know, it's a little worrying. So
that's work in progress, but again, when you land in Bangalore, from going to airport to your home is very tough.
I mean, see.
I think 3 hours. I studied in IIM Bangalore. I had to take a flight from Chennai to Bangalore. That takes only 40 minutes. Again, the 4 hours it took to
the express highway is just coming. 2.5 hours flat.
Yeah. So, yeah, the question?
Yeah, so the livability.
To be very honest, yeah, I mean, I shouldn't be saying this, but okay, I mean, I always talk from the heart. I'm a developer, you know, I'm also the president of Keynote, Tamil Nadu we develop. I'm also a stakeholder, you know, living in Chennai. Am I happy living here? Definitely no. We have the growth, 4 trillion now, okay, everything is fine, but the quality is definitely lacking. I think, you know, government should do a lot. I mean, எங்களால முடிஞ்சது நாங்க பண்ணிருக்கோம் from Kradai, as a developer, you know. I mean, see, if you come into our projects, you know, it is like heaven. You know, we have everything. You know, like we have, you know, Alibai is here, SAS. So, you know, you go to their sites. Inside, it is like, you know, it's livable. But then, you know, the infrastructure thing is like, you know, not at all up to the standards. But I cannot answer to that. But definitely, we can only throw lights. We've been continuously meeting the government, policy makers, and impressing upon. So I can touch, you know, I think I talked about the pooling, you know, land pooling thing. That is for the greenfield. Brownfield in the cities, you know, somebody is working in the city, you know, he has to travel about like 2 hours to the job. You know, it's another major one, you know. So redevelopment is actually kind of a possible. Redevelopment is what, so I just take one small example, you know, Chennai, I think we know Georgetown, that is the old town. If we can actually, you know, redo this entire one, this is about 4.8 to 5 kilometers square kilometer, this one. And if we can, you know, again, land kind of pooling, you know, you talked about FSI. The current FSI is only about 1.5 in the 2 per. Somebody has a bigger land on a bigger loan now, 3 FSI. But this is a whole city. It's full of like, you know, deviations, litigations are there, narrow roads. If only we take this, you know, this example is already there, you know, Jedala pouring now in the Al-Balad area has been completely knocked off. You know, when I was just speaking to Sajid, you know, was telling me that Bendi Bazaar redevelopment is like, you know, something good. So what I'm trying to say is, in the 5 kilometers square, if just increase the FSA, okay, to say 7, and take off all the, but it cannot happen overnight, over 2 years time, you know, make a plan ready, and, you know, make all the roads bigger. Okay, there are a lot of temples there, there are a lot of mosques there, church, schools, okay? And, you know, I mean, there is like Kaligama, Christian Koil, where I was there. I was born, brought up in Christian Koil Street in Paris. So, and the Koil, let that be there. But take away all these other lands, you know, increase the FSA, now automatically other people will start selling it. Then developers like us can buy, others can buy, and then proper our plan money, increase the FSA to 7. Romba easy. And what happens is, like, then we can put a 200 feet road inside. Already we have a port, on the beach station in the side, central station, you have a port there, Royapuram, everything is well connected. Now today somebody is from this area is going to Chengalpattu or Kanjipuram to work, takes 2 hours. Or somebody lives in there, comes here to work. இது எல்லாமே ஒரு இன்க்ளூசிவ் சிட்டியாக இதுவே மாற்றிடலாம். இன்றைக்கி இருக்கிற பாப்புலேஷனோட வந்து மினிமம் 2-3 times you can bring in the mass there.
Sure, I'm sure.
Yeah, so, we can really make it as a beautiful living city. See, it's not, I think, for SPR city, another co-developer he's doing one in Perambur. He's moving the market, going the Street market, Richie Street, but it requires a political will. Either correct, I think if the government takes it, we don't have to go anywhere.
Sorry, I'm just interrupting you for this.
Please, sir.
Central government and state government both are focused on city development. Understanding of rural development, something fundamentally is missing, because for 4 trillion economy, cities cannot be the only method of growing. So it's good to improve cities. Chennai should be focused, real estate should be focused. I have a strong 12,000 villages in Panchayat in Tamil Nadu. If each Panchayat can become economic hub, is another way of looking the entire development process. My significant difference of opinion with lot of central government initiative, when I'm meeting the secretaries and government, they're focused on city, city, city. In today, when the infrastructure, roads are there, internet is there, every communication facility working from home is there, I think world is inversing to come centralized to a decentralized world. And we are not realizing that post-COVID working from home phenomena or working from a distributed architecture is changing the world so much that we are not changing our thinking process of saying the world will be of different nature in next 20 years. And we need to align to saying each world can have a cluster of economic development by having 10 panchayat coming together and having a common small SME. In Germany, 99% of the businesses are SMEs, which doesn't require large capacities of the centralization of the space, buildings of the space. They do produce the best quality product with a mental model of SME model, mental model. So there are 2 models we need to discuss. One is centralized business model, and one is a decentralized business model, because 4 trillion cannot come from one piece at a time.
Perfectly, sir. I think, there's no, I fully agree with you, but I think he asked the question of like Chennai livability, are you happy? That is where that this question was.
I'm just focused on
I'm sure it's
yeah. So I think that, I just complete 1 minute. So what happens is, I think the slide went missing now. The last one is like, once we do this, make it a 7 FSI.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's already in the cards. And it's so easier, and the city can become like this.
Absolutely. I think a big takeaway for the
Georgetown, it can become like this. We can have some good residential apartments, commercial buildings, few hotels. Different people can actually participate in it. With the heritage sites, and the Masjid Mamur அப்படியே இருக்கும், அந்த கிருஷ்ணன் கோயில் அப்படியே இருக்கும், அந்த Armenian church அப்படியே எல்லாத்தையும் வச்சு கரெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு, I think if we can still do, it is possible. I think, President, you're talking about 40 new cities. First, either நம்ம பண்ணிட்டேன்னு சொன்னா, I think people are already living here. So this is where I think if we can, from UEF also, we are trying to push from Kredai. Panitana, I think, I'm answering question.
Absolutely. Bang
I'll
on.
be here. I don't want to go to Dubai.
Bang on.
So
You'll be here, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Back to your where you grew up. So I think a big takeaway for you, Arun. This is, not an easy takeaway, but yeah, it is a hard thing trusted down. But 7 FSI, CMDA, approvals, litigation, with, sorry? Yeah, absolutely. I'm saying this, but this is where we should be actually going towards. That's the point they're trying to drive. Right. So quickly, so Tamil Nadu typically is, the best thing about Tamil Nadu is that it's a decentralized economy, right? We don't have anything concentrated, barring Chennai because of being the capital and the metro city. We're completely decentralized north, east, south, west, and that is where the theme of the $4 trillion dream also is actually evolved. So north is an automobile hub, and south is a strong renewable energy base. You have east deep water fisheries, and west you have the MSME, powerhouse, textile, looms, etc. So there are two questions that I have for Guidance Tamil Nadu. One is, these are thriving businesses. There are thriving businesses which are known for such businesses in these zones. So I'm sure the strategy for you to attract investments into these businesses which are thriving, like for example, you recently did Rising TN, where you have signed MOUs with existing businesses and the local businesses, which is phenomenal. I think it's a very good eye-opener, supporting our own businesses who have been traditionally there and have been there for years, and you have signed MOUs with them. Great show. Now, the other side of it is your sunrise industries, like your AI, GCCs that are coming, semiconductor, renewable energy, green energy, all of that. So the approach to both of this is completely different from a government standpoint. So how do you look at it?
See, a growth in Tamil Nadu is no longer concentrated only in Chennai or in Coimbatore. We are deliberately building it by district by district. If you take the industrial policy of the Tamil Nadu government, so we have categorized the district as A, B, and C districts. And we are ensuring that the companies go to C with the south and the B at the west, east, or the mid districts. We give more incentives for the companies to expand to the C districts, and they spread over. For example, Rafiq sir was here. We're talking about footwear. So he has taken footwear to Perambalur, Ariyallur, and ensuring job employment for more than 15,000 people. When a footwear manufacturing company is set up, it gives employment to more than around 10 to 15,000 people in that area. And the areas start developing actually. And now we are focusing on 5 key sectors right now. One is blue economy, that is shipbuilding and maritime, with a long coastline, ports, and of course you have recently would have read the news that Honda Shipping is going to set up a big shipyard in Thoothukudi. That would literally change the economy over there. And then we are also focusing on semiconductors. We are trying to build an end-to-end ecosystem for semiconductors with clear policy support and also with a lot of global partnership. Aerospace and defense. That's one of the key areas we are focusing on. Green hydrogen, where renewable energy, industrial demand, and export potential converge together. And we're also focusing on GCC. A lot of GCC, if you see, in the last 1 year, we have more than 250 plus GCCs which have come into Tamil Nadu. So we are life sciences. From manufacturing, we are scaling from manufacturing to R&D, innovation, and healthcare solutions. So we have, and AI is there. It all comes under this. In everything, we are starting to focus on this. And our model is not one size fit for all model. We go case by case. It's because Tamil Nadu doesn't work in one size for all model. Different sector, different companies, we go by case approach. And one thing which is consistent across all sectors, what we do is a single window policy. Like what Mr. Rafiq, again, he's one of our brand ambassadors for Tamil Nadu. The single window policy is that a one-stop shop for all the investments, right from MSME, or if a big corporate or a big company or international company. So Guidance is the one-stop shop for all the single window approval. We have a special desk at Guidance called the Project Excellence Division. And we ensure that these, when they apply online, the companies do not have to go to every other department. One stop, like a relationship manager, contact your point person in Guidance, and he gets all the job done for you. Or one message, is just one message or one call away. That is there. And other important thing that what we focus is that not just attracting investments and announcing investments. We ensure more than announcing investment, the aftercare really matters. We focus on the aftercare because that is the key thing, because the companies are the brand ambassadors for us tomorrow. Like Mr. Rafiq was speaking here, he was a brand because he has seen the work and he's seen the ease of doing business. We have a special team in Guidance appointed to take care of the aftercare. So the company just texts us, we're having this problem. Immediately that person will be on work to get the issue solved. So we are focusing all these points. So that's why you see fresh investments and repeat investments are coming into the states continuously.
A tough question.
Yeah.
What's the TAT?
What's that?
TAT.
See, government offers, so that is, now the ecosystem in Tamil Nadu.
No, I know it's not one shirt fits all, I understand that. But generally, what is your turnaround time to convert FDI into real time? For example, classic example is VinFast. If you could
WinFast,
take
that
that.
was, yeah, WinFast, actually, WinFast signed the MOU. So WinFast was under discussion. Immediately in the December 2023 on Christmas Day or the day before, our industry minister flew to Vietnam. Quickly fixed a meeting with the chairman of WinFast. He spoke and pitched Tamil Nadu. January 7th in Global Investor Meet, WinFast comes and signs an MOU. Then in July of that year or something, they signed, Chief Minister goes to Tuticorin and lays the foundation stone. And in September 2025, I think recently, the first car rolled out from WinFast facility.
Whoa.
Okay, that is the speed.
This is Unna Tamilagam for you, gentlemen and ladies.
And now, WinFast has signed a MOU 2 weeks back again to expand its EV two-wheeler and three-wheeler facility manufacturing in Tuticorin.
Brilliant, brilliant. Give it up for the government of Tamil Nadu. I think the kind of work TRB yesterday did mention, the kind of work that the Dravidian model is actually implementing in the state. Truly phenomenal, and that is the reflection of the 11.19% GDP growth that we're actually seeing.
We take it's not always in a formal meetings. For in case, I'll just share one example. When Industry Minister Dr. TRB Raja was there in US, we were there sitting together having a discussion or a dinner with few Tamil entrepreneurs. And one of the guy was the vice president at Staples. Minister asked her, why is Staples not in Tamil Nadu? That one question triggered that guy. And 2 months back, Staples opened the first GCC abroad here in Chennai. 800, they're going to come up with an 800-member team, high-value jobs.
This is what we want to hear. We don't want to hear theory. We want to see what exactly happens and what transforms, and we want to see real results on the ground, right? That is what is going to make the change.
Telling stories like this.
Yeah.
Ajmal, I have a question for you.
Sure, sure.
Can I? Good. I think very inspiring the way your organization is doing. But see, you're going and taking investment from abroad. But we are a homegrown investors. Okay, we are also investors. We are putting our money here. The guidance bureau you're doing for other things. Why don't you also take real estate part of it? Like we have to now to put a project for approval for a நல்ல project. மக்களுக்கு நல்ல ஒரு வீடு கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் கன்சீவ் பண்ணி நாங்கள் போகணும்னு சொன்னால் we have to run around so many places. வேற விஷயம் நான் பேச மாட்டேன். So, but if you can also make this part of your guidance bureau, like it is more happy. People want to live. You are talking about GCC and so many things. Every 100 square feet of your office space creates one home. Correct? So it's our duty. We also have to give some quality homes. But approval takes a long time. We have to run around so many things. If we can just make it, if we come and submit our approval through guidance bureau, will you people do it?
Point well noted.
I think we should have had the member secretary CMD here, but we should have had the member secretary CMD here. But yeah, but I think it's a very valid point, because the other day when Mr. Darez we were in a discussion, he did mention that you have a demand. There is a 13 million square feet absorption that has happened in the state of Tamil Nadu in commercial real estate, and a good 10 million square feet is in lineup. And there are global corporations waiting to come into the city.
We need more than that in the coming years.
You need more than that. So, which means developers like him definitely need that quicker approvals. Because if the cost that they have to holding of land is really expensive. They're going to be putting in that capital and your approvals are going to take months and years. That cost of capital is really going to rise. So, another takeaway. Another takeaway. I can't keep Datuk Shahul sir quiet for a very long time. So, quickly. It's only about us, internal story, how do we invest, and why Tamil Nadu, and what is right, what is wrong, and the opportunity. But how does the global economy, the global investor, another country, look at Tamil Nadu from an FDI standpoint?
Thank you, Doctor. நல்லா ஒரு ஜைத்தூன் சாப்பாடு போட்டு இந்த ஏர்கான் மாதிரி கொடுத்து நல்ல சோஃபா கொடுத்தேன் நல்ல ஒரு தூக்கம் வந்துருச்சு பரவாயில்ல டக்குன்னு தட்டி எழுப்பிட்டீங்க. Thank you so much. There's a lot of insights I hear from Brother Habib, Mr. Arun, and so a lot of things. You talk about urban regeneration. You have an expert, my brother Dato Hamdan is here. He's taking care of that particular portfolio in Malaysia, urban regeneration. potentially taking care of the heritage sites and everything. So later maybe I'm sure he will speak about all those things. Malaysia can be a very good example of infrastructure development. If you look back into 30 years ago and today what Malaysia is today, of course Singapore and Malaysia, we compete always on infrastructure. Singapore is geographically very small country. Malaysia is a larger country. But it all goes back to the power and politics are very important. For any country's development, this plays a very important role. To me, I think your question is a very apt question for this particular topic. To me, 4 Ps are very critical for any FDIs to come to invest in any part of the world. The 4 Ps are, number 1 is either politics or power. No investment want to go into a country where you don't have political stability or you don't have a power crisis. Nobody want to go and invest. The second P is focusing on people. Human capital. People are the biggest asset. Once again, no country want to go and put in money into the country where you can't find a good talent. Talent is very critical. Absolutely. And I'm sure even in our own country, there's a lot of investments coming in. The country continue to invest on talent development. I was with the Ministry of Human Resources. I just completed my tenure of 5 years serving the country. And we spend 3 billion ringgit every year on talent development. 3 billion ringgit. We used to train 2 million people every year just to make sure that our talents are upskill, reskill, cross-skill, to make sure that we are able to catch up with the foreign investment coming in. Last year and this year, Malaysia has a boom in data centers. Worldwide, all the data center top tech companies come into Malaysia and invested. So the country put a lot of talent development activities to upskill our people to meet up to the expectations of the foreign. The third P is about policies. People need a friendly policies, tax breaks, one-stop centers. I think that is something which I personally request UEF to put this one-stop center. Of course, UEF has a bigger, they have taken a bigger challenge like 4 trillion for Tamil Nadu, and a lot of investments, a lot of contacts come through UEF. They may not be able to access to go direct to the government, or they may not know how the process works. Maybe UEF can set up a one-stop center to facilitate these people, so you also can take the accountability and credibility about bringing these people and introducing to the state government. That's on the policy level. And the fourth one is profitability. Largely the governments don't invest in other government. It's a private business people who invest in the countries or in the state level through the government platforms or government measures. So when we come in, we want to make sure that our investments are profitable over a period of time. So to me, this 4 very critical aspect of it, power or politics, people, policy, and profits. Profits or purpose, whatever, but these 4 are very critical for any country to come and invest. I'm sure Tamil Nadu has a lot of, things that is in line with the 4. It's a very progressive state. In Malaysia, we got almost 34 million population. Largely, we are all a very strong manufacturing country. We have a very strong service industry. And for us, if you look back into the investment of in India, the first state that we will consider is about Tamil Nadu, because culturally we are very close, language we are very close, and we have a lot of activities happen within Tamil Nadu and Malaysia. The only thing which we lack, and once again UEF can play a very important role, is about connecting these people. A lot of trade happens through connecting, especially in the Muslim culture. 2M is very important. One is wherever there's a mosque, there'll be a market. If you go back to the olden days of our fathers, the grandfathers, every city they go, they have a big mosque there, and next to the mosque there'll be a market. So all these things because of the connectivity. You need to do that accessibility, connectivity, and today the connectivity between Tamil Nadu and Kuala Lumpur, you can come on Thursday, it's a Friday night, you can have your functions, family function, Monday morning you can go back to work in KL. That kind of connectivity we have. The only thing which we lack now is about trade people, business people, like Habibai. He got a lot of into, real estate, properties and so on and so forth. A lot of Malaysians want to buy property here. A lot of Malaysians want to invest here. But who is bringing those opportunity to Malaysia? We talk about it, but there's nobody solid, credible, who brings those kind of things to Malaysia. Bye, if you're coming to Malaysia, make me as a partner, okay?
Wonderful, wonderful. And I'm sure...
I'm just giving you the hint.
Just to answer to what Sir was saying, political stability. So if you ask our minister or anyone here, they would say that Tamil Nadu is a place where whichever government comes to power, in the industry, they'll try to do better than the previous government. And that we have seen it. And two, you're talking about the policies. And we are the state, we have sector-wise aligned policies according to the global demand. Like if you have the previous session, Mr. Rafiq was saying that when the footwear demand came, we were the first state to put a footwear policy, R&D policy, the life science policy. And the last point I want to say is that regarding skilling, we have a flagship non-modular scheme. Skilling is one of the most important things here. When a major phone companies, contract manufacturers set up the facility here in Tamil Nadu, when they did the feasibility study, one of the key points they chose Chennai was because of skilled manpower. And 42% of the women workforce working in manufacturing in India are from Tamil Nadu.
Lovely.
Yeah. And the largest number of PhDs talents are also from Tamil Nadu.
Wow. Brilliant.
So, it's good we hear all these things. Important. We should make sure there's no brain drain. Ingella train mantu vera state ku poitaangala adu namakku prachana dhaan. That's why commonly it happens. That the brain drain, people get reskilled and they switch over. Malaysia has the biggest issue of, a lot of people we train, but they cross over to Singapore. But that doesn't stop us from growing. But as a nation, Malaysia is a very focused country. If you look back, in the top 10 ports in the world, 2 ports come from Malaysia. Top 10 beaches in the world, 2 beaches come from Malaysia. There's only tallest twin tower in the world that comes from Malaysia. So we can say that that's all the visionary leadership, policies. Whichever government is there, there's always a continuity of the project. The project doesn't stop. The people come, leaders come, politicians come. The countries change governments, but our projects continue to do it. And that's the significant growth of Malaysia when it comes to infrastructure.
Absolutely. I think that's very, very critical, and I think a very strong political continuity is something very important for the development of any economy. And given the kind of Tamil diaspora connect that the Tamil Nadu and Malaysia has, I'm sure the state would look forward to, gentlemen and ladies, we are really running out of time. It's a wonderful conversation that we're having, but I would like to wrap this up with one last question. Arun Sosi, the CDR ratio. Sorry? To you. The government or the state? So the CDR, the cash to deposit ratio that you see in Tamil Nadu, which is close to about 123%, which is a sharp raise from about 110% last fiscal to this fiscal. And this is way higher than the national average, which is 79%, which means the banks are doing their job. So the debt is flowing, the money is being pumped into the state. How is the state government now looking at attracting global financing? When I say financing, it could be in the form of FDI, or you bring in partnerships through financial institutions and bring a partner and set up shop, either ways, but the money has to come in. So the second line money, basically, apart from the debt funding that happens, how do you bring in that capital into the state?
This basic comes with KNIDB, but
yeah.
FDI investments.
2 minutes.
In FDI investments, we are focusing on FDI investments, I told. We are focusing on FDI investments. We are pitching out to companies. We conduct a lot of planned roadshows to different countries, and we pitch Tamil Nadu, and FDI comes in. And the other thing is now the government, here in Tamil Nadu, we are coming with the fintech city.
Right, that's exactly what I was saying.
The fintech city is coming, and a lot of banks are going to come. We are talking with a lot of key players who are going to set up the facilities here in Chennai. Yeah,
right.
With something alternate to Gift City.
Brilliant, brilliant. Right, gentlemen, so I think with that, this is a brilliant session that we bring to a close. A closing remark, I think, again, we are here following the Dravidian model, a decentralized model where we follow the north, east, west, south model for the state of Tamil Nadu, completely decentralized, so the concentration risk is completely eliminated. And we at UEF have boarded the Dravidian Express, and we welcome you all to board the same and enjoy the journey to the $4 trillion economy. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. It's a wonderful session. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you to the moderator
thank you so
and
much.
the panelists. Appreciate the insightful discussion that we've had. A lot of land, and more land. How can we increase our land bank to bring about development at scale and at speed? That was the gist of the discussion, and different perspectives from different parts of not just India, but also the world. A quick presentation of memento from our moderator to our panelists, Mr. Arun Jain. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for sharing from your knowledge. Mr. Vavu S. Habib. Thank you, President Kudai, Tamil Nadu. Datuk Veera Shahul Hamid bin Sheikh Dawood, Deputy President, ASEAN Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And of course, representing the government, Paul Arun, Senior Vice President and Chief of Staff, Guidance Tamil Nadu. Big round of applause once again to the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Right. I would request Arun Jain, sir, your session's up next. So we have a mic for you. It's going to get set up. If you would like to come here, they will help set it up for you. So once again, to reintroduce Arun Jain, sir, yes, our moderator did do a great job. So Mr. Arun Jain is the founder of the Polaris Group and chairman and managing director of Intellect Design Arena, established Intellect with a vision of creating world-class IT products and platforms from India for the global financial sector. Drawing from more than 3 decades of experience with Nucleus Software and Polaris Software, he blended deep domain knowledge with advanced technology to build Intellect into a leading enterprise fintech provider serving over 500 global banks and financial institutions across 57 countries. He's a passionate proponent of design thinking, championing it as a science and philosophy that enhances individual and organizational performance across industry, academia, government, and the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Mr. Arun Jain spearheaded the creation of emac.ai, launched in 2023 as a first principles-based, composable, open finance platform that simplifies technology landscapes for banks and insurance firms. Extending this vision, he also led the development of Purple Fabric, the world's first open business impact AI platform designed to help enterprises achieve transformative outcomes. As an institution builder, Arun Jain founded the School of Design Thinking, Mission Samriddhi for Rural Development, and the Ullas Trust, which encourages academic excellence among students from economically challenged backgrounds. He's the author of Unmukt, Science and Art of Design Thinking, Digital, The Art of the Possible, and From Teenager to Achiever, The Power of 5 Minds. A strong supporter of innovation and entrepreneurship, he mentors and advises multiple government and industry bodies, including FinBlue, the National Software Product Mission, and STPI Chennai, and previously served as chairperson of the Board of Governors of IIT Ranchi. His contributions have been recognized with several honors, including the Taikon Chennai Dronacharya Award, CII Lifetime Achievement Award, and the Amity Excellence Award by Amity Education Group. It's indeed an honor and our pleasure to have him here. He is going to talk to us about design thinking to drive sustainable business growth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for this embarrassing long introduction. I just want to interact with you rather than any lecture to be there, so that's why I just be closer to you as much as possible. So the word design thinking, what is the literal meaning of design thinking? Some few questions will be there. So what is the meaning of design thinking means? Thinking out of the box. Literal meaning of design thinking? Design thinking. There are 2 words in it. That's right. So it's a creative meaning, but fundamental is there is a thinking. The way we have many things, how you design that thinking is a design thinking. And once you design the thinking right, then you come with creative answers from there. But fundamentally is, हिंदी में जो बोलते हैं सोच को कैसे डिजाइन करें. जैसे थिंकिंग डिजाइन होगी, that will give you the knowledge, and knowledge will give the performance. So design thinking is the core of anything So any transformation which happens, what we are discussing over here, 4 trillion economy, it comes from how the state thinks, how the government thinks, how the business thinks, and that thinking, how it translates to knowledge, and how the knowledge gets translates to performance and business outcome. So that's a fundamental first question about design thinking. Now, have you seen birds when you go around on a same tree? Have you seen the birds which are, on the same tree, there's a parrot there. After some time, there's a crow there. After some time, there's a small other birds there, kingfisher there, on the same tree, same branch. Why they don't fight with each other? Have you observed they don't fight with each other? On the same branch, same tree, they sit. In ground, there are 2 cats, two dogs, they will fight with each other. 2 human beings fight with each other, but not the birds. So what is the thinking process which is birds' thinking process different from human thinking process? They live in 3-dimensional space. Human being, all the other animals think in 2-dimensional space. Birds are the only creature in the universe which has access to 3-dimensional space. Now when you think 3-dimensional, then you have more access available to you. And this 3-dimension which makes you think like a freedom of boundaryless thinking. There is no boundaries. They don't have a boundary condition. Every manager in the company have a boundary, 10 feet by 10 feet, 4 feet by 4 feet, 3 feet by 2 feet. In a home, we have boundaries. How do you become a boundaryless thinking? For changing to meet the 4 trillion economy, you need to have a boundaryless thinking among business community, governments, entrepreneurs, farmers, rural economists. Everybody has to have a boundaryless thinking. So that's the second point I want to bring it. Now I'll just take a third point I like to take. This is a cube of 1 centimeter. If this cube becomes 3 centimeter, if each side becomes 3 centimeter, what will be the volume of the cube? If 1 centimeter cube becomes 3 centimeter cube, what is the volume? 9 times. I am asking volume. 27 times. If 1 centimeter becomes 3 centimeter, the volume becomes 27 times. And this is a class 7 question. It's not a class, this is not a as educated group which is sitting there. That what is the volume of the cube? 3 by 3 by 3 is 27. But our human mind, adult human mind, it starts shrinking, not expanding. Because 27 times looks too large, 9 times look reasonable. So we have become more reasonable thinker than unreasonable thinker. 4 trillion is unreasonable thinking. It's not a reasonable thinking. So we have to put unreasonable thinking behind us. Now I have written on each of them, there are 6 faces of a cube. These 6 faces are the 6 elements of the business. There's a word in business called belief. We all learn on a belief. This 4 trillion is a belief. As of now, it's not reality, it's a belief. Every business runs around belief. Belief has 6 alphabets. B-E-L-I-E-F. There are 6 alphabet belief has. First alphabet means B stands for brand capital. Every business needs a brand. Tamil Nadu needs a brand. Every business needs a brand. Today we are a production center. Tamil Nadu is a production center. How do we move production center to a brand center? We are a production center of international brands producing it. If it is to be 4 trillion economy, it needs to be a branded product coming from this place. This is the first capital, which is a brand capital. We discuss about. Second capital is which is end customer capital. E stands for end customer, not the customer. The person who uses your product is an end customer. If he's happy with your product, it's an end customer capital. Third, L stands for leadership capital. What kind of a leadership you provide? Not skill development. Skill development is easy to provide. Leadership is which can think laterally, which can think design thinking of opportunities and possibilities, not just maximization and optimization. There's a next I capital, which is called intellectual capital. Intellectual capital or intellectual product capital. What is my IP capital? How many patents do I have? How many innovations I have done? So I stand for innovation capital of the state or the business or the district is the innovation capital. Next is my execution capital. How do I deliver? What I promise, what I deliver is the E stand for. So I communicated first, B stand for brand, E for end customer, L for leadership, I for innovation or IP capital, E for execution, that my delivery or quality should be one of the best quality in the world. And then comes the finance capital. F comes in the last. Lot of time we are limited by finance capital, not by other 5 capitals. If all the 6 capitals grow three times, company grows 27 times. Only 3 times. That's the value of any startup. But all the 6 has to grow simultaneously. The difference is a lot of time our focus is either on production or on finance or on customer or on sales, only one at a time. I have to navigate 6 capital to make a 1 cube called belief. It has to link with my personal belief, and it leads to the 6 capital framework. And this framework in design thinking, we call it level 0, means at surface level. Level 1, you go deeper into it. Level 2, you go deeper into it. Level 3, you go deeper into it. There are 3 laws of design thinking. Less is more. First law. Second law, you need to prioritize 10 gram, 100 gram, 1000 gram. Anything which you need to look at it, the problem statement, what you are solving, solve 1000 gram problems, not 10 gram problems. When any minutes of meeting is there, we write down 10 action items. Out of 10 action items, I need to identify which is a 1000 gram action item. Otherwise, I create a list of 100 action items which I don't solve. There's a second law of design thinking. It's exponential. It's not ABC. It's about exponential thinking. Third law is last 2% is 200%. 98% products are similar in the world. The product which is 99.9% is the product that sells in the market. The price of a last 2% is 3 times. iPhone price is 3 times the Motorola phone. The difference is less than 1%. The features of the Motorola phone or any other Chinese phone will be same features, but price will be 1/3. Price of a 7-star hotel room is 3 times the price of a 3-star hotel, while the room will be the same 200 square feet. So just by creating a last 2% differentiation, that will determine the value of the business. And this thinking process which comes in, I'll tell you another story, the story of Purple House. A lot of you have studied R.K. Narayanan. In Malgudi days, there's a small boy, Swami, And this boy goes in a village. In one day morning, he wake up and he started looking around. And he saw there's a new purple house in his village. Now he got curious that how house can be purple. House in the village is mud color. How can there be purple house there? So he curiously went inside it. He opened the first door. And first door says, imagination room. He opens the imagination rooms. 3 questions were written on the wall. What dream, role model, challenge. Then he goes to second room. There was second room which was called learning room. When he opened the door, 3 things were written. Questions, books, and learning in a learning room. Then he goes to third room, which is the doing room, the execution room, where again it was written planning, planning, doing, and conflict management. Then he goes to fourth room, effective room. Effective room means how you create the effectiveness, and effective room is about how do you add to the doing more effective. That room had ideas, doubt, conflicts are written in that fourth room. Fifth room is influencing room, how you influence. That room was storytelling, communication, appreciation. That is a part of the influencing room. And sixth room is giving room. Giving room means teaching somebody. When you teach somebody, you learn something new. You give something to somebody with empathy, you learn something. So there are 6 rooms, like a 6 faces over here. There are 6 rooms in a purple house. Where is this purple house? The question to you is, where is this purple house? This is your mind. And how big is that room? This house could be, purple house can be how big? How many square feet it can be? You can have it as much as you want. You want 1,000 square feet house? Purple house can be 1,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet depending upon what you want. Your physical house can be 1,000 square feet, but purple house can be 5,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet. So poverty comes from the mind, not from the physical. Poverty first comes to the mind. Abundance comes first in the mind, not in the... So poverty and abundance, richness and poverty, both are linked to the mind space, not with the physical space. Physical space, it happens. I know it's difficult and it's easy to say, but to execute, it's a difficult thing. So this is the story of Purple House. How do you want to run it? So when you are saying design thinking, these 6 areas are there within you. What is the imagination? What is the imagination 10 years from now? What is the imagination? How much you are learning for the imagination? What are you doing? Are you doing perfectly and with precision? How are you becoming more effective by ideas and resolving conflicts? How are you doing influencing the market by communication and stories? And how are you looking for giving? All the 6 things constitute your purple house of establishing the reality. For this, what we used to do in Polaris days, since 1990 I came over here. For creating the imagination, we used to have a platform called Lakshya. Lakshya is a platform in Intellect and Polaris, where we invite every employee of the company to participate in next 5-year vision, next 10-year vision. So we invite group of 100 people, do the workshops and say, how you see Polaris in 2035 or 2030, 5 years from now. So from 93, when company was just 2 crore company, and it was just 100 people when I came to Chennai, we did an exercise in Bangalore where we invited all the employees that how you want to see company in 2000, 7 years from now. 93 was December. And the groups sitting down, they said, oh, we want to see the company growing to 40 crore from 2 crore in 7 years. Somebody says, I can grow 80 crore in next 7 years. Somebody says, I can grow to 120 crore in 7 years. One group says, I can do 240 crore. So 4 groups are saying their dream. This is just a dream. There's no money. It's a dream which is there. Money was coming from only making your knowledge translating into the money, your mind translating into money, because in IT companies or technology companies, knowledge is the money, nothing else. And group was quite disturbed that how can somebody can grow from 2 crore to 240 crore in 7 years without any investment, without any, that time in 93, there's no startup system. When we become subconsciously, this thinking becomes subconscious, we took a decision, let's do 100 crore. We don't target 240 crore, we do 100 crore, 2 crore to 100 crore in 7 years. Company grew from 2 crore to 6 crore next year, 6 crore to 15 crore next year, 15 crore to 42 crore next year, 42 crore to 83 crore next year 140 crore, and then 260 crore. So this is the power of subconscious power of the team. All the people were aligned. If everybody is aligned, things happen. It's not about the leadership, it's about Lakshya. When we are looking at Lakshya, when we are looking a dream together and have a conscious power, it translates into the action. And for that, there is a thinking on business design we call business design. Business design is about exploit current competencies and explore next horizon. So it's a two-horizon thinking. So you need to look at it, whatever you're doing best currently, get and leverage whatever you're doing best. But invest 20% of your resources to discover what is going to change. Like intellect, we are investing into AI. We built an AI platform since 2016. So we built up a platform called Purple Fabric, which is the first business impact AI platform competing with Palantir, which is a $500 billion company in US, but our product has come out better than a Palantir, which is a $500 billion company. That investment was thought through from 9 years, not now. If you make investment in AI, just now you're behind by 5 years. We have to make AI investment sometime in that early stage. And for that, all the businesses, I would say, AI is going to change the world. As of now, we are sitting very peacefully, comfortably, that AI is still behind. I think every business has to change. All of us has to change. It's a new tsunami which is coming in a business space. And that tsunami which is going to come up, it will hit hard. It will hit hard so strongly that we'll not know. This is like an email coming in 1990. It is like internet came in 95. AI is changing the world. How we adopt AI in every day-to-day life. And by using design thinking. So design thinking, which I told, is about opportunity and possibilities. We are sitting in Tamil Nadu. We need to see 8 billion people is my customer. Today I see my customer as my nearby district. My thinking has to be universe is your customer. Silicon Valley, when you are there, they always think, when they launch a product, they say 8 billion is the population. If I take 1% of it, it's 80 million. If I do this product $10, 80 million to $10 is $800 million. The thinking has to be of the level when you are saying, whatever the product you are writing, developing, designing, should be catering to the global world. And that's the power of design thinking, that how you think, space is yours. It's just in thinking space, how the Purple Fabric house can be grown to the size which you want to have it. So 4 trillion is a purple house. 100 million is a purple house. Anything is a purple house, what you want to think and design. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your fantastic insights. There's a movie called Limitless, which I was reminded of, which talks about what happens when you can access more of your brain. And that's what Sir showed us. If you add more dimensions to your thinking, the possibilities are limitless, or rather, limited only by what you think. It's a brilliant, brilliant masterclass that we've just heard, and we hope to get the opportunity to learn from it, apply it, and probably also learn furthermore when we meet him again. Let's move on to our next session of the United Economic Forum. And this session is about how the community can contribute. So it's community contribution to economy of Tamil Nadu, past, present, and future. And on this, we have two speakers. Our first speaker, I'm going to invite over, and it's our privilege to have him here. He's none other than Nawabzada Muhammad Asif Ali. A big round of applause to him, sir. Yes. As Sir climbs up on stage, allow me the privilege to introduce him. He's the Diwan to the Prince of Arcot. He's a distinguished representative of Chennai's historic royal family, carrying forward a legacy of civic harmony and social upliftment. Educated at Don Bosco and Loyola College, he blends tradition with progressive leadership and public responsibility. As president of the Carnatic Family Association, he works to preserve cultural heritage and foster unity across communities. Through the Arcot Foundation, where he serves as founder trustee, he advances inclusive humanitarian initiatives. A respected global voice, he has addressed international forums, including the UN Center in Bangkok, and delivered a keynote on education for peace at the 19th International Human Rights Summit at the United Nations, New York, 2025. An innovative entrepreneur, he leads ventures grounded in ethical foresight. He received an honorary doctorate in social work from the International Global Peace University and represented India at the Global Justice, Love and Peace Summit in Dubai. His TEDx talk, Building Bridges, Not Walls, and his music compositions, including Raste, reflect his commitment to empathy, youth empowerment, and sustainable development. What's not mentioned here is his love for quizzing. He is Chennai's favorite quiz master, along with being an eminent royal personality. Thank you, sir. Over to you. Yes, a pleasure. All right. While I know we all love to network, may I request the delegates who are having conversations at the side of the stage to please be seated. Please be seated. So we can start with a brilliant next session. Yeah, I request those of you at the corner to please be seated. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. All right, before I say anything, I hope you all had a good lunch. Can we, I usually do this before my speech, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you to kindly stand up, if you don't mind. It's very, very important. This is kind of a ritual. Okay, this is what happens. You have to extend your arms, hands up. Ahmad bhai, again, little back. Now it's good for stretching your back. Sit down now. It's very important after lunch. If you sit for a long time, it's not good for health. Are you feeling better? Respected members of the UEF, respected dignitaries, my dear ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I wish to thank the Almighty for the opportunity He has given us to be here under this roof, hale and healthy. And I wish to thank my dearest brother, Mr. Ahmad Buhari Sahab, who has given me the honor to be the chairman, an honorary chairman, I would say, because the hard work and the vision what this man has, as I said yesterday, that he is like the phoenix who has risen from the ashes. Ahmad Bhai, yourself, Sajid Bhai, Muhammad Ali Bhai, Habib Bhai, Naveed, Ajmal, I can go on, Sharif Bhai, Pir Sahab, Razia, your entire team, your vision, the actual hard work, what's gone through, what I've seen, what Ahmad Buhari and this entire team has done is amazing. You need a big round of applause for that, Ahmad Bhai. And I'm not going to talk about, again, what we spoke yesterday about the UEF, because I think now people know what UEF is, but still, I'll touch a bit on that. So, very good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and vanakkam. I was given, we decided I'm going to speak for 15 minutes, but I'm going to cut short to 7 or 8 minutes only, because we are running short of time, or maybe 1 minute here and there. So I'm going to talk on our community's contribution for the welfare of the Tamil Nadu state. So I'm going to touch a bit on the past, little on the present, and bit on the future. And this is my point of view. And Ahmad Bhai, always there, will be there for UEF and your amazing vision and mission. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you not as a member of the Muslim community, but first and foremost as a proud citizen of our state of Tamil Nadu and the citizen of our great country, India. Because Tamil Nadu is not just a state, it is our home. The land that gave our forefathers respect, dignity. It gave us an identity. It gave us the livelihood. See, one simple truth. Our state of Tamil Nadu was not built by any one community, right? It was built by many communities coming and holding hands and walking together. Then this state of Tamil Nadu was built. And today, when I speak about the Muslim community's contribution to our state, with respect to the past, present, and future, and most importantly, the responsibility what we hold for the future. Okay, let's go one by one. Let's go to the past first. So Muslims have lived in Tamil Nadu for what? Over 1,000 years, or even more, I think. Our traders, they helped build the ports in Tamil Nadu, like Kilikarai, Kayalpatnam, Nagaur, and Madras, which is now called Chennai. And this building of the state by the Muslim community was done with honesty and fair dealing. Because then of our forefathers, the trade was not just only business. It was more of a trust and building relationships. So this is the past. And if you see, the masjids, or we call it in English, mosques, were not only the centers of prayer or salah. Mosques, many people misunderstand that it is a place of learning, of meetings, of charity, and many more things. And most importantly, Muslims lived in harmony with the people of other faiths. That's what makes our state of Tamil Nadu stand out from many other states in India. This is what Tamil Nadu is all about. We respect the Tamil culture, the traditions, because we are Tamil. We make Tamil Nadu, and we are very proud of it. Our elders, when they asked, what can I give, not what I can take from the society. And they asked with all fairness, with all honesty in their heart. So the past is very strong. When I talk to children, I tell them there's a lot of history of Tamil Nadu the children need to know. The contribution of each other, the contribution of the Muslim community. I'll take the example of nobody else, but with all humility, I'll take the example of the Nawabs of the Carnatic. Many people don't know that more than 350 Hindu temples are built on the lands contributed by the Nawabs who were the Muslim rulers. This made Tamil Nadu. Okay, let's talk about the present. So now if you see, our state is, I think, India's most developed state, at least one of the most developed states. Become number 2 in the economy, number 2 richest. And talking about the community, the Islamic community, Muslims contribute across all sectors. We have small trade, big entrepreneurships, industries, textiles, leather, food processing, medicine, education, law, engineering. Most of the sectors, contribution is by the Muslims. But our contribution may not always be visible, but it is real, it is meaningful. And the community work is also changing from, it's not, see, earlier we used to have this charity organizations, but now those charity organizations have also become the educational organizations. And skilled places are also, we have where the youngsters are getting empowered. And our youth, ladies and gentlemen, our youth, the Muslim youth, are entering all the sectors now, including technology, arts, sports, startups, public service, IAS, IRS, IFS, IPS, everywhere. So this is the present contribution of the community to the state and to the country. But there are many challenges we must accept. Every community has challenges, every community. And we must face those challenges honestly. I'll go with first challenge is the quality education. Skill shortages. Limited women's participation. Access to capital for entrepreneurship. So we have to fill those gaps because Islam teaches us that change begins within. There's a line in the Quran which says, God will not change the situation of the people unless the people change their situation. So the answer, we can't keep always complaining. It doesn't work like that. We have to act. We have to be the change for the betterment of the state, for the betterment of the country. Okay, finally, I'll come to the future. This is my vision, my idea. I take responsibility of what I'm saying today. But the future, what I see from my point of view, is first thing, we need to have a quality education, especially for the girls. Must be top priority. An educated child strengthens the entire state, not just himself or herself. And by the grace of God, we have the best educational institutions, including Crescent. We have Muhammad Sadiq College, we have Mayasi, and many other institutions. And second is skills for a new world. Our youth must be ready for technology, AI, modern skills, global opportunities. We must become job creators, not job seekers. Again, when I'm talking about skills, again, I think the Crescent University needs a round of applause because they now have 140 new startups. So education, they are there. Skill, they are there. And women as partners. A community cannot progress with half its strength. When women contribute, it becomes 100% strength. So empowering women is not against the faith. Empowering women is never against the faith. It is the faith in action, I would say. So our role in Tamil Nadu's growth, when Muslims progress, the state benefits. And when Tamil Nadu grows, India grows. So I'll tell you, I'll finish by saying a message right from my heart, that we are not outsiders. We Muslims belong to India, we belong to the state of Tamil Nadu, this is our land, we were born here, we will die here. Nobody can say that, you go out of India. This is our land. My father, I remember him telling me in his speeches many times, the Muslims who wanted to go to Pakistan have left already. The Muslims who have stayed in India, we are Indians. Nobody has the right anywhere to say that, Muslims get out of India. This is our home. We have contributed. We will contribute to our state, to our country. So I'll finish by saying that let us all raise a generation that is a proud Muslim, a proud Tamil, and a proud Indian. Thank you so much. Especially, I wanted to mention, very specially, I kept it in the last, a very important person who is very close to our heart, and he's traveled all the way from the United Arab Emirates. Janab Isa Al Ghurair Sahab, who is here with us, he needs a round of applause. And his son Yusuf Ghurair, they have crossed a long way to be in Chennai with us. And a bigger round of applause for people who have crossed the heavy traffic and reached the Chennai Trade Center. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A very, very tall leader of the community. Every time I have to do that, I know that's true. But yes, a much-needed message from a gentleman that we hold in very high regard, who's always been the symbol of peace and harmony, and also guiding us in the right direction on what communal harmony should always be about, and how our contributions should always showcase us in the best light possible. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on to our next speaker, who's going to talk about the contribution of the economy, the contribution of the community to the economy of Tamil Nadu, past, present, and future. We have our next speaker, Mr. Kombai S. Anwar. He's a writer and documentary filmmaker whose work is deeply rooted in the history and heritage of Tamil Nadu, with a particular focus on its Muslim past. A contributor to the Madras Gazetteer project, he writes regularly for leading newspapers and magazines. He has produced films for both international and regional exhibitions of the Archaeological Survey of India, the Philadelphia Museum of Art, the Linden Museum, Stuttgart, and Dakshin Chitra. Mr. Anwar also co-curated the Muslim Heritage House at Dakshin Chitra in Chennai. His documentary, Yadum, received the Bronze Remy Award at the 48th World Fest Houston International Film Festival. A leading light of a community, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome Mr. Kombai S. Anwar. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please.
Before our brother Anwar comes on stage, I want to acknowledge one more person who is like a battery. He charges people around him. And from afternoon, I'm fully charged just by sitting next to him. He's come from Dubai only for this summit. My dear brother, my friend, Ajmal Sharifuddin, who's here. You have to stand up. Thank you, Ajmal. Thank you so much. Anwar Saab, it's all yours.
Assalamu alaikum, Vanakkam, good evening. My topic is, of course, is a community contribution, and I took it for granted that it's Muslim contribution. Because today, I just want to be myself. I don't want to be clouding myself, hiding myself behind some other identity. And the need of the hour is that the community has made such a huge contribution, Muslims. But today, a lot of it is being, there's an attempt to erase it and all that. And I just want to boldly say that, yes, the community has contributed, I am a Muslim, and the Muslim contribution has to be said louder and clear. And that's why I just chose to write as Muslim contribution. Now, before you get into it, generally, when I talk of history, my first thing to audience in India here is unlearning history. Because the way our history books have been written, a lot of it is colored. A lot of it is with biases. And a lot of it is with little understanding. So if you are going to go through what you learned from school, you won't understand much. Okay? You need to unlearn. But however, the time is limited, so I'm just going to rush through some of the things. One of the major unlearnings, and I was really happy listening to other sessions, that now they are talking about shipbuilding in Tuticorin. You know, traditionally, look at one point of time, Tamil Nadu was not agrarian society. You know, generally when they write, people say that Tamil Nadu was agrarian society. No, it was not an agrarian society. Agriculture was part of it, but more, Tamil Nadu has a very long, lengthy coastline. And it was also a maritime-based society. And what you see over there, it's a very interesting thing. It's in a 15th century bas-relief sculpture at a place called Tirukkurungudi. Now, Tirukkurungudi is nothing other than, it's a temple, Alaiya Perumal temple, Alaiya Nambi temple. And Tirukkurungudi is the T in T.V. Sundaramayangar. T.V. Sundaramayangar's birthplace, Tirukkurungudi, it's near Tirunelveli. And you find this right inside the temple of the Arabs coming for trade, and they bring horses, camels, they bring gold, make a sale and go. So you find the ship, all that. So this beautiful sculpture, you'll find that. That's essentially what is the Muslim contribution. Now, when you go to Tamil society, is more than, millennium, more than 2-3 millennium old. And when you go into the Sangam literature or ancient Sangam literature, it talks about Yavanar. Yavanar tanda Vinayman Nangalam, Ponnodu vandu Kariyedu Perum Valangelum Musri. Musri was the capital of the Cheras. I'll be going through those things. Now, what the Yavanas, Yavanas is generally, again, the unlearning thing you need to do is Yavanas generally spoken as Greeks and Romans. It's not just Greeks and Romans. It's also the West Asians. It's predominantly, it was the Arabs. Greeks and Romans did come at one point of time, but it was the Arabs who brought them. And they brought the gold. Until today, India is a sinking hole for gold, and they brought the gold and then took back pepper and other things in return. So you find that the Umayyad coins have been found in Kottamangalam, and number of other places, dirham and dinar and all that have been found across Tamil Nadu right from 8th century onwards. Okay, so now the thing is, this is on top what you see is a quote by Marco Polo. When he comes to this place, especially when he goes to Kayalpatnam, he says they made a rule that wine drinkers and seafaring men are never to be accepted as sureties. Kudiyaram peche vilunda poche, vidinja poche. The same way, seafarers, their surety was not, because it was the most difficult, dangerous profession. And who did the seafaring from the 10th century onwards? It was the Muslims. It was predominantly the Muslims, who crossed the seas, the oceans, the turbulent oceans, and brought the gold. Sorry, that is. So, I'll not rely on this. I'll just move on. There are interesting visuals, but if you are lucky, you can see. So the thing is, in New Zealand, there was a bell was discovered, a bell that was in the mast of a ship. And the Maori tribes, they were actually cooking with that bell, thinking it was a vessel. And finally, one of the priests, saw that, and he took the bell. And what they discovered was that bell had a Tamil name, Muhyiddin Baksu. Okay, New Zealand. And so this is the kind of danger. It was a shipwreck, probably, that took this bell over there. And that's the kind of life that was spent by the Muslims enriching this land. Now I'll come to, we spoke about the Sangam poetry, now I'll come to the Moovendars. Moovendars are the traditional triumvirate ruling kings of Tamil Nadu, the Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas. Now you find the chairman, now since the time is limited, I'm skipping some of things, confining only to the business part of it, the trade part of it. Nevertheless, chairman, Okay. So the Cheraman Perumal is supposed to be the Chera ruler who embraced Islam. I will not go too much into it. This is accepted by the oral Brahminical record in Kerala by Keralopati. More to us, what is important too is, just like today there is UEF, United Economic Forum, a forum for traders, for businessmen, industrialists. You had in those days something called Anjuvannam. You know, Tamil country had a lot of trade groups. Tisayai Nutruvar, Manigramam, Anjuvannam. Anjuvannam is a corruption of Anjuman, guild in Persian. The connection with Persia was much there, as much as it was with Arabia. And so people, today's scholars have come around to the view that Anjuvannam is a corruption of Anjuman. And what is interesting is this is a copper plate given by the Chera king, Tanuravi, and it was for the Christians to build a church, rights to the church, Tarisapalli, and that Tarisa is actually a Persian for Christians. And that witnesses, there are a number of witnesses, and you find these signatories. Among the signatories, Maimun, son of Ibrahim, these is, I'm saying, mid-9th century. Okay? And they were given rights, grants, those bodies, Anjuvannam could, the church, Anjuvannam trade body could resolve conflicts by itself, those sort of rights were there. And this Anjuvannam guild was spread across Indonesia, West Asia, and South India. So somebody from Konkan coast was part of the Anjuvannam guild, will travel down to Mantai. Mantai is in Sri Lanka, and then come to Vizag or somewhere Kilakarai, Kayalpatnam. So this entire zone Sri Lanka was not a separate thing as we see today. The entire thing was one economic zone, and that was through the Anjuvannam guild. Now the thing is, what was the position of Muslims? Not just traders, you have Rashtrakutas who are neighbors to us, who were ruling Karnataka. There was an Arab governor. How many of you are aware of that? There was an Arab governor for the Rashtrakutas in the early 10th century. Okay? Now, the Cholas did not do anything. They were not far behind. So you have in the big temple, I'm sure it's an engineering marvel. If you go to big temple, you'll find it's filled with the inscriptions. And among one of the inscriptions says Sonagan Savur. I said Yavanas first. The Sangam poetry talks of Yavanas. But by medieval time, the name changes to Sonagar, which predominantly means Muslims. And you find one of the Rajaraja Chola's official is Sonagan Savur. And he was involved in the administration of the temple. Today, in the conditions that we are, can you imagine, 10th century Rajaraja Chola's official was a Muslim who was administering part of the administration of the temple. And he, under Rajendra, his son, actually took a larger title. He was made Tirumandra Volai Nayagam, which is, the royal writ writer. It's a very high position. It's almost close to a minister. And then subsequently, he also was given the title Rajendra Chola Kandra Perarian. He was very musically accomplished. So this was the position of the Cholas. In Big Temple, if you go, you will find among the inscriptions Chonagan Sidukku, Dirham, the Arab Dirham being in use, all that, you will find the inscription. So that talks about the kind of trade that existed at that point of time, and that what Tamil country had with Arabia and Southeast Asia. Now, Pandyas, sorry. Now, Pandya's Marco Polo comes to Kayalpatnam. He went to Kublai Khan, he went to China, he was sent on a mission by the Pope to convert the Chinese emperor. He went there, stayed there for a while, and then he had to take back a Persian princess, and he took the land route. He came here, he came to Madras, basically to pay pilgrimage to St. Thomas, but he was also there in Kayalpatnam. He looks at the kind of ships that were coming from Arabia, from Aden, from Kis in Persia, all that, and how prosperous the city was, how the traders were making it prosperous. Predominantly, they were bringing in horses and then taking by other things. And Sultan Jamaluddin. Now, these are things, all this is not part of Watson University. Everything has archaeological inscription or something, evidence to it. So Sultan Jamaluddin, Nilakanta Shastri writes, was actually a minister under the Pandya. And he was sent as an ambassador to the Chinese Emperor Kublai Khan. Okay? Now, we are talking about proper Pandya. This is 13th century. Now, colonialism. With colonialism comes the conflict. And the day Vasco da Gama sets foot in India, everything changes. It's gunboat diplomacy. Things are not the same. That's Vasco da Gama in a meeting with the Zamorin. And one of the first conditions he puts, the golden time that the Muslims had actually comes to an end at that point of time. Trouble starts. The first condition the Vasco da Gama puts the Zamorin is stop trading with the Moors. Because for them, Moors meant Muslims. The Moors are the ones they encountered in Portugal, in Spain, and they related to that. And they said, stop trading with the Moors. The Zamorin refused. Because who is he to dictate? And Moors are basically his subjects. Muslims are his subjects. So, in fact, he actually tried to improve his navy. So, what the Zamorin did was he fought back. And he fought back with Kunjali Marakayar. What you find is a place called Madhavan Kurchi. It is near Kayalpatnam, about 15 kilometers from Kayalpatnam. And today, the community over there worships Kunjali Marakayar. Okay, they still remember. And so Kunjali Marakayar, there are 4 Marakayars. They went and they fought with the Portuguese till the last one was kind of betrayed. Now, you come to the Ramnath Sethupathis. Now, the same thing when you come to the Tamil country, that's Ramnath, Sidakadi, the home place of the president and B.S. Abdurrahman and all that. A lot of you are from Kilakarai. And I'm sure, this mosque, this is the Dravidian Islamic architecture. And please, just because it is there, and there is a tendency to call anything in stone as temple. This is basically Dravidian Islamic architecture. There are thousands of mosques like this, not just in Tiruparankuram Dargah, but mosques all over Tamil Nadu, especially in the coastal regions, in southern regions, you will find mosques. Because one thing you have to understand, Islam does not have agamas like Hinduism. A mosque is a place of worship, and if you are building a mosque, the Prophet's mosque itself did not have dome or minaret. Okay? Don't think minaret and dome are essential aspect of Islam. It is not. So, wherever it spread, Islam, they built the mosque in the local architecture. In China, you have 1,000-year-old mosques which are built in Chinese architectural style. In Mali, you have mosques built in mud architecture. So this is which we should be proud about. And this was built by Sidakadi. Sidakadi is one of those legendary ones, Chetam Koduthan Sidakadi, known for philanthropy, he who gave even after his death. And now there are confusion as to who is Sidakadi, and he is also referred to as Periyathambi Marakayar. Now there are also Periyathambi Marakayars, number of Marakayars, and the Dutch, the Portuguese are gone, but the Dutch are there, and Dutch are trying to take over the trade, and they create enough trouble for Sidakadi, and they force the Ramnath Sethupathis to actually, stop dealing with the Sidakadi. But Ramnath Sethupathi continuously keeps refusing it, and he sides with Sidakadi. Though he enters, he is forced into agreements by the Dutch. So just like the rulers of Tamil Nadu have always been supportive of Muslims, despite any trouble, that's what Ramnath Sethupathi also says. Now I also come to Arcad Nawabs. Tamil Nadu comes under the Mughals by the end of 17th century, and you have Arcad Nawabs. Prince Asif Ali, spoke before me, and they tried to, Nawab Saadullah Khan, he was one of the early Nawabs who comes from the Nawabite line. He tried to actually build a port at Mylapore, to rival Fort St. George. And the British feared, if a fort comes, a harbor comes right across Fort St. George, they lose business. So they pleaded with him. Finally, he built a harbor at Kovalam. And the Nawabs are also known for their secular rule. So what you find, the coin below is actually Murugan. And the Nawabs, though they were Muslims, their coinage had both the Hindu gods and goddesses and also Tamil. Now, talking about 19th century, I'm just quickly shifting. So this tradition continued. In the 19th century, you had a whole lot of people, the Badshahs, the Khalilis, then you have Malang Ahmad Badshah, you have Nawab Abdul Hakim, Jamal Muhammad. You had a whole lot of people who were contributing. They were very big. And also South Indian Chamber of Commerce. I was looking at South Indian Chamber of Commerce 1914. There are 27 executive members. Out of the 27 executive members in 1914, 9 of them were Muslims. You know, imagine 9 Muslim members on South Indian Chamber of Commerce in 1914. And 20th century, you know, dawns and you can't, I'm not doing this to please the president or anything, but he is a real dominant force, B.S. Abdur Rahman, just like Sida Qadi of 20th century. His contribution had been, I think the president also spoke about his contribution, how in Dubai they were one of the biggest employers and still the tradition continues. So this has been the kind of contribution that the Muslims have continued to make to Tamil Nadu, and some kind of an unlearning and understanding that our contribution has been really, truly valuable. We are bringing gold to this place, making this place rich is needed. And I thank once again the President for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I've loved history all my life, but I'm really sad after seeing all this that I don't know this history. Thank you for keeping it alive in everyone's minds, and I hope that this doesn't die, and we continue to get reminded of the rich history that we have created as a community and continue to contribute more. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure. Big round of applause to Mr. Kombe S. Anwar. Sir, I'd request you not to go off the stage. We have a felicitation for you, a memento for you. Yes. I request the Nawab Zada, His Excellency, Muhammad Asif Ali Sahab, Diwan to the Prince of Arcot, to please give a memento to Mr. Kombe S. Anwar. Sir.
Just a small announcement. There's supposed to be a tea break after this session, but we have made a small change that will continue with the panel discussion. After that, we'll have a tea break because that'll be the end. And after the tea break, we are having a Sufi music, it's a concert, and many of the musicians, they have come from A.R. Rahman's Sufi ensemble. So you're going to have an amazing Sufi energy. And that will happen after the tea break because they need the time to set up the stage for the mics and sound when you're having tea. So we'll now have the panel discussion, and then tea, and then the Sufi music, and then dinner. So that's how it will be lined up. Thank you so much.
And then we'll arrange accommodation for you here as well. So you can come back sharp in the morning tomorrow. Right. So yes, hold on to your seats. We're not going anywhere. The tea will be there for you after this amazing panel session. And this is all about education. This session is about reimagining education for Unnada Tamilakam. We have leading educationists and policymakers and people who have tried to reimagine education themselves throughout their career coming here to talk about it and see how we can get where we want to be. And as always, it's my proud privilege to welcome the moderator of the session. The moderator of the session is none other than our beloved President of the United Economic Forum and founder, Coastal Energen Coal and Oil Group, Mr. Ahmed Buhari Sahab. Mr. Ahmed Buhari Sahab, as I request you to please come on stage, please allow me to introduce you once again to the audience. He hails from Keelakarai in the east coast of Tamil Nadu. He is the president of the United Economic Forum. He's also Director Buhari Holdings and Trustee Sidakadi Trust, as well as the B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. He's also the chairman of the Tuticorin Development Board, founding trustee of the Keelakarai Town Development Trust, and more. After graduating in marketing from Bentley University, Boston, USA, and obtaining a master's degree in shipping, trading, and finance from City St. George's University of London, he joined his family concern, ETA Ascon Buhari Group, in Dubai, founded by his father, Dr. B.S. Abdurrahman Sahib. Sensing a shift in the early 90s that India's energy consumption is set to rapidly grow, Mr. Buhari pioneered energy management with coal, shipping, logistics, and power generation. As a great believer of India, particularly Tamil Nadu, he set up its largest private sector 1,200 megawatt Mutiara thermal power plant in Tuticorin, with capability to cater to approximately 6% of TN's power needs. The United Economic Forum, under the leadership of Mr. Ahmed Buhari, strives to create a positive impact on the economic, educational, and social development of the community, nation, and beyond. Sir, I request you to grace the stage. Thank you. I'm going to go on and introduce the panelists of the session. Our first panelist is the director of IIT Madras, Professor Kamakoti Veerinathan. Sir, I request you to come on stage. A big round of applause for the director of IIT Madras. It's a proud privilege to have him here. Sir received his MS and PhD degrees in computer science and engineering from IIT Madras. He joined the faculty of IIT Madras in 2001 and took over as its director in January 2022. He specializes in the area of computer architecture, information security, and VLSI design. He heads the microprocessor development program and the information security education and awareness program at IIT Madras, funded by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the Government of India. He is member of the National Security Advisory Board. He's also the chairman of the Artificial Intelligence Task Force constituted by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He's appointed as member of the Institute Body of AIMS, Madurai. At IIT Madras, he served as the chairman, JE, and associate dean, industrial consultancy, and sponsored research. He has over 150 publications in international journals and conferences, guided many research scholars for the PhD and Master of Science by research program. He has coordinated and successfully delivered close to 50 projects from industry and government R&D establishments. He serves in the technology committees of the National Stock Exchange and Reserve Bank of India. Dr. Kamakoti is the recipient of DRDO Academic Excellence Award, Indian Electronics and Semiconductor Association Techno Visionary Award, Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellowship, ACCS Lifetime Achievement Award, IBM Faculty Award, Vasvik Industrial Research Award, and Fellow of INAE. I can think of no better person to be on this panel than him. A big round of applause for the director of IIT Madras. Our next panelist is no less distinguished. Dr. Sultan Ahmed Ismail is a distinguished ecologist and environmental scientist, serving as advisor and former director of the Ecoscience Research Foundation, Chennai. Since 1978-79, he has made pioneering contributions to ecology, environmental science, earthworm research, organic inputs, and sustainable practices. He's a member of the State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, contributing to policy development in organic farming, land use, water, waste management, and the Tamil Nadu state education policy. Beginning his academic career in 1974, he later headed departments of zoology and biotechnology at the New College, Chennai. He has worked extensively with institutions, farmers, and self-help groups to advance sustainability, waste management, and wastewater treatment. His many honors include the Kasmi Award UK, Arinyar Anna Award, Special Contribution Award China, Champion of Chennai, and Green Man Award. A prolific author, he has published 80 papers, written influential books, and guided 32 MPhil and 20 PhD scholars. So Dr. Sultan Ahmed Ismail, member, State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, and former director, Ecoscience Research Foundation. It is our proud privilege to have him here with us. A big round of applause, please. If we have to make the dream of good economy a reality, we need sustainable economy, and that's where Sir will help us and guide us. Welcoming our next panelist, Ms. Shruti Karthik. Ms. Shruti Karthik is an entrepreneur, educator, and committed change maker, dedicated to transforming early childhood learning through authentic Montessori education. As the founder of Adi Shiv International Montessori School, she has created a child-centric environment where young learners explore, innovate, and grow through experiential methods. Through Vidyal, a child-centric Vidyal Montessori Kalvi, she furthers Montessori-based educational reform across Tamil Nadu, strengthening inclusive foundations for future generations. Beyond education, Ms. Shruti Karthik drives impactful community development initiatives as director of the M.K. Mohan Charitable Trust. Her leadership has supported the education of thousands of underprivileged students, facilitated dental, eye, and health camps in corporation schools, installed RO water systems, and introduced counseling programs for higher secondary students and mental health support for women. If our future needs to get somewhere, we need the future to be there, and the future are our children. So please welcome Ms. Shruti Karthik, founder, Adi Shiv International Montessori School and Vidyal Montessori Kalluri. Ma'am, thank you. And our next panelist today is Ms. Kavita Tiwari. Ms. Kavita Tiwari is a development and sustainability professional leading international partnerships at the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. She drives high-impact collaborations that advance science, technology, and innovation for national priorities and global public good. Ms. Kavita has represented the PSA office at major national and international platforms, championing India's leadership in science diplomacy and sustainable development. She has built and managed strategic partnerships with 350 plus DFIs, philanthropies, government agencies, multilaterals, and embassies mobilizing over INR 1,600 crore annually through CSR to strengthen India's research and innovation ecosystem. Ms. Kavita has facilitated 200 plus industry academia collaboration across emerging domains, including quantum technologies, hydrogen, AI and machine learning, electric mobility. Her work spans communications for high-level events, global stakeholder engagement, and strategic reporting. Previously with CDP and EESL, she shaped programs in energy efficiency and climate action. She holds a master's in environmental science and a Swedish government leadership certification on the climate. Ms. Kavita Tiwari is the person that we need to build collaborations and partnerships and help us make the journey. Ms. Kavita Tiwari, Lead International Partnership, Strategic Alliance Division, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. A big round of applause for Ms. Kavita Tiwari, please. And one final panelist who's not going to be sitting there but will appear on video towards the end of the panel. Let me quickly introduce him and get out of the way. It's Mr. Gavin McCormack, who's the co-founder of Upschool.co. Mr. Gavin McCormack is the co-founder of Upschool.co, a global platform that equips students with real-world entrepreneurial skills to create meaningful social impact. With over 20 years of experience as a Montessori-trained educator, he has taught across multiple countries and is deeply committed to innovative teaching practices that nurture essential life skills from an early age. He serves as the Montessori Australia ambassador and has delivered a widely acclaimed TEDx talk on how education can transform the world. Mr. Gavin has built several schools and libraries and operates 3 teacher training centers in Nepal. He's also a best-selling children's author and creator of a highly regarded guide to Montessori education for parents. Recognized among the top 10 most influential global educators from 2019 to 2025 and nominated for Australian of the Year in 2018, he continues to champion education as a catalyst for global change. Gavin actively collaborates with schools worldwide, supporting advancements in pedagogy, programming, and classroom management. And he's going to be a final panelist joining us online. Thank you, and over to our moderator. But before that, a big round of applause for this wonderful panel that has been assembled. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see some people here after lunch. Thank you very much for being here in this very interesting reimagining education session for Unnatha Tamilagam. First of all, I think we've done great achievement by having gender equality in this stage. I think it's a big progress for us at the UEF. Thank you very much, ladies, for coming over. So what is this we are going to discuss today? We have been sharing some thoughts over the last 2 or 3 weeks. And Professor Sultan Ismail, the professor that he is, he's been giving me instructions. I felt like I was back in the classroom again. Illa thambi, nama nera da vandu pesano. Idu question paper lan thevilla nu. Ipo kuda kettaanga. Enna question paper eduthu paakrீங்களா nu. Eppovume professor paatha or bayanda. So that thing continues. And now there are one professor on the right and one in the left. So I think I need to be very careful with the professors here. So we've got very, very eminent people here sitting with us. And we want to make it as interactive as possible. So yenna destination? I think we know what the target is, right? 4 trillion, 4TN, no more questions for what it is. Enna answer I learn solite. Because I think we've got affirmation, we've got reaffirmation that it's possible, we've analyzed the numbers, we've looked at the figures, 16% growth rate, which was last year, which actually translates to about, I think, 11.5, 12% real growth rate. So, idhe mari ponamna, 2047, 4 trillion looks like a good possibility, and another Tamilakam looks like a great possibility, but it's not going to be easy. You know, maybe this is just, you know, for us to sustain this growth, I think it's going to be one of the most difficult aspects, because having a flash in the pan, 1 year, 2 years is easy. But if this has to continue over the next 20 years, you know, and this is probably something which very few countries have achieved. But I think one cardinal rule which almost every major country has followed is the education system. I think no country in this world has prospered without reimagining their education. Of course, those countries have progressed rapidly by, you know, taking advantage of the education. We in India are in a very, very interesting period. We are in the crossroad. We are slated to become the 3rd largest economy. We are going to add $20–25 billion of economic value to this system, but it's not going to just happen just like that. So we have to plan for it, and we have to think out of the box. So first of all, let me start with the professor here. Is everything going right, Professor? Eppadi poittu irukku education system? Should we say we are going right, wrong? Ipo enna sariya pannittu irukoma, pannama irukoma? You know, what applied earlier, is it going to apply now? Your thoughts on that, Professor, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. In fact, you know, like, unfortunately, we started chasing quantity over quality. We started framing our syllabi in such a way that there should be so much of information available for the child. Information, not knowledge. There's a sharp difference between these two. And like a simple example, if I have to give you, because I don't want to take much time, because let us be more interactive. You said out of the box. In kindergarten class, and when you go to class 1, 2, generally in all schools, they will give a picture, triangle, square, circle, and ask the child to color it. The child will color it beautifully, and it will definitely not inside the circle and inside the triangle, but also cross the line of the triangle or the square or the circle. I think every one of us have done it, and we have seen our children do it. The moment they do it, we start telling them, no crossing the line. You should be always inside the box. And when we grow up, we tell them, think outside the box. That's the funny thing which has happened with our education system. In class 3, we say that the sun rises in the east. And in class 8, we tell them the sun neither rises nor sets. This anomaly in our education system, the way we have been transferring information and not knowledge, has to a large extent made our students more theoretical rather than practical. Montessori tried to bring in a lot of change in the smaller classes. But as we go up, I would always blame that we have been going only towards marks, and who is responsible for it? Higher education institutions. I'm sorry, sir. As long as higher education institutions, colleges, IITs, all these people select students based only on marks, schools can never improve, because schools will always chase marks. Once I asked our Vice Chancellor of Agriculture University, how do you select your students? Manveti padikka theriyuma? Gadapara padikka theriyuma? No. We select them based on marks. And most of the students after completing, I'm sorry to say, if you go to Madurai Agriculture College, there's a huge board of photographs of students who have been successful. And there's not a single picture of somebody who has been successful in agriculture, but you can find Mr. Irayanbu's photo, Mr. Shailendra Babu's photo, all are qualified for UPSC. So, there is some mismatch in our system itself. And the whole system, right from kindergarten till higher education, needs to be slightly refined. And hopefully, we will be able to do it for private. The government of Tamil Nadu has started the new curriculum committee, which has been formed. And we hope that we'll be able to bring some change into it, which can probably show light on this.
Great, Professor. So one professor to the other professor. So this professor says the problem is with this professor. So let's come right to this professor here. So Professor Kamakutti, of course, I don't know what to say. IIT Madras is for us like a dream. I don't think we'll ever get admission. Professor Sonnamari, kandipa sera maate. Right? So there's no chance that people like me will ever...
last bencher.
So, but having said that, so much importance on marks, and we've been hearing these stories about this tutoring schools which are going on, the suicides which are taking place, all to enter, I hate to say this, all to enter an IIT. So is that, they do it and end it all? Once you reach an IIT, is that the end of, is that the future? Is that how we should be progressing as we go forward? Your take on that, please.
So first, I failed in JEE in 1985. Okay, so, nothing happened. I became director of the institute. I also became the chairman of the JEE examination, which I failed once. Okay, so nothing is there in marks. Of course, we always say when the kids enter, JEE rank is an integer. It all sets up today. Now what you learn, what you create, what you go out is much different than what you have achieved so far. It's all, but one single problem I want to see, 1.5 million people aspire to come to IIT. And we have a window of 3 months. And we have to perform an selection process that is legally tenable and fair. We were having this written examination, at least at that point we were in a position to even find out whether the kid can express themselves. Are they really willing to come to science or their parents are pushing them? Right? That also we couldn't do now. We were doing it with around 3,000, 5,000 students were writing in 1970s, 80s. We continued till 1 lakh students came, but now it's 1.5 million. And we have just 30 days, 30 to 45 days by which we need to react. So if any one of you can come and tell me a legally, provable process of selection of 20,000 candidates from 1.5 million in a time frame of 45 days, we will take it up. So that's where we stand. Okay. Now, we realize that this is something that one day performance is something that's going to determine the future, is something wrong. And that rank, we call it as karma rank, makes the kids study some civil or mechanical, which may not be interesting to them, then they would like to do something else. So what we have done at IIT Madras, specifically aligning with the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is providing accessible, equitable, quality, affordable education for all. We have started this online BS data science and programming program and electronic systems, 2 programs. These are of great importance today. As you know, data science, AI is coming up in all fields. It gives a lot of employment opportunities. I could tell you a lot more of stories about it. And similarly, electronic systems with the semiconductor coming up, it's also coming up in a very big way. So we started these 2 programs and then said that this is not an entrance examination. Entrance examination, as Professor has told, it is always an examination of elimination. But there's an examination, we have an eligibility test. We just ask them about some creative thinking, some out of the box. what do you mean by out of the box? I can give you some examples of that. And if they just clear that cutoff, 50 marks out of 100 or something, we bring them into the program. And we have multiple exits as per the national education policy. We have at the end of first year, they get a certificate. Second year, they can do diploma. 4 years, they get a BS degree. It's a valid degree. And today, UGC allows us to do 2 degrees at the same time. So a lot of students working in other colleges studying, they also do this degree and they complete both the degrees. And we don't have an age gap, so I welcome you. So there's an 82-year-old grandpa who's doing it, and he's got 8.5 CGPA. He's very good at Python. Okay, so this is the change that we brought in, so that this opportunity becomes much more democratized, and people can join. Today, sir, we have 50,000 students in the online program, in which 9,000 students have a family income of less than 1 lakh per annum. And that is what this whole changing in demography has happened. So, and these, if you look at the GATE examination that happens after your undergraduate to going to the postgraduate, there is a data science and an AI paper. And in the top 10, 3 ranks, 1, 7, and 9 are from this BS data science course. So it's not a simple course. So this is one where we tell this to parents, no, it's not marks, just go away from it and then come to, we have other opportunities, we create those opportunities. Then just you mentioned about this stress and other things. So there was one very bad part for IIT Madras, 6 months where we had 5 suicides. And I had just taken over as director at that point of time. It was just after post-COVID, and we were trying to understand what is happening. And as a part of it, I also just started doing some health profiling of the kids. Many kids did not have vitamin D. Then we realized they have not gone in the sun, they have not seen the field. We have to tell them, hey, this is called grass, that is called sun, this is what you run. So it was just studies, and sports actually went out. No physical exercise, no external exposure. So last 2 years, we have come out with sports excellence admission for our BTech program. So you do well in sports, you get some national award or something. And similarly, this year, we have also got this fine arts and cultural excellence admission. If you do very good at your music or painting or anything, you can still get into the IIT system. So we are changing these things. But still, yes, the JEE Advanced is one of the most toughest examinations. And there are kids who score very highly, and they're intellectually very, very nice. They just see your face, they understand what questions you're going to ask, and they're ready with the answer. So that's the intellect that we filter out there. No question about it. But yes, this examination is a very taxing examination. But what is the other solution you have where I can bring down from 1.5 to 20,000 people? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. There is hope, folks. For whoever didn't get into IIT, there is a lateral entry now, and then it was also very encouraging that Professor himself did not pass G. Adam very encouraging, Professor. So let me jump over straight to Shruti here. We've had this conversation, and we've been discussing about Montessori a lot, and frankly speaking, I don't know much about Montessori. I've just been reading up, but you know, my cousin Sajid, my sister Mariam, the schools that we run are big proponents of Montessori, and you are a big proponent of Montessori. You've introduced Montessori in 30 government schools, and you're running schools. You've been doing it for 15 years. So what's your take? What do you think? Is Montessori the solution for us? Pauna Tamilagam, should we be really looking at Montessori as one of the pathways? What's your take, please?
See, honestly, when we talk about education, we always start like reimagining education means we have to start thinking where it actually all begins. We cannot, like Dr. Maria Montessori quotes, she says that education does not begin at the age of the universities. It begins right from birth. from birth to 6 years itself. The primary level of education that we have now is very, the proficiency is very low in language and arithmetic and all of that, arithmetic skills. I feel it's not child-centered at all. It's always, the teachers training, teachers giving some instructions on the board, and then children are just, taking down notes. It's not child-centric at all. So, whereas when you go into Montessori system of education, it's a very child-centric method of education where you start it is a learning by doing methodology. So I feel like, I won't say Montessori is the only way forward, but I would also say that Montessori is the best way forward, at least for the children at that age to develop the confidence and, become more focused, and concentration will develop as individuals for them at that age. You cannot just get into IIT like, it's not easy to get into an IIT college unless you have the focus and concentration or are able to do the activities. And that does not just come in with only sitting and listening to lessons in the classroom. I feel like it has to have connection with your hands, and your mind play a very important role when you have to take in some concept. Maria Montessori has also said that, hands are the most important instrument of intelligence. If you look back at it, if சின்ன வயசுல cycling பண்ணிருந்தாலோ இல்ல if you have learned how to swim, those are all muscle memory which you'll never forget and which will always stay in your mind forever. So I personally feel like, Maria Montessori has done her research and she's come up with the methodology in such a beautiful manner that, it is important for each of the children, each child to experience the material before taking in the knowledge. So she allows that, children to work with the material. Let it be any concept. It can be a basic concept of just numbers or any concept. And you cannot really just imbibe any concept if you don't have the love for the concept. You need to first, love the concept before you can understand it. So all of that, the freedom to learn, explore, all of that is there in a Montessori environment. So definitely, if you ask me, I would say Montessori is the best way to go forward. And luckily, we had the opportunity to pitch this into the government, and we've started a few Montessori schools. And honestly, if any of you have the time, you should come and visit one of our Montessori campuses. I feel like, it's the best thing that the children are experiencing at this time. We didn't have LKG, UKG back then in the government schools or corporation schools. Now that we've given Montessori for those classrooms, and it's making such a difference in their education experience itself.
Thank you so much. I feel like I have to go back to kindergarten all over again, We are all learning all the time. So let me ask you this. Montessori education system, we circumvent the IIT, cut IIT out of the equation, right? Go straight to Kavita and say, Madam, here's our graduates who have come through the Montessori system, and they've gone through schooling, ICSE syllabus, CBSE syllabus, but they don't go to IIT, right? So will they become bankable, for the startups, for funding from Government of India or the new future, that we are looking at? We are basically thinking about reimagining. So is there a way that there won't be a pathway through IIT, it can all be directly through Montessori, and then you come to school and you've got your entrepreneurial skills. And I'm always amazed with it. I hate to bring a community name here, but it's just, you take the Marwadi community, for example. You put the kids, they are 10, 12, 15-year-old kids. They are like, they'll know math and they'll know numbers and they'll know everything, compared to a chartered accountant even, when they've never been to school. Right? So they've been working there, and then they don't believe in school. They straight away go on and they get so, clued on to numbers. So if we were to have this hands-on experience, there is no proper, the traditional sort of university education. Train them up, can they now become startups, and will Government of India look at funding things like that? What is your take on, something like this?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, you yourself answered the question that you asked with me. The Marwadi children are actually having the exposure and the practical experience, which is usually missing from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities or the educational institutes.
So that exposure is already there in the children. Now, before I dive deep into it, I will actually take this opportunity to introduce the office, because many of you are not familiar with the work that the government has come up with, because initially the role was limited to only advising the cabinet and the prime ministers, but right now the office has expanded it, and we are surely looking forward towards creating a model and a bridge between industry, academia, and the startup ecosystem. So principal scientific advisor, I would be happy to share that the first principal scientific advisor was Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam to Prime Minister. And currently we are having our fourth principal scientific advisor after Dr. Chitambram and Professor Vijay Raghavan, Professor Rajesh Sood, who is from ISC Bangalore with around 51 years of experience. Now, the first vertical that this office works is providing advisory to PM and cabinet what India should come up with. Where do we stand in compared to the global countries? What are the global countries doing in terms of any area? And that's how you must be hearing very often in news, India coming out with different kind of national missions like AI, quantum, hydrogen, electric vehicle, all that are coming out from Prime Minister's Science Technology Innovation Advisory Council, which is called PM STIC, very often in PIBs. That's the first vertical. The second vertical is Empower Technology Group, which has the responsibility to implement these missions across the country with the help of state governments. And the third vertical, I would say, is a newly formed vertical after the COVID tenure, which is the Strategic Alliances Division, and that I'm here representing. So as the name suggests, the meaning is very clear. It's about making and facilitating alliances between industry, academia, and the startup ecosystem. So this particular tenure for India, I would be sharing the overall perspective for you. Like a bigger picture, and that will leave you with many more thoughts. So I will leave you with some of the thoughts. India is right now at a very critical juncture, like you rightly said. The upcoming decade is really going to decide where will India stand. And the only thing that can enhance the visibility of India is right now bringing innovation into picture. Because we have the manpower, we have the resources, we have elite institutions, we have access, but the only thing we are lacking right now in compared to the developing nations and academic institutes, be it Finland, be it Singapore, be it Japan, or be it US, is in terms of the foundational learning. So just adding some of the points to Ms. Shruti's and Dr. Smile's parameters. Foundational parameter is one particular aspect. Then we have hands-on exposure, which is like missing. Third is exposing the students at the right time with the right skills, and also mentoring with the help of the industries which are present there. So connecting the industries so that they can have the hands-on experience on the innovations or all the skills they are already having. Next is basically the market to access or research to market linkages. That is missing, and that is the role that our office is providing. And whatever I'm talking right now, it's not in any policy, not in document, not in papers, because usually people think that government, whatever talks, it's mostly on the papers and policies and not implemented. I am sharing all the case studies that we have actually done on the ground. So a very beautiful story I just want to very quickly share. During the pandemic tenure, how we realized that there is a lot of potential in our Indian research ecosystem and academic institutes. We all were dealing with it. There was a story behind getting our first testing kit, which was My Labs. So My Lab is an innovator, a startup, very grassroots one. It required the support of the academic institute as well as the funding support from the industries. It came to us, we had during that tenure connected it with NCL Pune, National Chemical Laboratory, to do its R&D and perform its R&D. Thereafter, the funding was backed up by TCS. So this triple helix model helped us to get the first testing kit. And not only India, when we were successful, we also exported to outside LMIC's country, which are the small countries, small African countries. The similar thing we did with ventilators, reagents, and that was the story how India came out of this pandemic. And then we realized that there is a lot of potential in our research ecosystem. The only thing is that all the dots are not interconnected, and there should be one mechanism by Government of India to connect all the gaps so that we can compete globally. And Tamil Nadu as a state, I've never seen such, patriotism in the people to take the states forward. So I would also take the opportunity to, come forward. I'll ask everyone to come forward and do not repeat the same mistakes what the other states have already done. Because I feel, because Tamil Nadu is already having everything, what is required, be it you call STEM education, be it about elite institutions, be it the number of enrollments. So I'm not going to repeat the parameters, but Tamil Nadu can actually become a hub for entire South as well as India to lead the entire education system.
For that, there cannot be a centralized way of working things. Decentralization actually brings talent. So as long as you have education under your control and allow us to work in our way, then definitely Tamil Nadu will be able to come up. That's the reason we have a separate state education policy through which we are trying to advocate all these concepts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we will break the barriers and move on, Professor. So anyway, coming back to Shruti here, what has been the result of this? You've been in it for the last 15 years, and you must have started very early, studying this system. Does this work for us, this Montessori system? Is it really opening up the children's minds? And I hate to ask this question, but the children in the government schools in the most backward areas, how cerebral are they? How are they picking up? Is there any difference between, having a Montessori system in a government school vis-a-vis a private school with fancy teachers and whatnot, So what's the difference you've been able to see?
Honestly, I think I'm the right person to talk about this because I run a private school as well, and I've also done government schools. I started off doing government schools only. Only after that is when I slowly then moved into opening my own school. But today, I really honestly miss going back to the government school and, visiting the children and working with them, because the kind of joy that comes in with working with them and the smile that they come into the environment with and the joy that you see in the eyes, is something that's really missing in all the private school children. They take it for granted over here in the private schools. If I'm showing them a material today, the child just has to go back home and say, Amma, I worked with this puzzle. The puzzle is then bought for the child at home. I'm like, then there's no meaning for us having or running a school for the child to want to come to school if everything is being provided in the house itself. But that's not the case for the government school children. They really adore the environment. They take such beautiful care of the environment. The way that they walk into the environment and the way they sit on their mats and get up from the mats so beautifully that they don't even step on the mats, because even the mat, that's rectangular mat is his own. So he takes such amazing care of it. So I feel, it's not only about them knowing 1, 2, 3, 4 or learning ABCD. It's also about all of the life skills that they're learning from day one to take care of their environment. That's the main, I think that's a major takeaway that the children have at that age itself. So I think making a difference, I would say, of course, academically, all of us would have tried to make a difference, but I feel like, we've actually, through starting government Montessori environments for them, I feel like they've really, their life skills have really improved a lot. They will come out more confident and more, even today if you call them and ask them to speak on stage, they know all the Tirukkurals, they know all the states of India. It really, puzzles me. All the districts of Tamil Nadu they know, because in the pre-KG we give them the maps. So they know all of them. It's not because we teach that to them. It's out of interest that they take the material, pick the material, and they just explore it and they feel like knowing it. For them, it's just another name. It's, like at till the age of 6, any number of names that you give them, they're going to keep taking it in. So for them, it's just another name that's going into their mind. And it's going to stay in their mind forever. So something that we try to do at 6th standard or 7th standard or 8th standard is something that's happening much earlier if you give them the hands-on experience. So that's the difference I feel I have is between the Montessori government schools and the private schools. They really adore the material.
Thank you so much. We had, I had the good fortune of having an interview with Matt McCormick, sorry, Gavin McCormick. I felt like I was back in school, honestly, because he's also another teacher. Stuck between all these teachers, imagine me, right? Professor Kamakutti here, Professor Ismail here, and then that gentleman there. Gavin was also a teacher. We had a very long conversation, and I was really moved with the way he was, he was talking and everything. It's unfortunate we couldn't have him here physically today, but I thought we'd just play the video that we recorded with him specifically for this session. So can we have Gavin's video, please? Sorry, just a minute. So he's a teacher. He's been teaching for 20-25 years. Apparently he was a normal teacher. Then he went into Montessori. And then what was very interesting and what he said is, I asked him, are you able to implement the Montessori system in Australia? And he said, we are struggling in Australia. And I'm like, why are you struggling? I mean, we are supposed to struggle in India with these type of things. He says that teachers are not willing to go back to learn the Montessori system. So although we know the system is very good, but the faculty are not willing to go back and learn the curriculum. So they'd rather just continue, although they know that this is a very, very good system which we need to follow. So he said, I went back to school to study, to become a Montessori teacher, although I was a traditional teacher, and I'm a big proponent. And so he shared a lot of ideas. Maybe we'll just play the video and see what he has to say.
So now your students must be, the ones you taught, right? Let's say 20 years ago, after you've been enlightened. Have you been tracking them? Do you actually see them now? And, are they in touch with you? Have they turned out to be the people that you actually, were planning to churn out?
I've never been asked that question, and I love it so much. I'll tell you three.
Sorry, the question I'm asking him, it's not audible, is that same question I asked you. What has happened to these children after going through this system? Because everybody wants to know, once you go through the Montessori system or any other system, what is the result, after 10, 15 years hence? And so this was his answer to that question, since he's been tracking these students for 15 to 20 years. Go ahead, please.
Obviously, I've taught hundreds, if not maybe thousands of kids, so I can't track them all, of course.
Of course,
but I have bumped into some. And I wrote this in my book, actually, as a main featured story in my chapter book, because I thought it was so pivotal. I was working in an Islamic school, okay? And I was teaching grade 6. And I had 29 children in my class. And the principal came to visit me and said, look, I've just assigned your new class for next year. And I must warn you, there is a student coming into your class. She is terrible. I've tried to expel her 2 times, but the family have pushed back. And what I want to let you know is that I've put her in your class because I think you're capable, which is very kind. But she said, don't worry, she won't be around for long. One more strike and she's out. Now, I received that class, and I was sitting down on my first day with my new students. Grade 6, so they're 12, 11, 12, 13 years of age. They're big now, and this girl in particular was maybe 5'8". And, she had an attitude, she was too cool. She'd obviously been labeled as the problem child in school. And my job was to talk about the school captains, who was going to be the school captains this year. And so normally you put this to a vote, and the children have some democracy, but I decided to strip that away. And I decided my class was now an autocracy. I was going to be in charge. And I said, look, I need to announce the school captains. We're going to have a vote, but we're not having a vote anymore. I said, I'm afraid this young lady, I won't say her name, you are going to be the school captain of this school. Now, everyone looked around as if it was a joke, because she'd been on detention 1,000 times. She also thought it was some kind of joke. And we carried on with the day. As it got to lunchtime, all the kids were leaving. And I said, can I just talk to you for a second in the hallway? And I said, I'm serious, by the way, about you being the school captain. And she said, why? I said, because I believe in you. I believe you can do it. I said, I know you're in trouble a lot and you've got this attitude, but I can see the good in you. And a lot of people can respect you. And I think you can do this. No word of a lie. As I was saying those words, her whole demeanor began to stand up. She just looked like she grew. And this smile came across her face. And the child that was inside of her emerged. I saw her leave the corridor, almost skipping, if I'm getting goosebumps telling you this story, almost skipping into the corridor. And off she went. That night, I got a phone call from my principal. And the phone call was a very upset phone call because parents had started to complain that their child was wonderful and brilliant and an A student. And why had she been chosen over them? And she called me to say, Gavin, I need to know your rationale. And I said to her, I've worked here for 10 years. I need you to trust me on this one. And she said, I hope you're not causing me a headache here. I said, I'm not. Trust me. So off we went. We carried on with the year. She didn't get detention one more time. She was never in trouble ever again. She became amazing, respected, a leader, public speaker, doing community work. Everything changed at that moment. And she graduated, and her graduating speech was just, I was crying, tears. Now, she was 12. 2 years ago, I was at a Ramadan festival here in Sydney. Someone invited me along from the Muslim community. Gavin, will you come along and can you say the halakha? And, you know, I know a little bit of Arabic because I was absorbed in my school. So I got on the stage and I was like, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim, alhamdulillah. Anyway, I did the thing and it was wonderful. She was in the audience and I had no idea. She was 25 now. As I was leaving, I heard a comment, Mr. McCormack, Mr. McCormack. I'm so happy at telling you this story. I turn around and there's a woman. I feel like crying. There's a woman wearing a hijab. And I say, hello, do I know you? She said, you used to be my teacher. I said, oh, nice to meet you. What's your name? You've grown, probably. I can't tell you. She goes, remember the girl who was going to be expelled? And you gave me school cap? I was like, my God, it's you. I always wondered what happened to you. And she said these 3 words, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. And I realized, you know, like it makes me cry, but the belief in her had fallen through. No one wanted to give her a chance. She was labeled. You are bad. You are naughty. She needed someone in this universe to say, you know what? I believe in you. Come on. I'm here. Don't worry. You'll be safe. Let's do this. And I've got your back. And, you know, that is why the connection is so important before.
He was almost crying. You know, you must have seen what it is. You know, so he said he took the student, then took him under his wings, put her through the Montessori system, trained up and whatnot. And he said, very importantly, connection. And then this is one thing I'm learning as I go along, that they said the connection between the teacher and the student is so important. The curriculum comes later, you know, the pedagogy is later, but the faculty, the teachers, and the connection, and that's what he kept saying. So if we were to summarize this, let's say we have a very creative Montessori type of education system, but without the teachers, it's not going to work, because we may have the best system in the world, and if we've got the worst teachers, right, or it's just not going to fly. So all the teachers in the room, I think anyway, they deserve a big round of applause for all of them for having taught us and brought us to where we are. But for the future, along with a very creative education system and very proactive, very supportive, very connective teachers and educators like Shruti here and, you know, Professor Kamakuti here, Sultan Ismail here, Madam here, I think we have a great, future ahead. So let me just dive back into Professor Kamakuti here. I think all of you must have, everybody knows about IIT Madras here. I think nobody in this audience will not know about it. It is among the top. We'd like to think it's #1 in the country itself, Professor. I'm sure it is this year, or is it IIT Delhi? Did we make it once again? A big round of applause for Professor Kamakuti and IIT for this, please. But here it is, my question to him, and I asked this to him earlier. IIT Madras has 500 companies, Madras Research Park. We have 513 companies at the IIT Madras Research Park. Over 50,000 crore is the valuation. It's incredible. It's like a corporation by itself. It's not just a university. So my question to Professor is, now in this quest for reimagination, we are reimagining 2047. We are reimagining what it should be like today. Now, if we were, I have two questions for you. If we were to have an IIT Madras Research Park type of story all over Tamil Nadu, we have got 4,000 institutions here. We pick 25% of them and say, hey, here is your IIT Madras research model. They have had 500 plus companies. They've got a 50,000 crore valuation. Here is our target, Unnatha Tamilagam. We have to go to 4 trillion, right? So you've all been trained in, you know, our Montessori system. They've gone through fantastic teachers like Professor Sultan Ismail. And then they've come here, and then they've got this target, this institution. Do you think something like that will fly, Professor Kamakoti?
Let me just give you an overall background of what's happening there. See, one of the things that as a director, I was very concerned, many of the faculty were concerned, is that we educate people in core engineering, but they actually go out and do some high frequency trading, right? And we invest quite significantly on the core engineering discipline. And India as a country today, we need mechanical engineers, we need civil engineers, a lot of infrastructure project is happening. Everything needs lot more of other than ML and AI. But you know, I jovially say even the monkey of IIT Madras wants to learn only ML and AI. Okay, so this is where we are stuck. One of the things that we thought will work, and it has worked, is that we say you have an idea, then we try to convert this idea to a startup. And we have what we call as an innovation and entrepreneurship stack. So there is an entrepreneurship cell. You go and say, I have an idea, we have an AI-based tool. It's an Atmanirbhar Indian tool, where you give the idea to it, it will search the entire patent database across the world, give you all the competing patents. It will give you the total addressable value market for that. It will also give you a minimum viable product if it is possible. Then we encourage these kids to file a patent. So last one financial year, we had around 385 patents, more than my patent today. This year we have, last financial year it was 417, and this year we are targeting 500 patents. And I'm told some of the Ivy Leagues filed that much amount of patents. Once this patent is done, we have a Center for Innovation. It is a building by the students, for the students, to the students. And it's 24/7, and they have several clubs. This idea basically gets translated to a design. And then we have a pre-incubator called Nirman, which is the first floor of this building, which will translate this design into a prototype. Then we have 5 to 6 domain-specific incubators, which will actually incubate them and make them into a startup. Then we have Gopal Krishnan Deshpande Center, which will convert these startups into unicorns. And last week, 2 months before, we had the first IPO of one of our companies, Aether Energy. And so this is the stack that we have started building. And last year, we set a target. Let us see how many years it will take for us to incubate 100 startups a year. And last year itself, we touched around 103. And this year, we are going to 150 startups. And what are these startups? Startups go all the way. We have a startup, which is the first of its kind in the world, which actually can print a rocket engine 1.5 meter high. Single body rocket engine printing, they have the patents. And what will take around 3 months for somebody to build that, they can 3D print it in 72 hours. Okay, so and we have Hyperloop, we have lab-grown diamonds. We grow diamonds in the lab today now. So many such startups of very high core engineering value have started, and that is why you see this 56,000 to be very precise, crores of valuation of our 503 startups. Now this is extremely important. So coming back to your question here, now that ecosystem is set, we now said that this incubation is not just for IITM founders, but it's for external. So I am very happy to tell you that last year out of the 103 startups, sheer coincidence maybe, 51 are from IIT Madras, 52 are from outside. So any kid who comes and says that I have an idea, yes, come in. We put some mentors, we help them incubate a startup, and many have come out very successfully. So with this as a background, what we are planning is, we are looking at a program called 10x, where we will go and multiply this 10 times. we are encouraging other incubators in small tier 2, tier 3 institutions also to join hands with us so that we basically give them some of these mentorship. We give them these facilities and also take them to the market. So this is one very important step. Now, the most important thing here, sir, as I've been telling many times in this Chennai Trade Center, where all this FICCI, NASCOM, all of them call me, it is not the funding that is important. Like for an artist, the first stage is important. The first purchase order is important. So many big industry owners could be here. And one of my requests is if you really want to boost this and encourage this startup ecosystem in our country, give the first purchase order to the startup and allow them to use your company logo as a vendor. They are my vendors, and or what do you say? They are my clients, and I supply for them. So this is what I'm sure will take up. So we are seeing growing interest. We have around more than 5 colleges who have joined hands with us, and they are pumping and sending more and more students to get trained on this. We also have started under the Malavia mission. We have started systems thinking, that out-of-the-box thinking. How do you start looking at a market rather than, you just mentioned to me about H-index and publications. Start thinking about patents, ideas, and, market and products, which are of good importance. So that also we have started in multiple institutions. More than 100 institutions are participating. So if we can replicate this model, this 4 trillion can be achieved through academic institutions alone, and I believe it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kamakoti. That was a fantastic answer. I'm going to come right here to Professor Sultan Ismail here. Sorry, I know there was a bit of a controversy earlier, and Professor was saying something about the center state, which we don't want to get into right now. But I'm going to put Shruti and Professor in a bit of a trouble now. Montessori system, is it being accepted by the government of Tamil Nadu?
Montessori is not a system, it is a way of education.
Way of education.
So it automatically gets incorporated in any system if you want. Any teacher can deviate and adopt the techniques which are being told in the Montessori system. There's nothing much different. But if you want me to add up a few points based on the discussion, for the benefit of all the people over here, we have today 113 UG courses in India. 113 UG courses. Unfortunately, our parents get mad for medicine and engineering and trouble their children for NEET and IITG. You see, a very small proportion of children alone can go over there. The real talent is with a magnanimous number which will be able to bring the 4T to Tamil Nadu. We have to think about these children who probably have wonderful ideas in school, because I was doing a program, Yera Marivu, on television. Children coming from rural areas, rightly told by Shruti about corporation schools and government schools, these children come with brilliant ideas, but they are not able to express. I find children from the city talking beautifully in English, but content-wise, we don't get the delivery from them. There is a lot of talent which we'll have to tap, not just from IITs, but from small institutions which will be able to contribute 40 for us. If we really want economy, we'll have to go back, we'll have to change the pattern of assessment for us. Move away from evaluation. Don't value a child based on marks. Holistic evaluation of a child is necessary today. I only wish all the private institutions think about it, because, like I myself as an example, I was a failure in mathematics. My teacher in class 6 told me, "Wo mandala kaliman irukkundu," because I couldn't understand mathematics. "Wo mandala kaliman irukkunnaru." Thanks to him, I became a soil biologist. Right? Maths, I was a failure. By 10th, my teacher said, "You will never pass school. You will not go beyond it. You ukar paper thirpi paathalum one number varadu." I used to tell within me, "Unakku solli kudukka therilla, na enna pandrathu?" But in 11th, I got a teacher. This is where I want you to acknowledge, because you acknowledge the teachers. One teacher came in my life in 11th who identified people like me who could not understand mathematics, spent extra time with us, In those days, it was Madras University which conducted the board. I think probably you would have written at that time, right? Madras University used to conduct matriculation examinations, and I scored 200 out of 200 in mathematics because of the teacher, In science, I scored only 48%, but I liked science, probably because I wrote science which the examiner could not understand. So he gave me only 48. When I wanted to join for science, my principal insisted that I must take maths because I scored 100%. This is what I want you to tell all of you. Please do not force your children to join in a course in which they have got maximum marks. Sometimes we work hard to get that marks. Sometimes we may get less marks in the subjects we like. And my principal, thanks to New College, which gave me science, and today I am a scientist who is known throughout the world. So please identify the talent in children. Please try to assess children and don't go away with that. This is very important for us. And I only wish, through the Government of India, we have a wonderful scheme called as ATL, Atal Tinkering Labs. I only wish that provision is given to all the schools, that all the schools, just like today colleges have an innovation hub, innovation should start in school, not in college. Ideas should start in schools where there should be slight small laboratories where the hubs could be created. I wish IIT and ATL can join together, create such hubs in schools, and that would be a wonderful beginning where 4T in Tamil Nadu will be 4T, but even can jump beyond 4T, and we'll be able to achieve laurels in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sultan Ismail. That was fantastic. So I'm just going to jump to Kavita here. What is your take on that? I think Atal Tinkering Labs, having it in schools, I thought it was already happening.
No, it's happening, but initially, a very limited number of schools were selected as a pilot, because initially, for us to take any step, surely a successful pilot is required. Also, to the previous point, it was about not getting into any kind of disputes, but moreover, I wanted Tamil Nadu to maybe come up with some educational model which could be replicated across India. So the agenda was never to control as a center to state.
We'll be giving it to you shortly because the new committee has been formed and I'm chairing the committee,
Great.
so we'll be coming to you shortly.
Very good. Absolutely an honor to work together. Secondly, in terms of funding, I'm sure there are a lot of Government of India schemes, but we as an office have come out with a free digital platform, which I was also mentioning to some of my conversations which had happened. It's called manthan.gov.in. It's by our office, where you will find more than 500 plus industries, international organizations, as well as central line ministries, state governments, who are regularly utilizing this platform, where they're coming up with problem statements along with the fundings. The type of projects that you'll find out there could be early stage R&D, could be scholarship programs, could be fellowship programs. There's a dedicated section from our office towards women in STEM areas, as well as school education. So that's surely like one of the target areas that we're trying to do. So there are organizations like Samsung, there are organizations like Lee Grant, Bayer, Biocon, who regularly have dedicated programs for schools as well as women in STEM areas. So we are trying to provide you with a platform. All the startups can actually register yourself. It's a free of cost platform, very similar to the Facebook and Instagram app that you use. You just have to register yourself and you'll automatically receive all the notifications in one go. So you can be part of all the innovation challenges, programs, fellowship grants, etc. that are there, apart from the government policies and initiatives that are coming up. One more point that I would like to add here is that from the two-days conversation, I have only heard, my entire focus towards the urban space. But if in the school system, we can also include the rural space as well, the rural students also, I think nobody can stop Tamil Nadu or the India, from growing.
Fantastic point. Thank you so much. I'm going to jump into Professor Kamakoti now. IIT in many ways is our role model, like I said, the example and whatnot. So I had another, not a trick question, but not to put the professors in trouble here, and none of the professors should come and ask us this question. Professor, question. if we were to incentivize our vice chancellors, principals, whatever it may be, right? Today, with all due respect, whatever they may be at today, we say, okay, hey, here is the IIT model. Your IIT's got 50,000 crores of valuation, you've got 500 companies. Now your XYZ college, right? Your vice chancellor or principal, you can make 4 times more. If you're at 20, 30 lakhs, you end up making 2 crores or 3 crores. But you need to have this many number of patents, you need to have this many number of manufacturing companies, it's heavily incentivized. If we were to turn the incentive system upside down, where the institutions now start thinking like a company, because we brought the company inside. We always talk of industry, academia, connect and whatnot. What if we bring the industry itself into the campus and then incentivize our vice chancellor to become a CEO, a vice chancellor become a CEO or a principal become CEO with heavy incentives? What then happens?
If I propose this in my Senate, they will kick me out. Okay. I will be very clear. See, there are two, everything that we think has two sides, and there are two sides of this coin. See, today when we look at quantum technologies that have come up, the basics are in quantum mechanics. And for centuries, they did not find an industry use case for quantum mechanics. But today, it's now dictating what quantum computing or quantum sensing or quantum. So basic research, basic publication in those areas, basic mathematics, some of the old conjectures that we have been talking of. For example, when Boole actually, invented Boolean algebra, people would have said he's mad. But today, the basic computer, this has a microprocessor which works on Boolean algebra. Our voice would not be heard here. So this is where, that's what we may say the dilemma between Lakshmi and Saraswati, right? Where do we pitch in, where do we draw the line? As you say, if we completely go into this mode, I also, Professor Ismail also maintained this quantity versus quality. If you put quantity in front, if you say you need to publish 10 papers for you to get promoted, that the quality actually goes down, right? So, the point is, what is academia today? It's also a very important definition. Somebody says, is academia, is it for us to educate, or it is for us to train them to go and fit an industry? Some industry comes and says, they are not ready to, immediately for me to absorb. We have taught them fundamentals of programming, for example. That company needs one R language, and we have not taught them R. So should I entirely change my curriculum to change that R? Tomorrow the R will become some Q, then should I keep changing it to Q? So the question now comes here that there are certain basic understanding that I need to give to that child, and it is for the industry to absorb them. Should I make them industry ready? What is industry readiness? So all these questions start coming up. So coming exactly to your thing, of course, there is a need for educational institutions to start thinking about technology which would be of great social importance, which will be, which will actually enhance the way of life, which will be aligned to the sustainable development goals. But if you fully push in and say, just you dictate my economy, I don't think it will be well taken, or it's possible also. Every college can't do it. It's a big struggle for us to even keep this, the whole research park running. And almost I did mention that our board is now looking like a corporate board rather than an academic board. And whether it's correct or not, we don't. So somewhere I'm also getting a bit, hey, what are we talking? That's 30% you have talked about academic syllabus, new courses, etc. 70% you are talking about revenue and finance. Is it correct or wrong?
I think Professor has answered the question. So now IT is becoming more corporate. Yeah, but like you rightly said, I mean, safe bet is probably half-half, right? So we've got half academics, half business. So right now, with all due respect, there seems to be a big divergence. We all know that there's such a big disconnect between industry and academia. So even if we come halfway, there's already significant progress. You know, you said 70%, but even if we were to come halfway through, I think there will be significant progress. Right, so let's throw the forum open for questions, please. Sorry, we just have time for a few questions. So can we have some hands? Questions? Who wants to ask? Right, please identify yourself, be brief and straight questions. Can we come right in the front? Dr. Tausif, I think has a question. Tausif, right? Oh, sorry, you need a mic? Mic, please. Mic, please.
We focused a lot about the students and how they should be thinking about education, how the school system should work. But in India, the key determinant of a student doing which course, which college, which school is the parent. Where in all of this discussion does a parent, because when Sir says 113 UG courses, I don't know which course to pick. They told me go pick medicine. I said, okay. We don't have any choice. The parents have absolutely zero clue where their child should go. They're paying for it. They're never educated on in which of this ecosystem they fall, who's going to educate it. Yeah, if you have an answer to that, thank you.
So I'll take 5 minutes in answering question with the permission of the chair. So in 20... Huh? Sub-question.
Go ahead, please. Madam, please. We'll come back to that.
I'll take your question too.
Little later. Go ahead, please. Professor.
Huh?
It is merged, UGC and AICT. So there is going to be a new registration. Can you please tell about that as well? Thank you.
Okay, we'll all wait. Okay. So much more fundamental question that has been asked. 2006, I remember, we introduced engineering physics, which we believed is very, very important, right? Because physics is what today defines many disciplines, be it nuclear energy, be it aerospace, etc. Now, there were an elderly man and a woman who was sent. We had this, what you call as personal counseling, and they were standing in front of me. And I said, for this rank, JE rank, will he get computer science? I said, it all depends upon what is the selection the students above that rank make. So then I asked, where is the kid? Kid was standing 1 acre away. Okay, call him. I made him sit next. And I just asked, Bhaiya, what do you want to do? He wanted to tell engineering. He started Inj. That mother went and pressed his mouth. Computer science choose. Okay. Then they all left. They signed with computer science, etc. Then this kid came after 5 minutes later. He said, he came in and said, sir, can you change it to engineering physics? I said, I'll lose my job. You will also lose your job. Then I asked him, why you want to do engineering physics? I went to this Canada. I finished physics Olympiad, everything. Sir, I'm so interested. But these people are pushing me to computer science. And I don't know why I got this rank. I would surely get some computer science course. I don't want to do it. Then I said, okay, I gave him, if you join IIT Madras, next year you will become 18 and become major. Then you can make your choice of branch change. Nobody will go to engineering physics. From computer science, you can go off to engineering. But unfortunately, I checked, he got into IIT Kharagpur computer science. Okay, but why I'm telling this is that guy could have been a Nobel laureate today because he was so interested in physics. But so we make a humble request every time. Every time IIT results gets announced, I go personally on press and pray with bended knees and folded hands. I pray to all parents, don't push your idea into your kids. Please allow them to go and do what they want. So this is what I do. This is exactly the word I use. So last time, the top 100 JE rankers, we brought them to here along with their parents. Some said, I can't even travel. I said, okay, I'm giving you an airfare, you come here. And we spent one day talking about technology, core engineering. Because today, my friend who is our colleague who is the director of IIT Hyderabad now, he teaches metallurgy. He always come and say, Kama, you're very much blessed. I said, why, sir? See, when I go to a class, I feel like I'm seeing the wall. I asked, why are you all sad? He said, I didn't get computer science, so I am in metallurgy. Okay. Now I go to my class, right? So we want a civil engineer to join because he wanted civil engineering, not because that kid did not get computer science. So we spent this one full day. And ultimately, out of the 100 groups that visited, at least 10 groups came back and told, sir, we came out with what we are talking about, pay package, we are talking about all these things. This is what we wanted to ask you. We are going with a sense of national security, sovereign technology, etc. And this mindset change in parents is very, very important. See, money will come today, money will go off. But what is important is what the kid wants to learn, what is their interest, as both Ms. Shruti and Professor said. At an young age, we need to find out what they want and then nurture them, and they can become excellent in their field. Thank you. And regarding your things, we have to wait for the bill. We don't know what the bill is. So only we are seeing the newspaper.
We'll move on. We'll move on. Sorry, some questions, please. Any questions from the audience? Yeah. Mike
Here. I'm with the mic.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Ma'am, it has been come in the newspaper, but we have to wait for the bill so that we are very clear about it.
Shall I? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Madam, we'll take your question later. Start. Okay, madam, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
Sorry, if you can just identify yourself.
Srinivas Kumar Erapoto, Global Vice President of International Federation of Electric Vehicle Association. Education is the manifestation of the perfection that is already within us. I'm not going to go into the details of what that perfection is all about. But my question to Madam Kavita is, we have been tremendously late in the EV field, electric vehicle field. And we are giving constantly the lead to China. Not that India doesn't have the brain. And the brains of India, which are nurtured by the IITs, they don't stick on to the basic field where they have their qualification, and they go elsewhere and they serve other parts of the world. Now, is this going to continue for more? If there is some discipline and something that can be done about all this, and I'm sure that Tamil Nadu itself need not hang on to 4 trillion, it can make 40 trillion. Can you throw some light on that? And this is open to all. Anybody can answer.
Before I give it to Kavita, I must say that in the last 6 years, only 5% of our alumni have an abroad address. 95% are in India, just for your information. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So even this, as well as the previous question, there are common points for me to share. You are talking about changing the habits. And change of habit usually takes time. It's not something which can happen instantly. If I ask you to change your habit, even you will also take time. And that's what right now the parents or the educational institutes or the current generation is going through. But the moment they see the change happening and the benefits coming out of this change, I'm sure things will happen in the way that we want. So that would be my take on that.
Thank you, madam. Brilliantly answered. Sorry, I think we had a question here from Ajmal. Sorry, vaanga. Sorry, here. Ajmal, please. Yeah, munadi vaanga. Mic here, please, in the front.
We'll
Sir,
have a
offline
separate conversation on that. Thank you.
You can have a chat with Kavita offline. Yeah. Sorry, if you can just identify yourself and just for the benefit of the audience.
Very, very engaging session. And let me introduce myself. My name is Ajmal Sharafuddin. I represent a royal family office which is based out of Dubai. My education have throughout been in the Middle East. So many of the factors which is being mentioned over here, I'm not privy to it. But one key factor which I repetitively see throughout the journey, which is in congruence to what was mentioned earlier, is the alignment of parents and the lack of clarity in regards to the future. In regards to what you said, spending that 1 hour or 1 day with the prospect children and their parents, don't we have to do something statewide to to address that particular problem on a government level, which then aligns the issue in general. Because until we don't do that, this tug of war is going to continue in spite of all the productive efforts which is being put in all throughout the panelists.
Can I just add up to it for a moment? In fact, I'm missing my education minister who has to be here. We have taken a decision that all the school books, supposing the child is studying about economics, then there will be a few pages which will describe what all prospects are available for that child for higher education in economics. So similarly, for any book which they take, there will be a few pages describing the prospects, the possibilities of higher education, job placements, opportunities added up to the book itself, so that every child, every teacher, and every family comes to know about it.
Sorry.
So we also...
sorry, I think we need to call it an evening. It's already 6:30 and we have lots of other things to go on. So just want to thank each and every one of the speakers, esteemed speakers here for this fantastic session, starting with Shruti here and Kavita here. Both ladies were really rocking, as you can see. Both are in red. I don't know if they discussed about it before coming. So Montessori education system, very, very, creative, very creative. Which we clearly know, pedagogy, teaching methodology. The teachers are so important. I wish I had a teacher like that in math, because I was also terrible in math, Professor Ismail. And so like you rightly said, so the importance of teachers, I think it's more and more we're realizing that the teachers play such a significant role. And here we have got Professor Kamakoti is a very, very different type of person. I've been reading a lot about him. IIT Madras, Tamil Nadu itself is fortunate to have somebody like him, so open, so humble. Not all teachers are like this. Professors, people are, they get worried, scared to go talk, but I've heard so many good things about Professor Kamakoti, that he's so approachable, that he changes the way the entire institution functions. So if we have more inspiration leaders like him, I think it's really going to... And of course, last but not least, Kavita, for very brilliantly conveying everything, for taking the trouble to come here this evening, to spend time with us. And she was so proactive yesterday that she said she is willing to, completely support the entire Tamil Nadu educational ecosystem with R&D, with investments. And she was like, after us, she says, hey, you all are not taking advantage of this whole system, the amount of funding which is there, we're not having enough takers. And so we really look forward to having closer engagement, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for coming here today. And we'll have a cup of tea after this, and we'll exchange some photos and gifts and whatnot. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was probably the most passionate session that we've seen the whole day. Experts who truly believe in what they're doing. It was, heated discussions, great discussions, intellectual discussions. A quick video for the experts also. One of the delegate members was able to give us a 60-second clip of a corporate school adopting the Montessori program. Would you like to play it quickly while the panelists? Sir, madam, please look behind you to the delegates on stage. That's corporate school having Montessori program running there, right? So that's a corporation school. So not a corporate school, a corporation school. All right. Okay. Yes, all right. So now we have a quick presentation of mementos as well, right? I request our exceptional moderator, who's done a fantastic job of moderating this passionate session, our president of the UEF, Mr. Ahmed Buhari. Quickly after the photo session. Everyone's up. They want to speak to the moderators, the panelists. Yes. So first, Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. Sir, it's a brilliant session. Thank you for such a candid... Okay, so Dr. Sultan Ahmed Ismail Saab, Member State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir, for your guidance, your leadership, your thought leadership, in fact. Yes, Ms. Kavita Tiwari. Yes, lead international partnerships. Ma'am, young minds like you leading our development programs, very, very important for our education. Professor V. Kamakoti now, Director IIT Madras, a candid conversation telling us what the IIT is doing. I want to now get a study at IIT now. Hopefully for a doctor that may be possible. Thank you. And of course, the lady who's leading right from the grassroots, bringing Montessori education to all the children, Ms. Shruti Karthik. A big round of applause for all the panelists and a wonderful moderator, please. A big round of applause. I'm not hearing anything. Come on. Come on, guys. This is the future of our country. Right. We also have a good news clip. Our honorable chief guest has been, his words have been taken very strongly. UEF is on the news. The Trade Summit, can you quickly display the news where our honorable minister has talked about the UEF Trade Summit, and it has grabbed national headlines, and we are on the papers now. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. That's for the UEF Trade Summit. All right. So we have Sufi music coming up after your tea break, and then there is dinner. Both of them going to be exceptionally wonderful. Depends on whether you love art or fine arts. So you can decide which one you want to enjoy more. But tea break, Sufi music, and dinner. Don't miss any of that. All of that will be of as exceptional quality as the day has been in terms of discussions. All right. Thank you, everybody. It's been a fantastic day too, and it's not done yet. So just go some food for the tummy. Yes, yeah, food for the tummy, then food for the mind, body, and soul as well when you come back. I'll see you soon. Thank you.